and it dispatches login. So persistence is here, right? So that's awesome.
Live streaming can be tricky, and sometimes trying to find the right software to make your streams look really professional can be a real chore. The thing I like about StreamYard is that the user interface is really simple to understand and can give you a professional look without a whole lot of trying to figure out what you're supposed to be doing next.
The future of the web isn't just coming, it's here and growing fast. And today, with Unstoppable Domains, you can secure your very own part of it. But this isn't your parents' .com internet, controlled by monopolies and algorithms. It's a new, decentralized internet, built with NFT domains like .crypto, .x, .wallet, .nft, that are 100% user-owned and controlled. Unstoppable domains come with superpowers far beyond just being able to host websites. They can also be used as logins for dApps, as usernames to replace all your horribly complicated wallet addresses for sending and receiving crypto, a place to host NFT galleries, and with no renewal fees, you own them forever. Whether you are discovering crypto, a blockchain enthusiast, or preparing the next big thing, get in first and secure your unstoppable domain name today.
So with that said, go ahead and smash the thumbs up button because we're almost at 600 likes, and the log out functionality I'm going to implement right now for you guys. So to log out, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it. Firstly, let's actually go ahead and pull some information from where we didn't need it, right? So here at the top where we have the avatar. So let's go to our sidebar, right? Now inside the sidebar, we have the avatar at the top here. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab the user. So I'm going to say const user equals use selector, and I'm going to say select user, which is my selector that I created earlier, and I've done all the appropriate imports I needed. Now with the user, what I can do is I can go here and I can say source should be user.photo. Now watch what happens. Boom, grab my Google login. I think that's dope. I think that's so dope. I think this is getting pretty cool. We're 5 likes away from 600 likes. Pretty sick, right? When I click on this, I want to log out. So you're probably wondering, oh, there's loads of custom coding. Not really, dude. What you need to do is on click, and then here I'm going to say, I'm going to import the authentication module from Firebase. So my local Firebase. So here, some people are saying, how can this be for beginners? You're going so fast. Remember guys, this is recorded, okay? So this is not, the whole point of a live stream is not meant to be so you can completely like sit along and type with me. It's meant to be so that you can enjoy the video, watch it, you know, just enjoy seeing some live coding and things like that. And then you can pretty much go ahead and pause the video and do it at your own pace afterwards when you watch it back. Because remember, if I was to sit here and wait for everyone that's watching to kind of catch up, it's not gonna, the video is gonna be a lot longer and a lot less people are gonna find value from it. So don't worry, it is a beginner friendly video. You can pretty much go ahead and follow this from start to finish as a beginner. And we have plenty of people that have done it and they landed jobs. So quit your complaining. Let's go. Right, so here what we're gonna do now is I'm gonna say anonymous function auth.sign out, right? And then I'm going to say save it. And now what we can see is I'm going to show you guys proof of something. So I'm going to go here and Redux, and now you see it signed in. So if I go ahead and refresh, this is a good comment, by the way. Ayush says, for beginners, see 3 to 4 builds continuously and you'll get the pattern. Dude, exactly that. Like, keep doing that and you're going to go ahead and see the pattern, and it will make a lot of sense, right? So what I want to show you is, yes, so it dispatched the login up here, right? Now if I go ahead and click the avatar, it dispatches a logout action, which went ahead and reset the user, move my face out of the way, it reset the user to no, right? So now inside the state, you should be able to see the user is now no. Okay, so that's what that went ahead and did, right? So what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to make this actually a little bit smaller so you guys can actually see that a bit easier, right? So there we go. I mean, I'm tiny now. That's the only thing. We're going to make it a little bit bigger. I don't like it when it's too small. Okay, so now let me go ahead and sign back in. Yo, Athava, he goes, my mind is blown at the progress I just see right now. The blog may go over 5K when I wake up. Hey, let's go, dude. We just dropped a crazy clever programmer vlog on Medium. Athava, go ahead and feel free to drop that on the live chat right now. And everyone can go ahead and check out the blog when they got a minute. That'd be dope. So now what we're going to do is we says the channel name and we have the messages, right? So I guess the next step right now is we want to have these channels right here populated, as well as we'll get these messages built out and so forth. So for the channel names, what we're going to do is these channels are going to not be hard coded. So right now they're hard coded 3 sort of things that are being popped out right here. Okay. Also, this is a good question. Do you think React is a way to go on web development? I mean, is it the future? 100%. The demand is through the roof and it is really getting busy. Also, we just hit 605 likes. Thank you so much, guys. Amazing stuff. Love the positivity today. And yeah, like, let's keep going. Let's try and hit like 700 likes. I think we can do it. I think we can hit 700 likes. Nice. That's dope, dude. Also, Athava just dropped a link to that 50-page plus Amazon complete read-through breakdown inside the comment section. Go ahead and check that out in a sec, or maybe open it in a separate tab, and pretty much you can watch that and read that afterwards. But amazing stuff by Athava. Team is absolutely crushing it, man. It's insane. Team is crushing it. So here, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to have the sidebar.js, right? And the first thing I'm going to do here is have a piece of state to keep track of the chats. So I'm going to say const chats equal and then set chats. And I'm going to say use state, right? And it's going to have an array, empty array to begin with. Now, when the sidebar component loads, I'm going to use a use effect to fire off a piece of code. So boom, like so, right? Now in here, I'm going to have empty brackets for the dependencies. So it's just going to fire off once. Right, Tommy O says, I love your cone streams. Dude, I love you guys, man. I love the support that you guys give us. It's the only reason I carry on doing them. So that's really, really awesome to see that. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the DB from our local Firebase. And I'm going to say db.collection. So I'm going to create a collection. And inside here, we're going to have a collection of chats, right? And I'm going to say on snapshot. So it's going to be a real-time listener, which gives us a snapshot of the database whenever anything changes, right? Now, when that changes, I'm going to say set chats, right? So as soon as anything in the database changes, we get a snapshot. And when we get that snapshot back, I'm going to say, okay, go get the snapshot, get the document inside the snapshot. This is a NoSQL structure, right? So if you don't understand what I'm talking about here, it's a NoSQL structure inside of a database. Maybe watch some of the previous videos, watch some of the builds, you'll understand what's going on here. But you can see docs.map, and then we're going to say doc, and then we're going to say it returns an object, right? And this object is going to have an ID of doc.id, and it's going to have the data inside of it as doc.data. Now, save it, okay? And it says use state is not defined. So we need to go ahead and import use state, save it, and there we go. And now we should have chats being pulled in from the database, right? So here, rather than having 3 hard-coded values, what I'm going to say is I'm going to have chats.map, and for every single chat, what I want to do is I want to render out a sidebar chat. Boom. Okay, so I'm going to render out the sidebar chat. And there we go. Nice. And then what I'm going to do is where we get the sidebar chat, I'm going to destructure it, right? So remember, we actually create an object here of ID and data, which means that I'm going to go inside here, destructure this, and say that this should have ID, data, right? Inside of the data, we're actually going to have a chat name. And this will make sense in a second, guys. Bear with me, okay? And this will all make sense, right? So now what we're going to do is we have the sidebar chat, okay? So what we're going to have is I'm I'm actually going to pass the ID as the key. I'm also going to say the ID goes through as a prop. And then I'm going to pass a prop called the chat name through. So we're going to say chat name equals chat name. And then inside of sidebar chat, this will take some props. And then the props, we're going to destructure it and say get ID and chat name. And then instead of saying channel name, this one will now say chat name, like that. And that should be pretty good. Okay. Now here, what you should see is it's empty, right? This is good. Now when I click this icon over here, I want to do a little prompt that gets popped up, right? So how do we do that? So I'm going to go ahead and go to that icon. I'm going to say on click, right? I'm going to create a function called add chat, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and create the function. I'm going to say add chat, and this is an anonymous function. And what we do here is I go ahead and say db.collection chats. And basically what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead and add a chat, right? And remember, we added the chat name. And basically what I'm going to do is we need to collect, like a pop-up should come up. So right now, if you see in this one, we have a pop-up that comes up, right? So it says, please enter a chat name. Now, hey, Athava says the background music and the lights somehow sync and look fire. That's sick, dude. Thank you so much. I can thank Mebon for that. Mebon went ahead and bought me that stuff. So amazing stuff. So all the asynchronous stuff and promises are handled by Firebase, right, Sonny? Yes. So Firebase handle a lot of the sort of backend headache and the sort of sockets and stuff like that. So you don't actually need to worry about a lot of that headache when you're doing this, right? So here we're going to go ahead and say const chat name equals prompt, right? And this prompts the user for an input. And what we're going to say is please enter a chat name. All right, please enter a chat name. And then what we're going to say is if there was a chat name, so we're going to kind of protect the user. If there's a chat name, then we'll do this database call, right? And then we're going to basically go ahead and say, set it to the chat name. Now, this will actually go ahead and should do it for us. So now if I go ahead and click, let's go ahead and say YouTube. Boom, real time. That was sick. And it worked in the first try. Hey, my best friend Jay's in the house. Sunny on a solo React video. Got to smash that like for a solo run. Amen, brother. That's it. We're doing well. We've got quite a few viewers still on. We've got 243 people across YouTube and Facebook right now. Absolutely smashing it. And also, dude, I don't know if you can see the lights. Upgraded the setup. It's looking good, man. There you go. So you see we've got that. We've got YouTube. And let's just go ahead and type in something like Apple fans, or let's just say Papa React squad. There we go. Boom. Oh man, I kind of went off a bit, but you know, it's fine. It's going to be responsive up to a certain degree. So that looks pretty good. Okay. And then what we're going to say is we are going to go down to the so we've done that bit now. So what I want to also do is I'm going to protect this against a sort of scrolling issue. So I'm going to go into my sidebar.css and for the sidebar chats, so inside of here, so I'm going to go into my sidebar.css. Now for sidebar chats, we've actually already added the overflow. Okay, that's good. So we will protect if this bit gets sort of spammed, right? So right now it's room based. This chat is going to be room based. And the reason why I done it room based is because it's going to be easier to go ahead and have you guys interact with each other. Okay, now why is it not fetching the photo? So if you notice inside the actual build, this is the last person who sent the message. So in this case, it'll be Kazi. And then if I go ahead and say, yo, what's up guys? Notice how it'll be me and it'll say, yo, what's up guy with my last timestamp. There you go. See that? That's why it hasn't done it just yet. So we need to implement this part, the messages, and then I can go ahead and connect the last message right here. Okay, so what we're going to do now is I'm going to have it so when I click on one of these rooms, I go ahead and dispatch some information into the Redux store about what channel we're in. So in order to do that, first I'm going to go into my features. I'm actually going to add a whole nother slice of state. So I'm going to copy and paste my user slice. I'm going to rename it to chat slice. Okay, so chat slice.js. And then here what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and change user slice, all of this stuff to chat. And I'm going to go through and double check. So chat chat in the beginning. This is not going to be this. It's going to be chat ID, and it's going to be chat name, right? And then it's going to be we're going to go ahead and say set chat, right? So it's only going to be one action, and this one we need to export it so we can use it outside. And then I'm going to go ahead and say when we get this action, it's going to be state.chat ID equals action.payload.chat ID. Copy that line, and I'm going to go ahead and refactor this to say chat name. Oh man, I messed up. I'll show you guys a quick trick. Command D if I do chat name. There we go. Boom, save it. Oh, to do that keyboard shortcut, if you highlight a variable and you do Command D, you see it highlights all the possible ones and we get multiple cursors. Right, so that's pretty sick. And it'll allow you to be very fast with your coding. Now we have the set chat being exported. So the next thing we want to do is actually go ahead and create selectors to pull that information. So I'm going to make one called select chat name. So select chat, select chat ID, no, just do select chat name. And this goes into our state, into the chat slice, and it gets the chat name. I'm going to copy and paste this, and I'm going to go ahead and say select chat, select chat ID. I'm going to go down here and say select chat ID, done. All right. So this is looking pretty good. Right. So Athava says a MERN build with actual socket IO can also increase the possibilities and include functionality. So you can do all of this, dude, with Firebase. So don't underestimate Firebase. You can have all of that inside of Firebase, and it'll be a lot easier to build it. So you don't need to go ahead and like sort of overcomplicate it. By introducing MERN. You can introduce a MERN stack and do it that way and have like the Skype functionality and things like that. But you know, only do what you kind of need to do, and that's at the point at which you need to do it. So what I'm going to do is now connect this to the store. So if I go into my store, copy and paste, there we go. Now we've got the user reducer, right? So here I'm going to change this to become. So I'm going to change this. Oops, I don't want to do that. I'm going to go ahead and change this to become. Oh man, what have I done? I'm going to go ahead and do user. It's going to be the chat reducer. And I'm going to copy, paste, and this one is going to be chat reducer. Chat reducer, done, right? So loads of people saying, why don't you upload React Native tutorials? Because I'm literally dropping a React tutorial for you now, dude. I'm trying to do as much as I can for you guys as in terms of value-based stuff. Also, Profit with JavaScript is on fire right now. We have a lot happening inside there. So yeah, if you want to get the most from us, make sure you subscribe, make sure you hit the like button, and just stay tuned. We will be dropping as much content as you can possibly imagine. So don't worry guys, it's coming. Now to check that we've correctly linked up everything inside the DB, what I'm going to do is open up Redux, and we should see inside the state, we should see user, and we should see the new chat slice. So if you get this, you're pretty good at this point, right? So Imran says, hey Sunny, just amazing bro, keep going. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. Now what we're going to do is for the I am a message. So right now, I don't know why I'm not pulling the if I go ahead and say test. Oh yeah, so right now actually if I go ahead and refresh, you see it's not actually saving it, because what we need to do is we need to go over here. So if you actually go ahead and inspect and do the console, I'll show you why. Because we haven't actually set up a Firebase yet. So you see it, you get this long could not reach for Cloud Firestore backend, because we need to initialize it. This is live right now, Ronit. So he said, is this being premiered or live? This is live. Cloud Firestore, we go here, and then we're going to go ahead and say create database. I'm going to start it in test mode, and I'm going to go ahead and click next. I'm going to go ahead and then don't matter about this. Enable this will go ahead and set up the Firestore database. So, whoa, man, I'm not going to read. Holy shit. Oh, shit. All right. Some have a really long comment. Okay. Right. So now what we're going to do is, so Pedro, to answer your question, that's an arrow function, the ES6 arrow function. Same just different syntax, right? Right. So many people are saying at DevTools, is there anything to see Redux? Yes, I literally just showed you guys. So Redux DevTools. You need to install the Redux DevTools, but this is all Redux right now. This is Redux Actions. This is Redux State. Everything is Redux. Yeah. Thank you so much, Ronit. He says, oh nice, my man. That's freaking awesome. Really awesome content, bro. Appreciated. Thank you, dude. Right, so now what I'm going to do is, if we go ahead and add it in now, so what I'm just to visualize this for you guys, I'm going to go ahead, close this up, and you guys are going to see now if I create a room and then I say like, let's call it YouTube, enter. And if I show you guys the Firebase, so now I created a chat, created the chat name YouTube, dope. I create another one called CP team. Look at that, you see in real time, it created one called CP team. Right now, if I was to go ahead and delete this one, look on the right, yeah, in real time, boom, that's what you call snapshot. That's the snapshot that's kicking in, right? So I'm going to go ahead and do another one. So let's go ahead and say team CP because it sounds better. There we go, created there, boom. But it's real time sync between the app and the back end, so that's really powerful. Now we're going to basically go ahead and create the messages. Okay, so for the messages, what we're going to do is we're going to go to chat.js, and here in chat.js right now we have everything hard coded. Okay, so in order to fix this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and inside of messages, I'm actually going to create a message component. Right, so the message component. So here I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these, and for the message component, I need to create a message component itself. So message.js RFCE, and then I'm going to go ahead and say import message.css, and then I'm going to go ahead and say message.css. So Thava says, I love the real-time functionality of Firebase because you don't need to refresh the client to make the changes visible. Exactly, and that's very important. Imagine you had an app which is saying when your order is ready, you need to be able to go ahead and do that, right? So that's going to be very important, and that's what Firebase pretty much fixes for you out of the box. So very, very powerful stuff. Okay, so then we're going to go ahead and say for the message. So each message is going to take a two parameters, right? It's going to take contents, and it's going to take, so I'm going to destructure him. It's going to take an ID and contents, right? And then the message itself is going to be, it's going to have an avatar, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say avatar, auto import from React Material UI core. And then we're going to have a p tag with the message inside of it. So this is a message. Jay, good question, dude. So he goes, why don't you use module.css so you can separate CSS for each component? Very good question. And yes, what that does is it prevents you from having naming clashes. But for now, what I would say is when people are learning and things like that, so yes, module.css is really good. BEM is just very quick for when I'm building. Also, there is a benefit to BEM. For example, like if I go into my login, right, and I basically say I'm new to the programming, like new to whatever I'm coding. If I do Command Shift F and I do this, it will actually give me the exact location of that, and then it will actually find it in the CSS. Whereas if I was using module.css, it's kind of difficult, but it's not difficult. But the truth is module.css is better, yes, but BEM is a really good naming convention to practice, and it gets you very good at it. Basically breaks the bad habit of naming, and then I would say progress to module.css. So really, really good question, bro. Agus says, let's go. Nice, keep the energy high. Awesome stuff. Thank you, Agus. Right, so this is a message, and then we're going to go ahead and create a small tag, and here I'm going to have a timestamp. Okay, and then I'm going to go back to my chat, and then here I'm going to import message from the top. So there we go. And you can see this is a message, right? Then I'm going to go ahead and paste this a few times. We should have 3 messages popping out. Nice. Now inside a message, I'm going to go ahead and pull out message.css. I'm going to pull this underneath, and then I'm going to go ahead and pull out my message so I can see it. All right, now for the message, I'm going to say dot message. Oh yeah, some people had a comment them inside the return block. I remember that. So display flex, save it, and everything goes into a row. You don't see it because this needs to be class name message. There we go. And then I'm going to say align item center because it should go in the center. I'm going to say position relative because we're going to do some absolute positioning inside of it with another component. I'm going to say width should be fit content because we only want the bubble to be as big as it needs to be. I'll say justify content space between because I want it to be sort of spaced out as much as it can be. I'll say margin of 15 pixels. So around, remember, margin's outside the component, padding is inside the component. Now, the next thing, okay, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to say the message and then target the p tag inside. Right, so the p tag inside, there we go. And I'm going to add a background color, font size medium, padding 15 pixels, border radius 20 to get that rounded effect, margin 10 pixels to add some more separation around the back, around it, and then the margin right pushes it all the way to this side, okay, for this one. Now, what I'm also going to do is target that small tag. So I'm going to say, go ahead and target small tag, gray, position absolute, but because the parent is relative, it actually goes ahead and stays relative to its parent, and then it's bottom -5, and this goes ahead and adds a little timestamp like this. So very clean, right? Now, what if I want to have it so that we have a sender as well? So we'll figure out the sender afterwards. So the blue message. So if you send the message, you want it to be this side blue. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that in just a bit. But right now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have it so that when you enter, it's actually going to go ahead and send a message into this right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that first. So the way we do that is, firstly, I need to have a keep track of all the messages coming in. So inside of chat.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say const messages, set messages equals use state. Okay, and then I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, right. So before we do this, actually, what we need to do is we need to fix a problem. We need to fix a problem. So I need to have it so when I click one of these, it changes this to the channel, right? So if I click on the sidebar, so let's go to the sidebar.js. We have to solve this issue first. So sidebar.js, what I'm going to do now is have it so that when I click on the sidebar chat component, so inside the sidebar chat component, I should have it so that when I click on that, it goes ahead and dispatches an action. So I'm going to show you guys how you can do this with an inline function. So here I'm going to say on click. I'm going to do an inline function, and I'm going to say dispatch. And I'm going to say dispatch, and we'll do the imports and stuff afterwards. And I'm going to say set chat. So this is a action that we set up earlier inside the apps, inside the chat slice. And this will actually go ahead and take the chat ID, which is the ID we passed in as a prop. And it's also going to set the chat name as the chat name as a prop, which came in as a prop. This means that we basically go ahead and set this up inside of our Redux store, so that way we can access it outside of any other place, right? So here I'm going to say const dispatch, sorry, const dispatch equals use dispatch. Import it, get rid of this, boom. Cesar says it's amazing how you know what you need to do step by step. I understand how to do it myself, but the project from scratch because I get lost by myself. Thank you, Sonny. It just takes practice, dude. I remember in the beginning I used to be like freaking out and like panicking everywhere. It just takes practice. You'll get used to it. Honestly, don't stress, man. Just don't give up. That's my main advice. I just broke something. Line 13. Oh yeah, chat name. Boom, boom, boom. Get rid of this. All right, 1 second, guys. We've got this. We've got this. Dispatch an object. That's the end of the dispatch. That's the end of this. Okay. Unexpected error. God damn it. There's always some kind of error when we do this stuff. So let me go ahead and check something quickly. The dispatch. Save it. Boom. Okay. And then we've got the dispatch itself. We've got the set chat. We've got the ID. Okay. This is because of the following. Okay, there we go. And then I'm going to say const dispatch equals use dispatch. These brackets are ruining the show. Honestly, dude, yeah. Sometimes the brackets just piss me off, man. Yeah, so const dispatch, there we go. And then what I'm going to say is const chat info equals set chat info. So this will be important for afterwards actually, but we'll do that later. So set chat is not defined, line 13. This is because we need to go ahead and import this action. We set that up earlier inside of our chat slice in Redux. And now what this should do is when I do this, it will dispatch an action in Redux. So if I go down here, you should see, look, so fresh piece of state. So if I click Team CP, it goes ahead and sets the chat and it changes the chat name. So move out of the way, changes the chat name to Team CP and the chat ID to the chat ID, right? Now if I click on YouTube, it changes it. So it dispatched an action, changed the name to YouTube and the chat ID to the ID that's based inside of Firebase. Now that's very important because we're going to use that afterwards to go ahead and fetch the correct messages for this component. So it's very cleverly connected, right? So once that's done now, what we can do is we can go ahead and actually pull that information in at the top, right? So we go ahead and go to our, let's go to our chat.js. And inside of chat.js now, what I can do is I can use my selector. So I can say, go ahead and say chat name equals use selector. And I can say select chat name. And I can pull this in. And that's a special import. So it's pulled in over there. And then what we can say is rather than having channel name set over here, I can actually go ahead and say channel name. And now it says channel name is not defined. Oh, sorry, chat name. Chat name, god damn it. Yeah. Somebody said, yeah, Jay said you missed an open bracket. Yeah, I know, we found it in the end, dude. So now if we click YouTube, Team TP, hey, see it changes at the top. And we also have access to the ID, right? So now what I'm gonna have, awesome. And you're for fitness and lifestyle when you're at the age. How did you manage programming, fitness, and lifestyle? Also, dude, ask nicely, okay? When you're at 22 to 25 age, what do you mean, how did you manage? You just do it, man. Just do it. Stop complaining or finding excuses. You literally just make it happen. Like, if I don't really know the question, like, how did you manage to do that at that age? Like, what's stopping you from doing it at that age? That's what you need to kind of reset your sort of mindset around it. Okay. So then what we're going to go ahead and do is have it load the appropriate messages, right? So this is going to take a two-step process. So the first one is we go into our chat.js and we need to create a piece of state for the messages to keep track of what's going on. So messages, set messages. Okay, and I'm going to say use state. This is going to be an empty array. Zabihula says, how are you, Sunny? I'm good, dude. How are you? Sorry if I pronounced the name wrong. Yeah. We're going to create a use effect, right? And I'm also going to get the chat ID. So I'm going to say const chat ID equals use selector, and I'm going to say select chat ID, right? Right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and then I'm going to go ahead and say, so that's all working well. Now the chat ID is there. So now I'm going to go to the use effect. Basically use effect again, there's a piece of code that fires off once when the chat component loads, and also whenever a dependency inside these square brackets changes. For example, in this case, we need this to refresh every time the chat ID changes, because I'm going to need the chat ID here. So I'm going to say if a chat ID was selected, so we only get select one when I click on one of these options, then I would populate the store with a chat ID. When that happens, I'm going to go ahead and say db.collection. I'm going to go inside of hey, T Swaler says, I think I'm going to be on this channel from now on. Nice, dude, appreciate that. So we're going to say db.collection chats, and then we'll say doc, and then the doc is going to be the chat ID, right? So we're actually going to go into that chat, and then we're going to say go into the collection inside of that chat and access the messages. So essentially what we're doing is we're going inside the chat room. So inside this chat room, we're going to go inside the collection of messages, and then I'm going to say order by, because we're actually going to set up a timestamp. So I'm going to say order by a timestamp, and then I'm going to say order by a descending timestamp. So that will be for a bit afterwards. Jay says handling the chat and coding a goddamn iMessage from scratch at the same time is not an easy feat. Pure talent. Appreciate that, dude. And then what we're going to say is on snapshot, right? Now, snapshot is something that we do when we want to get a real-time feedback. So if anything changes inside the DB, so we're going to use set messages, so the hook, and then we're going to go ahead and say snapshot.docs.map, and then we're going to say doc. Right now, for every single doc that comes back, I'm going to map it to a object, and this is going to map to the doc.id and also the data. God's sake, I hate that thing. Data.doc.data. Okay, so it's like that. And what this is going to do is, I know that might be a mouthful right here, but what this is doing is it's basically, when I click on this, it's finding this inside the DB, this room, all the messages inside of collection, and it's grabbing them and storing them inside of the messages array. Okay. Gobachan Singh says this is amazing. Attended it for the first time. Thank you so much, dude. Yeah, glad you guys are enjoying this. And again, we're almost at 700 likes. Right. Jagutha says, wow, Sunny is the best in React. Thanks. I learned a lot from you. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much for the kind words. Let's keep on going strong. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we have the messages coming back, right? So here, rather than having the messages hard coded, I'm going to say for all of the messages, go ahead and map through them. And for each message, I want to render out an implicit return. So an implicit message return. And then we're going to go ahead and say, render out a message. And in that message should have a key with the ID. And here I'm going to destructure the what comes back for every message. I'm going to get the ID and the data. And then we're going to pass in the contents of the message, and that's going to be the data. And the ID is going to be the key. Okay. And that will be that. And then we save it. And now you should see, if I click it, I know it doesn't look good, but it's correct. It's working. Trust me on that. It's working, right? Uday Singh says, I love you, man. You're great. We have Sorin saying, I love it. Shurab says, you're one of the best tutors of React after Brad Love from Pakistan. Thank you so much, dude. Set messages and on snapshot in one command. Until now, they were separate. Yeah. It's really, really powerful to write it like that, right? So the next thing we're going to do now is, this is actually sort of, when I click this, it's going ahead and fetching it, right? So it's fetching the messages, but we need a way to push messages inside right now. So I'm going to go ahead and do that as well. So right now, earlier we set up the input map. We mapped the input sort of piece of state to our input field over here, and then we had it map on the on change. So as I type in down here, pretty much goes ahead and stores it inside of our local state. Now, when we created a send message, we said e.prevent default to prevent the refreshing from happening. And then we said Firebase magic. So this is where the Firebase magic happens, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say db.collection. I'm going to go back into the chats, right? The collection of chats. I'm going to go into the doc, and the doc here is going to be the chat ID. And then I'm going to say, go into the collection of messages, right? And then what I'm going to say is add. Right, so go into collection messages, and then I'm going to say add. And at this point, what we do is we pretty much go ahead and add what we need. So we're going to add a timestamp. Now, the timestamp is going to be different for everyone. For example, if you're in India, if you're in LA, if you're in New York, your timestamp is going to be different to me in London. So what I need to do is I need to go ahead to the top and say import Firebase from Firebase. Okay, so import Firebase from Firebase, not the local one, the actual Firebase. And here I'm going to say firebase.firestore. Right, which is a function. I'm going to say field value. No, we're not a function. So we're going to say field value, and then I'm going to say server timestamp, and that's a function. This will go ahead and give me the time of the actual server. So that way, even if you sent it based in London, even if you sent this in, hey, Ismail saying London, baby, thanks for doing this on a Friday night. It's a good way to end your Friday night. Nice, guys. Awesome stuff. Bala Ganesh says, thank you so much for providing the valuable information. Keep inspiring and motivating us. Thank you so much, dude. Messed up the camera a little bit there. But then we've got the timestamp. So regardless of where you're based in, Nice. He says, dude, I see you and the projects more than anything else. During my day, I don't give up. Do you know already what the next project will be? React Native, a bunch of stuff happening. We've got loads of stuff coming, guys. Just keep subscribed and keep an eye on my Instagram. Go ahead and follow me over here if you're not following me, to keep track of when we drop the latest and greatest videos. Okay, so message here, I'm going to say input. And then I'm also going to give UID, and this one is going to be user. So again, now I need the user's information. So the message contents are going to be here. We're going to pull that from the input, okay? But I need the user who actually sent the message. So in order to do that, I'm going to get the user. I'm going to say select, use selector, use selector. And then I'm going to say select user. So this is my select user. And then I'm going to go ahead and make sure this is import. Okay, we've already imported it. So Soham, thank you so much for the kind words. Bonjour text, enjoying it. Nice stuff, guys. So I'm gonna go ahead and save that, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and have it so that it pushes the we've got the message here, but I've also want a bunch of other things. I want the UID, the photo, the email, the display name, all from the user item, right? So all I do is I go UID equals user.uid. So remember, when you log in, we populate the user inside the Redux store. We just use the selector to go ahead and grab it from the Redux store, which gives us the user object. And that's how we go ahead and get the user that we're going to push in for every single object. That also gives us the photo. Okay. Now, Burak says, you are like a magician. Thank you, dude. Appreciate it. Good positivity, right? I love this because I don't find it coincidence that my motivation app just told me don't give up on something you can't stop thinking about every single day. Exactly. Keep doing what you love, right? So that, with that said, now what we actually have is a really nice system which should be working. Okay, so let's go ahead and check it out. So firstly, I'm also going to go ahead and update the message itself before we do that, so everything should come in clutch and work together, right? So first thing I'm going to do is the contents actually have a bunch of things inside of it. So my girlfriend is obsessed with Papa React. Do you guys know who Papa React is? Who the heck is Papa React? Hey, I love her, honestly. And she goes, I miss him. She misses out on time with me for these streams. So smash the thumbs up button, right? And show some love and support for that, right? So over here, I'm going to say content. I'm going to destructure, right? Jay goes, oh, the OG arrives. This is where it comes up. She goes, guys, show some love. He's doing so well. Let's tap that like button. Guys, we're at 660 likes. Can we get it to 700? I think so, right? So now I'm going to go ahead and destructure the contents, right? So over here, I'm going to say timestamp. I'm going to say display name. I'm going to say email. So I'm breaking apart the object right now. I'm going to say message, photo, and UID, right? UID. Save it. And then it says line 7 is an error. No, what did I do? Yeah, I need to close this. And then, oh, what the hell happened here? So we've got this, boom, boom, there we go. Right. I think we can get to 700 likes. I think we can. Petition to get Mervan next to Sunny's in the next video. 100%. I think we can get Mervan in this video. I'll teach you how to code, guys. We can do that, right? That would be awesome. The one here is actually Papa Angular. No, we don't talk about Angular here, guys. We hate that shit. Right. So yes, Papa and Mama together. Yeah, she's gonna be Mama React, guys. So get her on the channel early. We're actually thinking of starting a YouTube channel together, so that'll be fun. Right, now guys, with that said, now the avatar, the source for the avatar is actually going to be the photo that comes through, right? So the photo that we destructured, there we go. So inspiring, man. Love from Bangladesh. By the way, where are you from, Sunny? London, dude. Based and born in London. Right, now for the p tag, I'm going to say this is a message. Rather than that, I'm going to actually drop a dynamic message just being pulled in. Then we're going to go ahead and say timestamp. So for the timestamp, you need to do some clever parsing, right? So I'm going to go ahead and drop a snippet in here and I'll explain what it does. It says create a new date from the timestamp. Optional chaining protects it against, because there are times where it's asynchronous and it's pretty much going to have it's going to have an undefined value. So you protect yourself with optional chaining. You say pass it to a date, and then you're going to basically go ahead and format it to a locale string. So we can go ahead and save that. And I know it seems like, oh my god, he's doing so much shit, but it will make sense in a second, right? Bonjour Tech says, you guys are great coders and are great humans, nice family. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you so much. This will be dope. Next video, teaching about coding and how to go about it. Damn, wouldn't that be fun? More like Merbara going code and learn with me, React from Papa, React from scratch. So basically teaching up from scratch. Yeah, I think that'll be fun, honestly. RZO says, you are the best program in the world. Thanks, bro, for this helpful information. I appreciate that, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying the stream. All right, so now what we're going to do is we're actually going to go ahead and have the email. So the final piece right here. So I'm going to actually go ahead and say, we're going to test it right now, right? So if this works, right, this is where it gets tense, right? If this works, right? So I haven't actually gone ahead and sort of checked everything out, but if this next bit works, I want everyone to smash the thumbs up button and get this video to 700 likes, all right? So I think what we need to do is we need to go ahead and get ready for this, right? Because I'm going to pretty much, I haven't tested this. I'm just going to go ahead and see if it works in one go. We changed so much code right now, and I think it's going to work, right? I think it's going to work, but you know how these things happen, right? So I'm going to go to message. I'm signed in, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say, yo, this works, I think, ... right? So it's suspense, right? Everything's going to happen. As soon as I hit enter on this, is it going to work? Right? All right. See how it goes. Abiola says, best programmer I have ever seen. Jay goes, let's go. Atava's already coming in with the suspense music. All right. I think we can do it. So I'm going to hit enter and we can see if it's going to work. Hey, see it worked. And look at that, guys. It pulled my picture in and it pulled the message in. It even has a correct timestamp, right? So that's pretty sick, right? Everything works like that. And now if I go ahead and just say like ABC 1 2 3, test it, boom, it works nice, right? So that's dope. We got everything working. I think we should all go ahead and hit that thumbs up if you haven't already, right? Again, I think we're gonna hit 700 very soon. So that's dope, guys. Now what we're gonna do is actually have it so that if you're the sender, then it's gonna go ahead and make it that blue message. So it's gonna be like this, right? If you're the sender, it's gonna show you a blue message. So we're gonna go ahead and do that right now. So inside of message.css, I'm gonna go ahead and add the following logic. So right now we have message over here. So I'm gonna create this into a I'm gonna do string interpolation here. And I'm gonna say, if the user.email, so I need to go ahead and actually pull the user in. So I need to say const user equals use selector select user, right? Yeah. And then what we're going to say now is we're going to say user, if the user's email is equal to the email address that comes in, I'm going to change it to the other music because it's easier to focus with that one, right? Then we're going to go ahead and have, so this is, no, the question mark is if else, that's if else what we're about to use right now. But the question mark down here is actually saying optional chaining. So if this for any reason is undefined, it doesn't crash the program, it just handles it elegantly. So it's something called optional chaining. Very, very elegant solution to use. But here what we're going to do is we're using ternary here. So actually we're not going to use ternary, we're going to use a direct, right? But with the ternary you can say if it's true, then say this, else say this, right? So that's a ternary. But what we're going to do is we're going to do a direct sort of conditional. So we're going to say here, apply the message sender class if the user's email is equal to the email of the message, right? Go ahead and save that and let's go ahead and refresh. For some reason that's not refreshing. There we go. And now if I go ahead and click into this, for example, the YouTube chat, it loads up the YouTube messages. And if I go here and say this is a test, now you guys can also see if I go into different channels, it pulls those messages, which is dope, right? So let's go into message.css. Hey, we got Ecuador in the house. Nice. What's up, dude? And then here, what we're going to say is I'm going to add a few style tricks in. So what I'm going to first say is that if the message sender class exists, set the margin all the way to the right. Right? Then what we're going to say is that if the message sender exists, then what I'm going to do is I'm going to target the message photo, and I'm going to use a rule called order 1, and this is basically going to change the flex order of the children. So the image will now go ahead of the child. So in this case, if I do that and I say message photo by default is order 0, what this will do is we want to get this effect, right? So we have the message on this side and the message on here. So the way we do that is I can refresh. We actually haven't set something up correctly here. So we've got the message sender, then we need to do message photo, because inside of here I haven't done a class name of message photo. Now if we do that and refresh, boom, works. There we go. Right, so now it's the sender, and also I'm going to change the color of the message sender. So I'm going to go ahead and do this. Oh, we're 10 likes away from 700 likes, guys. Let's go. Come on, we can do this. Right, so we're going to go ahead and target the message sender p tag, and we're going to say if you're a sender, then it turns blue. So now it does this, right? So I'm going to test this. I'm going to log out of my account, go into sign in, and I'm going to go ahead and check. Now I'm going to go into Kazi's account, and let's go ahead and see. And if I go here now, so that now I'm not the sender because it's not Kazi's email address. But if I go into here and I say like, what's up, guys? Enter, boom. So now the sender is going to get the blue message, but somebody else is going to not have it, right? 5 likes away. Hey, let's go. Dope, right? So that works really good. Okay. Now the next step and the final step is actually going ahead and adding 2 things. 1, adding the animations, which will be very quick, and 2, Atharva goes, if we do not have 700 Mare-bomb, we'll attack Sunny. God damn it, help me out, guys, get 4 more likes and get hashtag fancy dinner going, you know. So what we're going to do now is also have the message come up here, right, in sidebar chat. So in order to do that, what we need to do is go into our sidebar chat, and we have the I need to create a piece of state, and this is going to be the information that we're going to show here. So I'm going to call it chat info. Okay, so I need to go ahead and import this, and there we go. And then what I'm going to go ahead and do is drop a use effect, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say drop a use effect here, and this goes like that. And what we're going to have is we're going to have the ID, right? So the ID, oh my God, 699 likes. Hey, there we go. Nice, guys. Thank you so much for that. 700 likes on this video. That's insane. Love the energy you guys have had today. Honestly, it's picked up as the video's gone on, and it's been a quality live stream. Okay, so amazing stuff. Hashtag fancy dinner. All right. That's what we're talking about, guys. Nice. Okay. And then the likes keep going up. That's what I like to see, man. That's what I like to see. Right. So the next thing we're going to do is where we have the use effect, I'm going to go ahead and say db.collection. And then I'm going to go ahead and say, go inside the chats. And I'm going to say, go inside the doc ID. And then I'm going to go ahead and say collection of messages. And if you guys aren't already following me on Instagram, go ahead and follow me. My tag is under my picture right now. I'd love to go ahead and chat to you guys on there, so that'd be awesome to go ahead and see you guys. I'm going to do order by timestamp, and I'm going to do descending. Okay, and then I'm going to do on snapshot to get the real-time functionality. So on snapshot, and then I'm going to go ahead and say snapshot. So when we get that snapshot, go ahead and update the state. So set chat info. and set the chat info to snapshot.docs.map, every single doc, right? Hey, you guys are dropping some nice comments, man. Thank you so much, Muscab. Thank you so much, Imran. We've got loads of people dropping lots of positivity. This is amazing stuff. Sunday I'll be waiting on the fancy dinner story instead with the one and only Mayor Bombara. Yeah, we will be going to a fancy dinner. Don't worry about that. Right. So back to serious stuff. Right. We're gonna go ahead and map doc.data like this, and then we're gonna go ahead. Thank you so much, Dutch American. He says excellent speaker. Appreciate that, dude. So now we should actually have the chat info inside of here, inside of our in our local state, right? And then the ID is dependent, so we need to include that here. So with that said, now what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go down here, and where we have the chat here, so all I need to do is get the last message that was sent. So inside of chat info, I'm going to access the 0 element, right, which is basically the first element. I'm going to say go get the message of that, right? And also with the timestamp, I'm going to do the same thing. So that's sort of interesting is the only way I can really say it. Oh, nice, dude. We got a big donation just come in, 200 Mexican pesos. Thanks for explaining Papa React. Moses Alejandro Cherez Hernandez, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate the donation, and really nice stuff. Thank you so much, man. Congrats, Sonny, on the 700th birthday. Yeah, it's always a birthday, man, when we get that stuff going. I'll drop this on my channel. I'll drop something like this on my channel. That'll be cool. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead, and in the small tag, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. So I'm gonna include I'm gonna say new chat info 0 timestamp today, and then we're gonna pass it. Now you can see, guys, look at this. If I go ahead and change it to like 123, boom, 123 has the latest timestamp. And then the one thing we need to fix is the avatar, right? So the source for the avatar, I'm gonna go ahead and do the same thing. I'm gonna say here it's gonna be chat info 0, and then we're doing optional chain to protect against the break. And then now we should see, so Kazi was the last one that sent a message here, and then I was the last one that sent a message here, which is why my picture. But if I say, yo, I'm taking over the sidebar, boom, there you go. Now it's Kazi's picture, right? So that's dope. That's amazing. It's working as we want it, right? So what we're going to do now is have some fancy animations in. So the way we can do that is, somebody says, so Sonny, can you pause the music when you do live stream to kind of kill the vibe? I don't know, man. I really enjoy the vibe, the music, and I think loads of people actually enjoy the music. So I kind of go based off of what everyone's enjoying, what everyone's feeling, you know, that sort of stuff. My girlfriend just texted me saying they want me in the vid. Hell yeah, we're gonna bring you in the vid. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and actually add the animations in. So you can see right now. So right now, see on this is the final finishing touch, this nice little animation right here, okay? Amazing donation. Thank you so much, Shashank. He says, what CP doing is amazing. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, brother, for that donation. Appreciate you. Also, if I go ahead and type in here, say hello, you see that it kind of pops in a very nice animated fashion. So in order to do that, what we're gonna do now is, yeah, so T-Swaler is like, no, don't kill the music. That's it. I'm gonna kill it, dude. Don't worry. So I'm going to add something called React Flip Move. So I'm going to go here and say React Flip Move, and I'm going to go here to effortless animation, and I'm going to show you guys how to implement very easy animations, right? So we need to go ahead and install it. So I'm going to go in to bring up the terminal. I'm going to say npm I React Flip Move. You don't need the -s anymore. And then what I'm going to say is we're going to go down here, and you see there's a good documentation for this. But all we need to do essentially is add a forward ref to our message. So that's the first thing. So I'm going to go to my message, and I'm going to change this function to an ES6 function first. So I'm going to say const message equals, and I'm changing this to an arrow function. So it's the same thing, but it's just written in the ES6 way. So this is the ES6 way of writing a function, okay? And then what we're going to do is, his mouse says, play some 6ix9ine, dude. Can you imagine trying to code to that? It'd be tricky, man. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and add forward ref, and then I'm going to go ahead and do parentheses, go all the way down here and add the closing parentheses. And then you've got after the destructuring, I'm going to do comma, and I'm going to pull a ref out of it, right? And then what that means is we pull the ref away from this bit, and then we go into our div and we basically say ref equals ref. Now, as for what this does, you don't need to, I'm not going to explain what forward ref is at this point, but you need to import it. This is pretty much it's gonna allow your sort of, just think of it this way, it's gonna allow your functional components to be able to communicate the way that they need to for the animation to play correctly, okay? So that's all we need to know at this point. So that's successfully installed. We don't need that anyway, don't allow us. Then we're gonna go back to our chat.js, and where we render out the messages, all we need to do is wrap this entire div inside of the flip move. So flip move component, because now we've done that correctly. So it's going to freak out, and I'm going to go back here and you see it saying React flip move is not defined. So I need to import React flip move. React flip move. I'm going to go ahead and import that React flip move from React flip move. And now guys, check this out. Boom, animations. You need keys though. You need keys in your messages, otherwise it messes this entire thing up. It doesn't know which is what then. But now if I go inside and say hello, boom, check that out guys. Yo, it works. Look how smooth that is. That's dope. I just want to check if my overflow is fixed. So if I'm just going to do say ABC, and I'm going to copy this a bunch of times. Let's do ABC. Oh, okay. I guess we could do import React flip move from here. Okay. So you see this right now, it breaks, right? There's no, see, overflow doesn't work correctly, right? We don't want this to happen. Okay, so how do we fix this overflow issue, right? So let's go ahead and fix this. So let's go ahead and go to our chat.css, and here what we want to do, so inside of chat.css, where we have chat messages, I'm going to go ahead and firstly add overflow scroll. Okay, now by adding that, you can see we've actually already fixed a lot of the issue. But I want to kind of hide the scroll bars, right? So in order to do that now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add these two snippets. We've seen them before. I'm reusing them here. So these two, the first one does it for Chrome, Safari, and Opera. The second one does it for Internet Explorer, Edge, and Firefox. But it basically removes the look and feel. So if I go ahead and save it, it removes the look and feel, but it actually keeps the functionality of the scroll bar. Okay, so that's dope. And it works really, really nice, really, really well. So with that said, now what we're going to go ahead and do is so if you want to go ahead and make it to time ago, I would recommend just go ahead and extend on it, but you can pretty much use the moment or time ago library. That's going to be something pretty cool. We can actually go ahead and just check quickly. I think it's time ago JS. Oh god, JS moment. You get loads. You get time ago.js. This one's pretty decent. I've used this one before. See, you see where it says just now, 4 minutes ago, things like that. Should we just quickly do it? Let's just do it. Go on then. Let's do it. I'm going to do npm install timeago.js, and then let's go ahead and see how you can do it. So import all as time ago, and then let's go ahead and check out how we use it. So I haven't used this in a while, so it'll be interesting. So sidebar, sidebar chat, and then we have where we have the timestamps over here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say import at the top, import all from time ago from timeago.js. You can also do it with moment, I think. So I'm just using a quick one that I saw, but you can do it with moment. Moment's a really good one to do that. So moment, that's what I'm going to do. Time ago dot format. Oops. I'm going to dot format. I'm going to basically pop this in. Now I'm not sure if that will work just like that. We want to go ahead and see. So look at that, 4 weeks ago. Okay, that's not right. It hasn't done that right. So if I go to locale string, let's go ahead and see if this one works. Oh, there we go. Nice. Look at that. 2 minutes ago. And if I go ahead and say, yo, boom, just now. That's dope. Dude, that's sick. We got that working pretty quick. And now this one says 6 minutes ago. If I go ahead and said, when was this pushed? Just now. Right? And that's sick. And that will change as and when sort of like the timings change and things like that. I think moment is actually a lot better. I think I would use moment. but yeah, you can pretty much use whatever you decide to do, because you see now this one doesn't actually refresh in real time, but I mean, it's not bad. Like, isn't it's actually not bad? Like, but I would like the one that does dynamic. So I would actually go recommend time ago moment.js. I think I prefer moment.js. They have a much better way of doing it in moment.js. So I think it's from now. Yeah, you see, from now is the one that I would have used preferably, but it's fine. Yeah. So yeah, so this one, the reason why I've done this, guys, and had it reversed like this is because you need to have a listener then which scrolls to the bottom always. So I'm not going to do that today, otherwise it's just a little bit unnecessary extra work. I want to show you the deployment instead so we can prioritize that, right? What I would say is you can pretty much go ahead and just, if you want to do that, you go to chat.js and you literally just change it to ascending firstly, and then you have it so that you always have a scroll listener. So every time the user sends a message, it will scroll to the bottom. So that way it kind of locks to the bottom every time you send a message. That's how you do that, by the way. So yeah. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say Firebase init, right? So in order to do this, you need to have Firebase set up. So Firebase tools, so you might need to globally install Firebase tools. But what I'm gonna do now is go ahead and do Firebase init, and I'm gonna click spacebar on hosting. And then I'm going to say use an existing project, right? So I'm going to go ahead and find the build that I've done. So you see we have so many builds. And iMessage clone YouTube, hit that. And then what you want to go ahead and do is go ahead and do public directory. I'm going to say build, right? So you don't hit enter, it has to be build, right? Build is very important here. And then once we do this, we're going to click Y, because it's a single page app. Every React app is a single page app. Then what we need to do is say npm run build. So now we're going to deploy this live, right? So npm run build, and then I'm going to basically go ahead. So that's good. If I run that, it basically creates an optimized production build. Okay, optimized production build, and that will go ahead and make it very, very fast and and it'll be very, very nice and easy to go ahead and do that. So optimized production build is going to get, so it strips out all the things like dev tools, the things that you don't need on the deployed version of the website. That's what happens when you use this. Okay, so you need to go ahead and do this. And now it's important to know, whenever you do npm run build, if you make any changes after, you're going to need to go ahead and do npm run build again to get the optimized build. Now checking inside of our build folder, so as we now should see a build folder with all the stuff inside of it. You don't want to ever touch the build folder. The command line builds everything for you and puts it inside of there. But what we want to do now is say Firebase deploy. If it's not single page, we can use hash router and deploy. You don't even need to use that. You can use React router to make it multiple pages. So a lot of the builds, including the Amazon clone on the React challenge, if you use a React router inside that, we use React router inside that build to have multiple pages inside the app. That will do it. But here you can say Firebase deploy. And guys, who is ready to deploy this thing? If you're ready, let me know. We've pretty much got this thing built, but I want to go ahead and have everyone jump on this app and get this thing deployed and up and running. So let me know in the comments if you are excited, and if you are and you haven't already done so, smash the thumbs up button and let me know if I should hit this deployment button. Okay, so let me know right now. My finger is here, right? All I have to do is literally just drop, and we can pretty much go ahead and deploy this thing live, and it's so fast. And I'm going to drop that in the chat, and everyone's going to go ahead and be able to use this and go ahead and see the real-time functionality of this, right? So we have a Miracle says, let's go. Jay says, get that fire build online so we can experience it. Pranav says, ready for sure. Everyone is ready. Bonjour says, pumped, super ready and pumped. Let's go ahead and do it. Daniel Graham is saying, push that button. Let's go ahead and do it, guys. I'm going to go ahead and hit the enter key. And you can see it's pretty much going to go ahead and spin it up. So it's deploying hosting. And as soon as that's done, it's uploading the new files. Let's see how long it takes. And hey, there we go. Here it is, guys. Go ahead and check this out right now. So I'm going to drop it inside of the chat. Go ahead, log in with your accounts, and pretty much go and check out this build right now. Keep it clean, please. Keep it clean. And while you guys do that, I'm going to be showing some amazing comments on the screen. Let me see if we start seeing some people pushed inside. Hey, we start seeing people coming in. Nice. Look, we got some people coming in. YouTube love. We got stuff coming in here. Look at that. Let's go. Lots of love. Nice, guys. That's good job, man. So because we got loads of people adding channels, it's changing the channels, which is fine. You can go YouTube love, Team CP. Go ahead and play around with it. So we've got Boom, Angus, great work, Sunny. There we go. See, let's go ahead and chat. So here we can say, yo. Team CP. Oh man, this is what I mean. Keep it clean, guys. Come on. But yeah, that's how we do it, guys. So we have pretty much gone ahead and built out the entire clone for you guys, right? So that means that we went ahead and covered things like React in this build. We have Redux behind the entire build. We have Firebase behind the build. It's using Material UI. This was a dope build, and it was an awesome I had some awesome energy with you guys today. Like, everyone just got that energy kind of ramped up as the build went on. I thought it was so much fun to go ahead and do this. This was an amazing build, and guys, stay tuned. And if you haven't already, first link in the description is a 3-hour free Netflix training webinar that me and Kazi have put together. You guys can go ahead and check that out. Make sure you sign up to it right now. And if you haven't already, smash the thumbs up button so everyone can go ahead and benefit from the value that this live stream went ahead and dropped. This video will be available online now, so make sure you go ahead and you can pretty much go ahead and replay it at your own time. Build this, add this to your portfolio. And I just want to say again, thank you so much, guys, for watching the live streams. I will be dropping more content, and I will be more active on this channel. I'll also be active on my channel. I'm going to be dropping some content over there. But with that said, guys, I love and appreciate every single one of you. Check out the blog that Athava posted. Athava, go ahead and drop that in the comment section. But with that said, guys, as always, I love and appreciate every single one of you, and I will see all of you in the next video. Peace. Welcome to another build. I am so pumped to be back, guys. It's been a while, but we are back, and we are bringing some serious bangers. And today we are starting with a bang, and we're going to be building the Redux. We haven't done Redux before. We're going to be building the Redux clone of Discord. So I know loads of you guys actually wanted this to happen for a long time. So we listened, and we're going to bring the fire today, and we are building the Discord clone in with Redux. So that'll be dope. Let's see where everybody is at. Hey, my girlfriend's in the house. What's up? Let's go ahead and see. We got, Papa React's back, guys. Hey, let's go ahead and let me go ahead and demo the app while we get some comments coming in, right? And also invite your friends, smash the thumbs up button if you're excited, and it's gonna be a big video. I can see a flood of people coming in right now. That is dope. Let's go ahead and show you guys what we got to look forward to today. So we have the Discord clone. So here you can pretty much go ahead and see. So if I go ahead and log in, let's go ahead and go back. So we have Discord right here, and this build's jacked, guys. Like, I'm not joking. This build is going to be pretty big. Okay, so we're going to have a few things happening with this. We're going to have the login. So I've built it out with, we have full Google authentication. So let's go ahead and let me go ahead and make the stream a little bit better for you guys to go ahead and see. So I'll pause mine, and there we go. So you can go ahead and click on an email account. So let's go ahead and log in, and you should be able to see now we're inside, right? And then if you go ahead and click on a channel, what it does is it pulls all your information. So you guys can, let me go ahead and zoom in. There you go. Pulls all your information from your Google account down to the bottom. And then you can go ahead and see, it even gets your unique user ID. But here you can see it's all real time, guys. So we've got chat rooms on the left. So wow, it works. Let's go ahead and make a new chat room. Let's call this one YouTube. Boom. And I'm going to go ahead and click that. And I'm going to say, this works. And enter. There we go. Nice. And then we go ahead and say, are you guys ready? Are you guys ready to build a Discord clone? Because I know loads of you guys have been wanting this. If you are, smash the thumbs up button and invite all your friends, because this is going to be a big build. Okay, now I know some of the streams lagging, but it will be clearing up soon, guys, so just be patient and everything will be good. Okay. Hey, let's go through the chat. Let's go ahead and see who's in the house. So we have, what's up? We've got, let's go ahead and look. Yes, some buffering, guys, I know. Hey, this show just said, I just thought about building a Discord clone. What the hell? Well, we listen, dude. We listen. Sakshi Shah says, just did the Amazon clone and loved it. Awesome stuff, dude. And a lot of people inside the course, so inside of PWJ, I actually went ahead and told them to go ahead and do the Amazon challenge again, but with Redux. And today I'm going to be teaching you guys Redux. So Redux is one of the most wanted, most popular things that you could pretty much learn when you're learning React. So it's the most valuable thing in terms of what a job essentially wants. So today's going to be a big build for you guys, okay? Redux is pretty much, in previous builds, I've done everything with the React Context API. And in this build, I'm going to be doing it with Redux. So Redux is a lot more valuable in terms of professional environments. So you guys are going to see how to go ahead and do that. And loads of people I can see, hey, Papa React is back. I'm back, dude. Also, guys, we're going to be dropping some React Native stuff happening soon. So if you're excited for that, smash the thumbs up button. I'm only going to do it if that number goes up. If that thumbs up goes up, sorry, because, you know, we need to know that it's wanted by you guys, okay? So let us know if you guys want to do that. Again, let's go ahead and show you guys the build. So this is what we're going to be building today, the Discord clone. So we have loads of channels here, and you can go ahead and see. And you can actually, what I'll show you guys is also how to deploy this. So, oh, check this out. Deepak Gupta says, hey, Sunny, I got a 6-figure job just by building your COVID-19 clone and by joining my joining date on June 2021. Really, thank you so much, buddy. Let's go. Keep on learning. That's dope, dude. Everyone give a thumbs up for him. Let's go ahead, and that's the kind of energy we want. And we just hit over 430 concurrent viewers. So across Facebook and YouTube. That's what I'm talking about, guys. And we're going to be bringing the heat on these videos. We also just dropped a huge video, a 12-hour React channel. Ismail almost says, man, give me a shout out. There you go. Hey, Calvin Cabunda's in the house. What's up, dude? Good to see you again. Nice stuff. And let's go ahead and see. Also, somebody says, what about the voice channel? So, I mean, if you guys enjoy this build, we can pretty much always go ahead and extend it in another build. I can go ahead and add the voice channels. That'll be fun. Hey, David Jonathan's back. We got the regulars in the house. What's up, guys? Somebody said, can we make a Snapchat from React? Yes, we can. Ty Dennis says, you're the best. Thank you very much, dude. Appreciate the love. We got South Africa in the house. What's up, Edrich? Nice. Suraj, thank you. Appreciate the love, dude. Also, we're slowly upgrading the setup. So, you know, it's going to be pretty fun. We've got Jamaica in the house as well. Nice. Awesome stuff, dude. Also, guys, I'm going to be jumping through, we're actually going to be doing it with Firebase as well. So let me go ahead and move this comment out of the way. So yeah, we're pretty much built this out with Firebase. So you can see we're using Cloud Firestore. We use Google Authentication. And in this build, we actually go ahead and use persistent. So I remember some of you guys are like, hey, Sunny, we're using Google Authentication, but it keeps logging me out. So I went ahead and fixed that for you guys. So we don't have that issue anymore. So if I go ahead and refresh, it will log me back in. There we go. Oh, let me show my screen. If we go ahead and refresh and we go back, there you go. It logs me back in and everything comes up. Now this is real time, so it's going to be awesome. And it's going to be pretty nice. Sanjay says, hey, Sunny, nice to see you in the live stream again. Big hugs from Uzbekistan. Thank you so much, dude. I am back in the house. So this is going to be fun, guys. You guys do very good comedy. Keep it up. Yeah, guys, let us know. Did you guys like the vlogs that we were dropping? Because loads of people are like, where's Sunny at? I'm based in London. I did try and fly out, and it's pretty hard, you know. So it's pretty hard in COVID lockdown to go ahead and go to London. But with that said, let's go ahead and start this build. If you guys are pumped up, let me know in the comments, because I want to get the energy flying today for the first video back. And tomorrow, also get your calendars ready. Tomorrow, I'm dropping an iMessage build. So that's going to be insane. Manesh goes, love to see your kickboxing. Hey, Priyanka Patel, nice dude. Thank you so much for the donation. He goes, thank you for global persistence. Yeah, so we have global persistence today. So that's going to be something cool. Hey, we got the donations coming in. We've got Onka Kadam says, I just completed the Instagram clone last night. It turned out clean. Thanks to you and Kazi, mate. Lots of respect to you both. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you so much. We have Looney Phil, amazing clone series, and heads off for the 12-hour course. Thank you so much. The 12-hour course is available now, so you can pretty much go ahead and watch that. And we do a huge run through of everything. So if you're looking for somewhere to start, the 12-hour course is going to be a great place for you to go ahead and get started with that. So yeah, tomorrow we are doing the iMessage clone. Now, before we get started, guys, I want all of you guys to get the most value out of what we offer on this channel. So in the description, we pretty much have a free training, okay? So this is a free training. You guys can go ahead and go to it right now. The link's in the description. And what I want you guys to go ahead and do is literally go and sign up for it right now. Okay, so go down, it's free, it's 3 hours. We teach you how to do the Netflix clone, and we pretty much go ahead. Whoa, we just got a huge donation. I'm going to shout that out in 1 sec. Yeah, let's go ahead and everyone go to that description right now, sign up to that training, because I want you guys to get the most value from what we offer on the channel. So go ahead and do that, and that'll be dope. Let's go ahead and see that beautiful donation. Enter Tech Incorporated just sent a $20 Canadian donation. Thank you so much, dude. That massively appreciate that. He didn't even write anything. Humble as hell, dude. Somebody said, hey, Victor, this is what we're talking about, guys. Victor just dropped another one. He goes, I made 7 clones, and today I joined. Oh, he joined PWJ today. Let's go, dude. Welcome to the family. That is so awesome, dude. And yeah, I'll see you in the coaching course on Tuesday. That'll be fun, dude. Toom says, yo, good content. Shout out to students of DAT 18. I'm not sure what DAT 18 is, but thank you so much for the donation. Hey, Papa React, hope you're good. My favorite programmer. Hey, let's go. Guys, I can see. So Raja says, I didn't take a course about Redux. Can I join this tutorial? Guys, this tutorial it's beginner friendly. Okay, it's beginner friendly. So make sure you guys, if you've never coded React before, go ahead and follow it, okay? Might be intense, it might be something like that, but if you go ahead and get a bit stuck, don't worry, it's recorded. You guys can go ahead and get started with it. So with that said, let's go ahead and get started with the build. I'm excited. Let's go. So first thing you want to go ahead and do, and I love the energy, guys. Everyone's like, Papa React is back. Let's go. Rishi Sikh says, I landed a gig. Well done, dude. Send us proof on Instagram. And also, if you guys aren't following me, go ahead and follow on Instagram. It's so difficult. I always change this thing. But go ahead and follow Instagram, and we can pretty much have a chat. So go ahead and check it out. So today, oh, shit, dude. This guy just said he made $3,000. It's not coming up, but he made $3,000 from the COVID-19 tracker. Damn, nice, dude. Okay, with that said, oh man, these comments are great, guys. Massively appreciate you. We just hit over 500 viewers right now. 500 viewers. Go ahead and let's get that number up, guys. Go ahead and tell everyone that we're back on the channel. We're back live today and tomorrow, and we're going to be dropping so much content for you guys. So really good stuff. Okay, really good stuff. Okay, with that said, let's not waste any more time. Let's go ahead and jump back in. So again, before we get started, go ahead and sign up to the training in the description. 3-hour training. It's completely free. So go ahead and do it. It's going to help you guys out on your coding journey. But with that said, guys, quick demo of the app one more time for anyone who joined in new. This is the Discord clone. We can pretty much go ahead and log in with full Google functionality. So Google login, and boom, somebody goes, Sunny, just saw your Rubik's Cube tutorial. Hey, back in the days, man, back in the day. And yeah, and then pretty much when we type in here, so we can go, yo, and you see, we can pretty much, it comes up in, let me go ahead and see if I got my annotation There we go. And you can see it pops up here. So keep an eye over here. And if I go ahead and say, who's ready to start? So who is ready to start the build? Go ahead and let me know, guys, if you're ready to go ahead and get started with this. And also loads of comments from, is this for beginners? 100%. This is all for beginners, okay? So Rishab says, isn't the Netflix one going to clash with this live? Just go ahead and register, dude. We run that training quite a lot. So pretty much register, and then we'll ping you a link, and you'll be able to watch it after the build, okay? And I'll be able to help you out. With that said, guys, let's get started. Okay, so first thing you want to go ahead and do is open up Visual Studio Code. So let me go ahead and pull up a new one. Actually, I'm going to show you guys a little trick. So today we're using Redux. Okay, so we're using Redux today. So with Redux in mind, if you literally go on Google and type in Redux, I'll show you. Hey, we just got another super chat donation. Thank you so much, Ayush Gupta. Oh yeah, nice to see you again. Hey Sunny, when will you be dropping React Native? Soon. Okay. And also I see, yeah, so if you spam, guys, we do block, so please don't spam. Okay, so now what we're going to do is click on getting started, and I'll keep it nice and sweet and short for you guys. So Redux Toolkit. So you could do it this way, but there's a very easy way to get started with a React app. No, wait. Oh, man, I have to shout this out. Sering Cowden is back. He goes, great to see you back, Jay Sean. Hey, it's so funny, man. Jay Sean's actually one of my favorite singers, so good stuff. All right, let's go ahead and jump in back. Oh shit, man, this is insane. Like, I love seeing this stuff, like the actual effect that we have. So I made $500 in a week just with the Netflix code. I just configured a little bit to use an anime API instead. You guys are overpowered. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, dude. Appreciate you. Let's go ahead and get started then. So here is the command that we're going to do. So it's pretty much very, very similar to what we normally do. Okay, so npx create React app with the name of the app, but here now we do -- template Redux. Okay, so don't freak out if you've never used Redux before. Don't freak out. It's going to be okay. Okay, I know it can get pretty scary, but you know it's going to be okay. Thank you so much, T Dane Blake. So $199 super chat. Sorry, thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. Awesome. So let's go ahead and get started. With the terminal, go into the directory that you want. So I'm going to go into this, and I'm going to go ahead and say, I've actually already run this command. So it's npx create React app and then -- Redux. So I've got it over here, and I'm going to call it Discord clone YouTube, because I've already got another one called Discord clone. Hit enter, and that will go ahead. Let me make that a bit bigger. And that will go ahead and spin up everything that we need. So while that gets started, guys, I would recommend that you go over to Firebase, because Firebase is pretty much how we're going to power the back end of this build. So firebase.google.com. And then over here, you want to go to your console, and you want to click on add project. Okay. Now here you can just go ahead and do Discord clone. I'm going to do Discord clone YouTube and keep it consistent, because you know how we do. And we're going to go back and go here, and you don't need to enable Google Analytics. I'm going to enable it for now, because you know when we deploy this thing, I like to see you guys looking. Create project, and there we go. Okay, so this thing goes ahead and gets created, and let's go ahead and see. So somebody says, while we wait, Garvit says, hey Sonny, my father is a bit conscious of spending $1,000 on the PWJ. What should I do? Should I show him all the videos about PWJ? Honestly, dude, just literally go ahead and use the free videos. Okay, Go ahead and use the free videos on YouTube in the meantime, and pretty much go ahead and build a bunch of stuff and show your dad and say like, hey, like, this is what I've done, and I want to take it a step further. I think that will be enough, dude. And all the best with that. Okay, so with that said, in-class course. Somebody says, would you do an in-class course? Well, after COVID's out, we're actually going to do in-person events, so stay tuned for that. Okay, now you want to click continue. Now that will load up, and then what you want to do is hit this little, or you can hit this web icon over here. Click that, go here, and I'm going to say Discord clone YouTube. Boom. And then we're going to go ahead and how do you get rid of frustration when you keep filling in code about a feature in your app based? Okay. Thank you so much, Gaming Matt. Gaming Matt says, love your builds. £2 donation. Hey, London's in the house. Love your builds and videos, man. Keep it up. Appreciate you, dude. Appreciate that. And make sure you go ahead and follow my Instagram. It's down here. And you can pretty much keep in touch and let me know what you build, because I love to see you guys interacting and going ahead and building out the stuff. So does anyone reckon there is still money to make in mobile development? 100%, dude. 100%. Rishabh says, are live calls recorded in PWJ? Yes, everything that we do in PWJ is recorded, so it's completely there. So we're going to click on continue. Oh, wait a minute. Why are we on Crashlytics? Let's go to this little cog icon, go project settings, and we're going to scroll down, and you see this right here, guys, config. This is what we're interested in, okay? So you want to go ahead and copy this. You just want to copy this, and then, oh, nice, dude. We got another donation. Appreciate you guys. Holy crap. So Super Champ says, hey, Sonny, what projects do you recommend for putting up on your portfolios for a front-end developer? Also, is it necessary to jump into backend if you actually want to create a fully functional web app? So very good question. And to answer that question quickly before we get started, as for what you want to put on your portfolio, I would say go ahead and literally do all the clones. All the clones are going to be like, it's going to be huge for you guys. And that will make you have a very attractive portfolio. Now, something I would recommend is that people who have had a lot of success of things like the Netflix clone, the Spotify clone, and Frank Reynolds actually got a 6-figure contract. So it's good money right there. Okay, so you guys can go ahead and get started with that, and that will be really, really good. And you guys will be able to build out a portfolio. But in the meantime, literally just go ahead and do what you find fun. So honestly, anything where you can provide a bit of value, that's going to be the best place to start. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to copy this, and then you see we go back to our terminal, everything is good. So we're going to go CD, Discord, YouTube. Okay, so now we're inside. Also, I'm using Oh My ZSH for this, guys. So if you haven't used that out, go ahead and check that out. It's a really handy terminal thing that you can do with Oh My it makes your terminal a lot easier. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and open up a VS Code inside. Open up VS Code with our stuff inside. Okay, so with that said, let me quickly, damn it, I messed up all my windows. Okay, with that said, now somebody said, why are you using Firebase? Dude, just watch and wait and see. That's all I'm going to say to you. Let's go ahead, and what is this? Oh, we've got my coders playlist. Boom. Okay. Boom, boom. Also, if you guys don't listen to that, I would check that out. It's called Lo-Fi Coders on Spotify. Really, really good playlist. And also somebody says, when will this end? Everything that we do on the channel is always up on the channel afterwards. Okay, so pretty much you guys can watch this at your own time afterwards as well. And if you're excited, guys, please smash the thumbs up button, because we've almost hit 500 likes, which is dope. Okay, now let's go ahead and move my screen a bit up. There we go. So here, guys, we're going to go into source, and the first thing we're going to do is hit Command J, and you're going to see your terminal pop up. Now here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and say npm start to spin up the app. Now I think I have another app running, so I'm going to go ahead and do Y, and that should go ahead and start it up on a local host. So boom, boom, boom. 1 second. Now, oh, nice. Gaming Matt says, hey, I listened to that. It's good, right? Lo-Fi Coders on Spotify. It's nice, dude. And now the app is up and running. So let's go back to our stuff. Go here and let's go to our local host, 3002 for me. For you guys, it'll be 3000 if you're not running anything. And here we go. So this is like a little bit different from the Create React app that we're used to, right? And you can see that this is actually using Redux to power the state management here. So everything that we pretty much have inside of here. Hey, what's up, Keenan? Good to see you again, dude. Yeah, nice to see some locals in the house. Nice. Okay, so also please stop spamming in the chat, guys. Okay, so you can see pretty much here, if I add stuff and remove it, it's pretty much getting updated, but not by the typical state. It's actually being managed by Redux. So Redux is essentially like a data layer around the app, but it's like the production level data layer. Okay, so it's this thing which is it's used in a lot of professional environments, and we're gonna show you guys how to do all of that today. And you can also add different amounts. So let's go ahead and say if we add in 20, so you can add amount, add asynchronous. So you see there's a little delay before it gets added, which is kind of cool. We just hit over 500 people as well watching. So what's up, guys? If you guys just joined in, we're going to be building the Discord clone. So get excited for that. It's real time. Everything is supported. It supports Google authentication. We're going to be doing all of that in today's build. So And we're building it with Redux. So awesome stuff. So all you need to do was get that up and running. Somebody said, so why are you using Redux? Because Redux, if you're learning React, then I would say you need Redux. Okay, like Redux is going to be one of those skills where you pretty much go ahead and take yourself from becoming someone who might get the job to pretty much you need Redux to get those, to get those good paying jobs. Okay. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and clean this up a bit. So we're going to go ahead and remove app.test.js logo and set up test.js. So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of those. Boom, they're gone. And then we go to features, and I'm going to keep some of this stuff. I'm going to rename this to counter.css. And these are just dummy files, okay? So these are dummy files. We can go into counter.js, change this so it imports from counter.css. Now, the only reason you need to do this, guys, is so that you don't get those errors. But we're going to come back to this for help in a bit. So let's go over here and let's delete everything inside of app.js. So everything inside is the header tags, and then we're going to say h2. Let's just say h1. Let's make this thing big. Say h1, and then here we're going to say let's build a Discord clone. Boom. I'll make that a little bit bigger for you guys. There we go. Let's build a Discord clone. Also, if you guys can see that, let me know. Okay. So I'm going to save that, and you can see it's still freaking out because there's logo up here. So we're going to get rid of that. Now, also just before you pretty much go ahead and okay, so this actually, I want to quickly address this question, right? So somebody says, Sanga, I'm passing from a depression where I try to work hard in coding, but every time I try to write my own app, I get so frustrated that I leave it incompleted. How do I get rid of it? I just dude, debugging, coding is never a straight line, okay? It's never a straight line. You're always going to come into places or situations where you get stuck. And I mean not stuck for 5 minutes or 10 minutes. You get stuck for hours sometimes. I've been stuck for a week before working on projects, right? On one feature inside of an app. So it is a normal thing, and in those experiences is where you will learn. Now, if you guys agree with me, let us know. Let me know your stories in the comments right now. So if you've had a debugging nightmare or experience, go ahead and check that out. Okay. Onka, thank you so much for the donation. He says, so is it necessary to jump into backend, Sunny? It's not necessary, but it depends what you want to go into. But in this case, Firebase is going to handle our backend for us. So with that said, let's go back to our code. So here, now what we're going to do is get rid of counter. And then if we go back to our app, it says, let's build a Discord clone. Okay. So what I'm going to do is, I know you guys actually like it when I do it like this. Boom, boom. There we go. And you guys can see both at the same time. So let's build a Discord clone. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and change this to a lowercase a, because this is actually the BEM naming convention. Yep, so the BEM naming convention. So it's the way we name classes to be scalable, maintainable, quite easy to understand. Okay. And oh, Priyanshu, what's up, dude? Nice. He is a 13-year-old badass inside of our course. Make sure you guys go ahead and follow him. So then we're going to go to app.css and delete everything inside of app.css. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that. Let me make this a bit smaller for you guys. And then let's go ahead and, oh, I love this comment. Thank you, dude. You are my inspiration to become a web developer. Thank you so much, dude. Really, really, really appreciate that. Right, so let's go ahead and go back into index.css. And then here, guys, you see this little annoying bit of space over here. So this space over here, right? So you see that little top gap. It's got a imaginary sort of margin that's being added there, right? To get rid of that, we're going to go ahead and say all, so asterisk, and we're going to say margin 0. Save it. Hey, Nikhil says, damn, the badass is here. What's up? Then let's go ahead, and now you can see it. This is where we want to start from, okay? And yes, graph icon. You guys can go ahead and read this comment yourself, but he pretty much is saying if I copy some snippets, is it okay? Yes, it's okay. Trust me. Keep doing it. Just keep working hard. You'll get pattern recognition. You'll get sort of up to date with things, and just don't quit, dude. Just keep on going. Keep the energy high. and things are going to be really tricky. And Amberly, so Kazi's girlfriend, actually dropped a really good point today on her Instagram and her YouTube. Actually, she's got a really awesome YouTube. Make sure you go check it out. It's Sugar Shaw, and what she said is discipline is actually what pushes you past the point where your body doesn't want to do that thing anymore. Motivation is kind of high for everyone in the beginning, right? It finds it very easy to jump into coding, but your discipline is what's going to be the thing that counts. And when you get into those debugging situations where things get really like hard and get tiring, and sort of like you're sitting there for the hours, and the sort of like pain to quit comes in, that's where you have to have some discipline, and that's what's going to get you to build awesome apps like today. And let's jump back in. So with that said, we're going to go ahead, and now we have our starting point. Okay, so with that done, we don't actually need to do anything more at this point. What I'm going to do now is inside of app.js, we're going to build two portions of the app first. Okay, so let's go back to our final build over here, and now you can see in this build, right, we have two main sections. Okay, we have I'm going to go ahead and move my drawing tools. Oh, this is a good point actually. Jennifer says, I'm in a code camp and everyone was super impressed by the Twitter clone I did from your Twitter clone video. Okay, and that's what I hear all the time. Like, people spend thousands on coding boot camps. Okay, and it's crazy because like, I mean, like, I don't know, man. Like, you can do this stuff, and we pretty much, that's why I build these clones, so you guys can go ahead and get the value for free. And if you want to go ahead and take you to our next level and learn how to make a serious like income with this, that's where we offer our course, Profit with JavaScript. So all that stuff, all that good stuff is in the description. Okay, so make sure before we get started, go ahead and sign up to our free training. So completely free. Okay, what are you doing? Sign up to that. Let's go back. Okay, so here the first thing we have is I'm going to go ahead and freeze the app. Okay, and graph icon. It is okay to listen to music, dude. I listen to music when I code, but anything without lyrics. So you see we have two sections over here. Okay, we have one section over here and we have one section over here. Okay, that's a bit better. So we have the first section. So I'm going to go ahead and just draw on this. So this first section, we're going to call it the sidebar component. Okay, oops, let me make this a bit smaller. This section is going to be called the sidebar component, and this section is going to be called the chat component. Right, so we have two components here, and then we're going to break everything down into smaller subcomponents. So obviously you've got things like the channel component. We're going to have the chat component. We're going to have the input component, things like that, right? All of this is going to be separate components because in React, we like to use components. Everything is component based, okay? So with that said, we have the sidebar and the chat, okay? So what I like to do, if you haven't seen my builds before, is I like to use comments to sort of mask it out, okay? So the first thing I'm going to do is say sidebar here, and the second one, I'm going to go ahead and say chat. And this is just comments. So this is non-functional code, but it's pretty much where I want the component to be. So the first thing we're going to do is build out this sidebar. So here I'm going to go ahead and say sidebar. And of course, my code's going to freak out because there is no sidebar at the moment that's defined, okay? So it's helping us out here by telling us this. So what we're going to do is go ahead and do Command B to open up our side. And then here, I actually want you guys to do another cleanup step. Okay, so you see right now it says features counter, because in the demo app, what they did is they actually went ahead and put everything into a folder called features. But what I want you to do is actually go ahead and move this outside. Okay, so move this outside, go ahead and delete the counter folder. And then I want you to grab the counter to the counter slice and pretty much put that into the features folder. So I just want one folder called features with those three things inside of it. And we'll come back to that afterwards, but that will make life a lot easier, okay? Sonny, I love React, but I don't like CSS or designing part. What should I do? Maybe consider backend development if you don't like the styling. I used to hate CSS, dude. And it was only until I did things like Flexbox Froggy and I just gave it a little bit of effort and, you know, some more drive behind it that I actually started to get good at it. And when you get good at it, things actually start to look really nice and it becomes fun. So don't quit, dude. That's my advice. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go into here and I'm going to create a sidebar.js component, okay? Now I'm going to be using snippets here. So if you haven't got the snippets I'm going to use, go to the extensions in VS Code and go ahead and type in ES7 and it'll be the first one. So this one right here. So this is ES7 React Redux, all those things, snippets. And this allows you to write code really fast by using shortcuts. So now I'm going to say RFCE, boom, and we've created a functional component. Okay. Now here I'm going to go ahead and say import sidebar.css like this. Okay. And then I'm going to go to the div and I'm going to say class name equals sidebar like this. And then this, I'm going to do a H2 saying I am the sidebar. Okay. Now, obviously we need to create the CSS file. So I'm going to go ahead and create that right now. So I'm going to go here and say sidebar.css. Just like that, we have our CSS file. Go back here and we can pretty much go ahead and go back to our app now and import it. So here, little trick for you guys. You can go ahead and I see loads of people actually saying, I got a job thanks to you guys. If you can show me proof of that, dude, I would really appreciate it because we're on a mission to get 5,000 developers jobs by the end of the year. So yeah, it's big. And we're getting there. We're getting there. Loads of people have got jobs and I'm starting to get used to hearing about people getting jobs from our tutorials. So that's dope. And I love that. But we're going to go back now. And yeah, if you could just send me on my Instagram, that would be awesome. And I can add you to the counter that we have running. Okay. Now, to a little shortcut for you guys, if you go to the end of the component and hit Control Spacebar, it says Auto Import and boom, it imports it at the top. Otherwise, you just have to write that out by yourself. And then, yeah, now it says there is no such file such as counter slice. Okay, now this is because we changed the folder directory. So you see these things right here. So what we need to do is go into the app folder, go into store, and here we got rid of the counter, right? So we need to just go ahead and get rid of that. And that's it. And then it'll work. Because we just got the folder directory messed up, okay? Also, thank you so much for the kind words. Rohan Gupta. So if anyone has signed up to the training, go ahead and you can pretty much sign up as many times as you want afterwards even. So you can go ahead and I'll say watch this live first maybe, and then go ahead and watch that one. So that would be really, really handy for you guys. And it's completely free. Link is in the description. Check it out. Okay. Also, guys, I like to code with a bit of music. I don't know about you guys, so let me know if this is distracting for you, okay? And if you haven't already, smash the thumbs up button because, you know, we're going to hit 1,000 likes today. I know it. I feel it. The energy is good. So let me know if this is distracting for you guys. If it is, I'll turn it off, but I kind of like it, okay? Okay, so let's go ahead and do this. So let's build a Discord clone and the sidebar. So now you can see it comes through. Okay, so at the top, I'm going to go here and I'm going to get rid of this. So now we just have the sidebar in. Okay. So this is where we always get the sort of mixed opinions on the music in the background. Okay. Bonjour Tech, what's up, dude? Yes, this will be available later. Thank you, Marin, for asking. Can I DM on Twitter? I'm not on Twitter at the moment, actually. I'm not active on Twitter anyway. So go ahead and check it out on, go ahead and message me on Instagram. So my Instagram is down here. You're gonna go check it out and follow me. Yeah, if it's too distracting, I'll turn it off, but you know, let's go ahead and get started. So I'm the sidebar, okay? The next one that I'm gonna do is the chat, okay? But for now, what we can do is we can actually go ahead and just build out the sidebar first, okay? So here we go to sidebar.js. What I'm gonna do is, I'm going to go here and I'm going to first build out the top section. Okay. So all I'm going to do is actually going to put this over here. Right. So there we go. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to build out this top section. So let me go ahead and remove all that stuff. Boom. Ismail says play some 6ix9ine. I think that will be distracting, dude. Yeah. So there we go. We've got this over here, right? Mehrban, hey, beautiful girlfriend. She goes, it's not distracting, it's nice. I really like it. See, guys, be like my girlfriend. There we go. All right, so we got the sidebar here, and then at the top, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a div. So I'm going to say div, and there's actually a trick. I'll show you in a sec for Emma, okay? Oh, I love this comment. Faisal says, Sonny, you're helping thousands of learners. I appreciate that, dude. Really like that, hearing stuff like that. So thank you so much, dude. So now what we're going to do is I'm going to say div.sidebar underscore top. And I'm going to hit enter, and then you can see it creates a div. Now we can also do the same thing without actually writing the divs. You can say sidebar underscore top, and then boom, it creates a div. So that's a nice little trick if you don't actually know that trick. So yeah, check that one out. But here we're going to have a H3, and we're just going to say that the Discord room is Clever Programmer, because that's a nice room to have. And then here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually need that little icon. So I need this icon right here, okay? Now, if you haven't already used Athaba, yes, dude. He said, Sunny, the first blog is published. Nice. Okay, so also, let's go ahead and... one second, guys. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and install Material UI, because we have a bunch of icons throughout the app. So we have icons here, we have icons here, we have loads of different icons around the app, okay? And what we can do is go ahead and install Material UI to get started with that. So I'm going to say materialui.com, and then Calvin Cabanda says, music is okay. I got into an argument with my girlfriend because she wanted me to stop playing music, but I didn't want to. Oh man, you cracked me up, dude. Nice. So here what you want to do is do npm install Material UI core. So let's just go ahead and grab it. And I'm going to do Command J. And what I like to do is actually open up a second terminal. So here I'm going to click plus, and then here we can go ahead and just paste it. So npm install Material UI core. And make sure you're in the right folder, okay? So right now we are. So let's go ahead and do that. And that will install the core. Now, the core is good, but you need the core and the icons, because we want to have the icons, like I said, right? But you need the core in order to have the icons. Hope that made sense. But yeah, you're going to go to the search bar, type in icons, click this, and then you want to go down. And here it says npm install Material UI icons. So now what you want to do down here is go ahead, paste like that, and then install the icons as well. That will make it a lot more, that will actually go ahead and install all of the icon set into our app. So then what you want to do is go here to this lovely bit where it says you can search the full list of these icons. Click that. Wait, we can't see your screen. You can see my screen, right? Guys, go ahead and let me know if you can see my screen. I'm sure you can see my screen right now. Okay, but what you want to do now is you want to go down here, and I was doing it in the terminal down here, guys, by the way, if you didn't see that. So that's why I copied out the terminal commands. Okay, so here now inside of here, so let's say we wanted a plus icon. Okay, let's type in plus, and you can see I get like an ad, right? And then you see it actually gives me the import code for that. So that's going to be really handy, because then you can go ahead and just use it inside of your app. Okay, so if you're wondering how I found all the icons, that's how I find them. Okay, so the greatest ever. Hey, what's up, dude? Good to see you here, man. I love your Instagram account. It's always like full of positivity, dude. I like that. Right. So the first thing we're going to do is now we're going to jump back in. So let's go to our code. I need this little caret icon, and the caret icon is called the expand more icon. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and import that. So here I'm going to go ahead and say import expand more icon, go down here and do this like so. And then now we should see that little icon pop in. So you see now I get it here. Okay, now what you can see is also Dixruby AC says Emmet is available only in HTML files. So you do need to actually run an additional setting. What I can do is I can just show you that right now. Okay. Oh, nice, dude. I just read the greatest ever's comment. So you're going to press command and comma. No, not command and comma. Yeah, it's command and comma. So you want to click on VS Code, do command comma, and it'll bring up your settings. Okay. Then what you want to do is you want to type in Emmet, and then you want to click on include languages. Okay. And what I do is I go ahead and add this one. So you see, you add an item called JavaScript, and the value is JavaScript React. That's how you get Emmet on this. Okay. So do that. going back to the code, let's go ahead and check this out. So sidebar, now we've got the expand more icon. Okay, dope. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to style this in a second, but the next one I'm going to do is actually add the channels. Okay, so the channels is going to be, actually let's just style this one as we do it. So let's go ahead and do sidebar.css. So down here, what I'm going to now have, so for the sidebar, I'm going to say sidebar, and then this I'm going to have to do display flex. So it's going to be display flex. It's going to have a flex direction of column because everything's going to be stacked upon each other. And then the entire sort of sidebar should take up 25%. So the next thing, I'll explain this afterwards, but you see how this one takes up pretty much 25%. So this takes up 25%, this right here, and this takes up 75%. Okay. So in order to do that, we set the app to display flex, and then we say that this is 0.25. Oh god damn it, no, 0.25, and this is flex of 0.75. That's how you get that kind of nice spacing, responsive spacing between the two. Okay, so we're gonna just get rid of that, and then let's go here and we're gonna say flex 0.25, and you need to actually go ahead and do display flex on the app.js, but we'll do that in a sec. Okay, we're gonna go here, type in height of 100 view height, and I'm gonna say the background color, and I found a very nice gray, which is the Discord gray. So I'm gonna say background color is this little hex, right? So you guys can copy that hex if you want it. Now, if we go back to our Redux app, you can see the whole background color change because right now that's the only component and it's taking up 100 view height, okay? So with that done, hey, Sonny, watching Sonny from Florida. Nice, dude. You built community developers around the world. Hey, appreciate that and love the positivity you did. Nice, and glad to see you here. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is go to sidebar top. So I'm gonna go and say sidebar underscore top, bam, in for the win. Then we're gonna go ahead and say display flex. I'm gonna copy a snippet here and explain it. So I'm gonna say display flex, justify content space between, align items, and you see what happened is I'm zoomed in right now. There we go, if I zoom out. Space between, so if I get rid of that, it's next to it. You see the caret is next to it. And if I do that, it spaces it out. And then I'm gonna say align the item centrally. So if I get rid of that, everything's kind of uncentered. It's a very subtle change, but you won't see it, but it does make a difference. And then you're gonna do padding of 20 pixels. So if I get rid of that, you see it adds a nice bit of padding. Background color, again, we're changing that now, but I like to have it just on top, but you don't actually need to have it there. Color white, so obviously the color of the text is white. And then the border bottom to add that nice little border, right? Now, of course, we don't need the H1 which saying I am the sidebar because we already know it's a sidebar. So we can go ahead and get rid of that. And then you go, let me get this. So it's starting to look a little bit nicer than what it was. So let's go back to sidebar here. And now what we're gonna do is Command J to hide the terminal. We're gonna go ahead and say div sidebar underscore channels. So this is where all the channels are gonna be, okay? So we're gonna have the next section now that we're working on. So here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say div, and I'm gonna say sidebar channels header, okay? And inside the header, I'm gonna have a div, which is the sidebar header. So I'm gonna say sidebar header. And this one is gonna be the bit here. So we've got text channels and a little plus icon. Okay, so first thing is we have a little caret icon. So save that, got the caret. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna create a H4, and we're gonna say text channels like this, okay? Now you can see it pops in here. So you see it popped in there. And then what we're gonna, oh God, why is that so, oh no, it's not far out. Okay, then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and add an add icon, right? So it's called an add. I'm gonna get rid of the on click. We don't need that yet. So you can see it's a class name, sidebar, add channel, right? The reason why it's add channel is because this button is gonna actually allow us to add channels. So if we go back into our app, you can actually go ahead and see, we can actually add channels in this app. I forgot to show you. So if we click this, it says enter a new channel name. So we'll say, yo, actually, no, I'll go ahead and say React devs. Make it a little bit more less DJ. Boom, React devs. Look at that, guys. We can say who's pumped, boom. And you can see it works, okay? So everything works on that and it's really, really clean, okay? So Yomna, what's up? Good to see you in here. She goes, I really love this live stream. Glad you like it. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and style this text channels bit because right now it looks ugly. Okay, add icon. I'm gonna go ahead and import this. So the add icon, let's go ahead and first import that in. So add icon, boom, we got the add icon in. Let's go ahead and style this up. So sidebar.css, and the first thing I'm gonna do is go ahead and say .sidebar __ channels, and then I'm gonna say flex one, because I want the middle bit to take up the most room. Okay, so that'll make sense afterwards as to what we're doing there, but I want the actual channels section, so I want this to take up the most room. Okay, and that's why these get pushed to the bottom in the end result. So after we do that, what I'm gonna say is, firstly, I want to do sidebar add channel. I want to make it a cursor pointer, so that way when I hover over this, it becomes a little finger icon. You see that? So it becomes a little finger icon. That's always nice to have. And then we're gonna say, when I hover over it, I want it to become white as well. So this gives it an element of, so you see that? Now we get that nice little hover over white effect. Okay. Oh shit, we've got Samit. Hey, he actually landed a 6-figure job in, I think it was New York. But he goes, hi Sunny, my new job is going well. I just came here to say thank you as I received my first paycheck. That's sick, dude. That is awesome. I've been in constant contact with Amarnath as we share our knowledge base. Amarnath is insane, dude. I work with Amarnath every day. He goes, thanks, and let's go. Dude, that is awesome, man. That is so cool. And I think that's an awesome message for everyone here as well, because it just goes to show that it's possible and it's not fake, you know? Like, so that's dope, dude. And everyone go ahead and smash the thumbs up button and drop some love for Samit. Okay? That's dope, dude. That is awesome to hear that. Okay. Now we're at 600 likes right now. I think we can get to 1,000 today, guys. Go ahead and push this video out to as many people as we can. The next thing we're going to do is style the header section, so channels header. So I'm going to go ahead and add this snippet in. So we say sidebar channels header, display flex, justify content space between, okay, justify align item center, padding 10 pixels, background color black, and then we've got the color gray. Okay, that makes it pretty nice. Then what I'm going to do is somebody said Redux as it's used in Kotlin only. No, Redux is just like the professional version of React Context API. Just think of it that way for now, okay? But then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to the sidebar header section. That's why these two aren't in line, because they're in a div. And we're gonna go ahead and say display flex and align item center. And you can see now, we can see some similarities, okay? So obviously this is just because it's only using this much, but you can see if we had it at that same size, it's starting to look similar, okay? And remember, we try and build our apps so that they're fully responsive. You see that? So it's quite a responsive design. Now, with that said, what we're going to do next is we're going to actually go back to sidebar.js. So over here. And then we are going to go ahead and check out. We're going to go ahead and actually add in the channels list. Okay. So channels list being all of this stuff here, right? So the channels list, I'm going to go ahead and create a div. So underneath the current div, and I'm going to say sidebar _ channels list. Okay. Now inside the channels list, I'm going to create a component called sidebar channel. Okay. So I actually want each of these to be a component itself. And this one I'm going to say, so I'm going to create a component called sidebar channel like this. Okay. And also one day, dude, if we do in-person events, I would love to see you there, Samit. That would be dope, man. It'd be lovely to meet like everyone who's actually gone ahead and landed jobs from this stuff. That would be awesome. Okay. So here, let's go ahead and do sidebar channel. It's going to freak out because we haven't got that component. So let's go ahead and create it. So here we say sidebar channel.js, boom. And then we're going to say RFCE. There we go. And then we're going to say import sidebar channel.css. So this is the setup that we do every time. Then we're going to say class name of sidebar channel, because this is just the BEM naming convention. We always want it to be consistent. Now the sidebar channel is going to take three things, okay? Eventually it'll take like an ID as well, but in the beginning right now, it's going to go ahead and take, so right now we're just going to put this in right now. So we're going to say ID, it's going to take a channel, ID and a channel, okay? But for now, I'm just going to go ahead and make it very simple, okay? So I'm just going to say H3, And let me go into the sidebar channel and have a look. So we're gonna have a div, then we're gonna have a h4, and inside of this h4 I'm gonna span a hashtag in. So I'm gonna say span a hashtag, and this is gonna have a class name of sidebar channel hash, so we can style that later. And then after that I'm gonna say whatever the channel name is. So in this case, let's just call it YouTube by default, so it's gonna be stuck on YouTube. Okay. And then let's go ahead and import this. I'm going to click on sidebar channel, do control space bar, boom, auto import. Nice little trick. Now it says cannot resolve the sidebar CSS. So if we go back, then we go back and we say sidebar channel.css, and then you see it gets rid of that error. Okay, so it works. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just test this out now. So let's go back to our div, and then let's just say, imagine we just done this right like 4 times, and you see it's actually at the bottom right now. But now this is happening because we're making this use up as much possible space as it can. Now I'm gonna go back to sidebar, and right now sidebar channels, oh oops, okay, so make sure when you add this in, you add it inside the sidebar channels div. Okay, so we want it inside of the sidebar channels div. Otherwise, you're going to get it pushed to the bottom. But you guys can see what Flex 1 did in a column view. Okay, so it pushed everything down to the bottom, and that made it very, very clean. Okay. So, oh, this is a pretty good question actually. Let's go ahead and check this one out. So it says, Free Code Camp developer says, Sunny, what's your take on Redux? I've read 2 books on it and used it in several projects, but I really don't like it. Do you like it or think it's overly complicated? I think it's heavy. So I think it's quite a heavy state management tool, but the new version of Redux, so like with hooks and everything, like what we're going to use today, is actually so damn clean. So to answer this question in a nutshell, go ahead and watch today's video, see how we build everything with the new kind of modern Redux. And you can go ahead and see, but I think it would be I understand the sort of heaviness of it, but in production environment it's going to be super handy and powerful, so I wouldn't rule it out. So sidebar channels list. Okay, so then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and style the sidebar channel. So inside of sidebar channel, sidebar.css, so I'm going to go to sidebar channel, and I'm going to go to sidebar channel.css. I'm just going to pop this underneath. So now we've got the sidebar channel CSS underneath and the code at the top. That's a nice way of doing it sometimes, guys. It will make your code a lot easier to read sometimes, okay? So the first thing I want to do is I want to make it so that when I hover over the text, it changes color. So I'm going to go ahead and do sidebar. When I hover over the sidebar channel div, so this one, it's going to target the H4 element inside, so the text, and it'll change the color to white and the background color should become light. Hey, look at that. Look at this lovely kind of hovering functionality. Okay. And then I'm going to go down, and then I'm going to target the H4. So I'm going to say inside the sidebar channel, the H4 element, which is the text, I'm going to say display flex because we've got a hashtag in there. And I'm going to say padding left of 15 pixels, align the item centrally, background color, make the text gray. So you see that? We get a nice little gray. And the cursor should be a pointer, so we get that little finger when we hover over it, because it's always nice to get that, okay? So Melissa S says, I feel you with Redux, you follow the same pattern. So yes, that's exactly why I go ahead and teach you guys React Context API first, because it's the same pattern, okay? What is awesome about these tutorials is that Sunny always leaves some part of the project you can make on your own. I add extra functionality 100%. And I really, really think you should do that. You should add extra functionality on top of it. That will help you out. And it will just make you different from everyone else, okay? Oh shit, nice. He's watching it from Birmingham. Nice, dude. Based in London as well, so awesome. Okay. Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go down, and I'm gonna style that little hashtag. So boom, and then I'm gonna say font size. So I want the hashtag to be a little bit bigger, so I'm gonna say 30 pixels, and I want to have some padding of 8 pixels here. So as soon as we do that, look at that, immediate change. Right, so immediately get a nicer user experience, and now you can see it's looking a lot more like our actual app. Okay, so this is very, very clean. We're actually moving very quick right now, so this is good stuff. The next thing we're going to do is I'm going to make it so that obviously in React, you can have props. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to pass in, the goal here would be to pass in something, but for now we're going to keep it as fixed channels. And then we're going to, when we build out the back end, we're going to go ahead and change that up. So this will be like the finished product where we can add our channels in here. And I can basically say like a channel called ABC, and you can see like it will actually populate off of Firebase into our project. Okay. Hey, thank you so much, Priyanshu. So Sonny, you're a legend. Can't believe that you are a human making all these clones super fast. My brain can't take so many clones. I'll keep on going, Mr. Robot. Hey, I love that show. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. Right. So, and also guys, if you're enjoying the build so far, please smash the thumbs up button. Helps this video reach a lot more people, and it helps, you know, bring more value to everyone in the world. So that's good stuff. Now let's carry on, guys. We've got the sidebar channel going strong. So we can now move back to the sidebar and carry on. So the next part, guys, is the bottom part. So down here, you see where we have the voice connected and we have the actual user right here. Okay. Now I didn't actually realize it stacked up like that. That's pretty dope. So now you see it kind of like, it's very responsive, but you see at the bottom, we've got that nice little sort of user profile section, and we've got the voice connected. Obviously this is not actually connected to anything, but it's a UI. Okay. Also Daniel Carter said, don't worry if people like leak stuff, but the main thing is that you don't get the community aspect that you would get in proper JavaScript. So you have to join the course to get the networking opportunity. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to move outside of this div. So outside of this sidebar channels div, and we're going to go ahead and create the sidebar voice, which is going to be responsible for this part. So I'm going to go ahead and say div, we'll say sidebar __ voice. All right. Now inside of here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually import this icon right here. So this icon right here is actually called a signal cellular alt icon. Okay. And it has a class name. We're going to give it a class name of sidebar __ voice icon. And I'm going to give a font size of large. Yeah. Thank you so much, dude, as well, for the donation. Awesome. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, also guys, I'm actually going to go ahead and don't go ahead and spam guys with some bad stuff, because yeah. So we actually want to go ahead and import that icon. So what I'm going to do is pull that in from the top. So there we go, signal cellular alt icon. And then what we're going to do is, we're going to go ahead and go down here and create, where is it? Where are we going? Yeah, we're going to create a div, sorry. So we're going to say div dot voice info. There we go. Oh, sorry, it should be sidebar __ voice info. And then what we're going to do is, hey, Jacob says, this is freaking sick. Nice, dude. We're going to go ahead and do a H3. So the H3 inside is going to say voice connected. So voice connected. And then I'm going to go here and I'm going to say P, and I'm just going to say stream. Oops, my Emmet didn't kick in time. So what happens when you code too fast, guys? God damn it. Okay, then we're going to go ahead and do that. So now if we look at our app, we should see it looks pretty ugly down here, but you know, we get there. So I'm going to go ahead and scroll the screen up a tiny bit. There we go. So you can see it says voice connected and stream at the bottom of the page. Now we're going to get that up to the top, and I'll show you guys how we're going to do that. So let me go ahead and center it. There we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, create another div called sidebar __ voice icons, like this. Okay. And then here I'm going to have two icons, one called info outlined icon and one called core icon. These are going to resemble these two right here. So these two icons right here. So I'm going to go ahead and pop them in, and I need to do the appropriate import for it. So it's the core icon and info outlined. So these two up here. So these two. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and go down here to, we're actually going to style this right now because it looks crap right now. Okay, so it doesn't look nice right now. So I'm going to go here, and again, what I like to do is drop the sidebar CSS underneath, because that way you can see both pieces of code. Okay, and then we're going to go here, and I'm going to carry on styling it. So sidebar.css. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say dot side, so sidebar voice. I'm going to say display flex, position relative. Actually, we don't need that. Yeah, I'm going to say bottom. No, we don't need that either. Say justify content space between. Yep. And then we're going to go ahead and say align item center. And then we're going to go ahead and say color gray. And I'm also going to give a background color, padding, and a border top. So boom, add that in, and you can see it's all getting added at the bottom, right? So it's all down here right now. We will fix that though. We will get that looking pretty clean. So the next thing I'm going to do is target the voice info. So this one right here. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and say, boom, voice info, like so. Save it. And you can see now it pulls everything to the left because it's saying voice info flex 1, which means that what it's actually doing, guys, it's actually saying that this should take up the majority of the space, which is why it's positioned itself like that, because flex 1 is saying, like, you know, use as much space as you possibly can, right? Okay. And then we're going to say is the voice icon should be green, because that's why it will look much cleaner that way. So that looks a lot better doing it like that. And then we're going to go ahead and say voice info and target the H3 icon inside. And I'm going to make that green as well. So you can see the little things, right? Priyansh says, by the way, those lights are killing me. I know. Look, they actually, guys, they respond when I talk. Look, hey, that's pretty cool. Yeah, my girlfriend got them. She's awesome. So let's go ahead and carry on. So I want to target the P tag next. I'm going to make the P tag smaller. So I'm going to go ahead and say voice info, target the P tag inside and say font size smaller. So now we can actually go ahead and see down here. I'm going to say voice stream. You see now that we just targeted the P tag. So it's very small, very neat. Okay. And then we've got those two icons on the right. Yeah. So we've got the two icons on the right. So what I'm going to do now is Material UI actually adds the class itself. So now if I go ahead and say target the voice icons div, so you can see at the top, the voice icons, this one, voice icons. And then I'm going to say Material UI SVG dash root. That's basically the class that Material UI gives us. We're going to basically give that a padding of 10 pixels. Now I want you guys to pay attention to the bottom bit over here, because that's where the magic's going to happen. So you guys might be able to see this, might not be able to, but let me go ahead and pop it there. As soon as I hit save, boom, just made it a little bit nicer. Okay. And with that done, we actually have the bottom bit done, right? So that bottom bit's done very nicely. Now what we can do is we can go back to the, and guys, if you're enjoying this and you haven't already, go ahead and hit the thumbs up button, because this speed right now is awesome. And the energy today is insane. Oh, Sake, I'm sorry, dude. Because that link was of an offer letter screenshot, not an Insta, so I shared it. Oh, so sorry, dude. I thought that was because whenever people share like Google Drive links, we have a bot that sort of wipes it off. So it's probably the bot that's taking it off. But yeah, damn it, dude. Sorry about that. Just go ahead and drop a link again, then people can see it. Yeah. Now, what we can go ahead and do is actually continue building out the final bit, which is at the bottom. So we've got the sidebar profile, right? So the profile right now is the final piece here. So this is where we have like Sunny Sanga, and then we have like all your stuff being pulled through. So let's go back down here. Let's go ahead and go out of this div, and I'm gonna go out of this div here. Is it this one? Let me go ahead and double check. Let's go ahead and close the CSS file, and I like to click on this, and it should show me that that's the div for sidebar voice. So it's out of that div. There we go. Then we can say div, and then we can say sidebar __ profile. Boom. And then, yeah, sorry about that second, but yeah, just go ahead and share it again, and that'll be awesome. So then what we're going to do is we're gonna go ahead and actually pull in a avatar component. Okay, avatar and avatar component. So I actually imported that at the top here, and that's actually a course. That's not an icon. You can actually pass that thing like pictures and things like that. Okay, so the avatar should pop in. So you see at the bottom we have a little avatar that's there. So we have the little avatar popping up. Right, then what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and say there's gonna have a div inside of it, and this is gonna have a sidebar profile info. And inside that info, we're gonna have a H3 tag, which has the user's name. So in this case, let's do Sunny Sanga. Let's just do my Instagram handle. So SSSS Sanga. If you're not following me, what are you doing? Go ahead and follow my Instagram. Thank you. Nice. You gotta plug yourself, you know? And then we're gonna go ahead and do a P tag, and this will be like the ID, okay? So for now, I'm gonna say hashtag this is my ID, okay? And then you can go ahead and see it at the bottom. It's getting cut off a tiny bit right now, but you see this is my ID at the bottom over there, okay? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and after that, we're gonna have a div. So we're gonna say sidebar __ profile icons. Profile icons, boom. And then we're gonna go ahead and add 3 icons right now. So these are the icons that you guys are noticing over here. So these 3 icons. Right, so these 3, sorry, I was frozen. So these 3 over here. That's what we're gonna add over there. Jacob says, you guys have got so cool, I would pay you if I had money. Don't worry, dude. Just all we ask is just smash the thumbs up button. That's it. Get this video out to as many people as we can, okay? And that's all I can ask for, okay? Also, yeah, guys, we hit 800,000 subscribers. It's just insane. It's insane, right? So next, we're gonna go ahead and import the 3 icons. So let's go ahead and pop them in here. Mic icon, headset icon, settings icon. So I'm gonna go up to the top and pull them in. So mic icon, headset, and settings. Boom. Then what we're gonna go ahead and do is we should see them. So React Redux. Now we got the 3 things over here. Okay, so we've got this, and we're just gonna start it now. Okay. I always find it funny when people say the lights are disturbing you. Guys, if that's disturbing you, like, improve your focus. Come on, man. You shouldn't be looking down here. You should be looking over there. You know, it's hard to figure out which way. But yeah. Let's go ahead and we're gonna style it now. Okay, so sidebar. I'm gonna pull up the sidebar .css. I'm gonna drag it down here. So we split the screen in half and half. And then I'm gonna go ahead and target a few things now. So let's go ahead and do profile info. So what I'm actually gonna do is I wanna reuse the styles that I did for the voice. Right, so you see the voice stuff over here. So let's go ahead and bring it back. Somebody says, funny story, when I'm doing programs in React, while I'm speaking to myself, I speak in a British accent. That's so jokes. I know, right? The greatest ever says people just look at the weirdest things to critique. I know, dude. Honestly, it's focus on the screen. All right. So now what we're gonna do is where we had the voice div over here. What I can do is I can just write comma, and I can target the sidebar profile as well, because I just want to reuse those styles, right? So sidebar profile. As soon as I do that, you'll see. Look at that. It reuses it for that. So that's actually really handy. It's a very nice way of doing it, right? And then, what we're gonna go ahead and do is go down here, and I'm gonna go ahead and say sidebar __ profile info, and then I'm gonna go here and say flex 1, padding of 10 pixels, and then you can see it pops it to the side again, right? I mean, you could do the same thing that we did before with that. And I'm gonna pop in this snippet here. So these are 2 more selectors that we're gonna add in. So sidebar profile info, target the H3, make it white. That made the name tag white. And then they, I love this comment. I have to shout out. David Johnson goes, that's true. They don't want to pick a fight with Mervan over the lights. It's great. Honestly, guys, you want to pick a fight with her, go for it. I'd rather not today. This is already enough. All right. Then we're gonna go ahead and yeah, that's actually that done. So that's pretty sick, guys. So let's go ahead, and we haven't had this in a while. Hey, we got the. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fan of the blowhorn anymore. You know, I like the music instead. So what we're gonna do now is, right. Then what we're gonna do now is we actually have this pretty much done. So look at that. It's looking pretty good. And what we can do is I can actually go ahead and load it up with an image. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna quickly find an image. There's nothing wrong with being alone, by the way. So I see people saying, Priyanshu, why are you saying you gotta be alone? It's fine to be alone. Kazi's having a good time. He's on vacation right now. Sometimes I'm on vacation, you know. It's all right. It's all good. So avatar here, we're gonna say source, and I'm gonna basically pop in an image of me. So this is on Google Images, and then boom. See my image just popped in down here. The smart developer, right? And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and build out the chat part now. Okay, so we're done with the sidebar for now. We'll come back to this in a bit. Let's go ahead and create the chat component. So let's go into app.js, and you see here we can get rid of that comment, and now we're gonna build out the chat. Okay, so here I'm gonna say chat like this. And first thing we're gonna do is actually apply some styles to app.js. Okay, so I'm gonna go into app.css, and in here, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually just, what I need to do here is say app display flex. And this is because, remember I applied that earlier rule where I said 0.25, right? 0.25 is where it's taking up 25% of the screen, and we want the chat to take up. So now look at that. Ooh, we're getting there. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, so the next one. Oh, thank you, dude. Saket says, really want to tell Kazi about the job. I'll let him know, dude. Honestly, he knows about all these jobs as well, which is awesome. Don't know. Thank you both. Literally, smash the thumbs up. That's it. That's all we ask, dude. And get this video out to more people so we can help more people get those jobs. So save it. Go back. I'm going to create a chat.js. So chat.js. Boom. And then we'll say RFCE. And then we get the chat icon. And here I'm going to say chat component, sorry. Class name equals, I'll say chat. And also, guys, if you're enjoying this right now, shoot an Instagram story, tag me in it down here, and go ahead and post it on Instagram, because I love to see you guys, love to see who's watching, and it's always nice to go ahead and engage with you lot. So yeah, let's go back, and I'm going to go ahead and say import. Thank you so much, dude, for the donation. He goes, I was working in Deloitte and I got laid off. I learned React, but not getting confidence to give an interview. Self-confidence is negative. Help me with advice. Dude, continue building the clones. It will build your confidence up. Join a community like Profit with JavaScript. So we have a link in the description, or it's at cleverprogrammer.com/PWJ if you want to check it out. And we pretty much help you. We hold your hand the entire way. But there's a free training in the description as well. So the clones, free training in the description. Make sure you join all of that, and that will help bring up your confidence. Yeah. So let's go ahead and somebody said maybe watch your first video on YouTube. Yeah, go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube channel, Sunny Sanga. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and finish off the import. So here I'm going to say /chat.css. Go ahead and create a chat.css. So chat.css, go back, and then here. Now, what we want to do is here, I'm just going to say H2 saying I am the chat screen. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And then we're going to app.js. Go back here. We need to import it. So I'm going to do control spacebar, auto import, and it pops in up here. And we have it. So it says I am the chat screen now. Okay, so we're moving at a good speed, guys. Let me know if you're enjoying this in the comments right now. I'm going to have a quick water break. If you guys need to right now, have a quick water break. Just stand up, you know, stretch out, you know, like it always kind of helps to have maybe a coffee or something. So like you just kind of like stand up, stretch out if you need to. And make sure you have water. Everyone always says to drink so much water. Like, dude, I couldn't live without water. So, I mean, so many people like they don't drink enough water. So, okay, now let's get rid of our comment. We have these two components, okay? Priyanshu, we actually set up the template in Redux. So yes, we will be building out Redux in a sec. So now what we're gonna do is go to chat.js, and we're going to go ahead and build out some stuff here. So the first thing I want to do is build out the chat header. So the chat header is this part right here. So this section over here. So you'll notice once I'm inside of a channel, for example here, you see this, like this kind of header is what we want to build right now. And then, oh, I love this, dude. You will be just like me. Just carry on working, dude, and do not quit. And anything's possible. Right. So, then what we're gonna do is where it says I'm on the chat screen. So now here, I'm gonna go ahead and create a chat header component. So let's go inside our chat, and then in here I'm gonna say chat header. Right. So let's go ahead and create a chat header component. So chat header.js. Boom, and then here I'm going to say RFCE, like so. Come down here to div, say class name equals chat header, and then over here I'm going to say import chat header.css. Boom, and then I'm going to create that file. Oops, not like that. I'm going to say go ahead and do chat header.css, and then we have that up and running. So that works. And then here you can actually just go ahead and do yourself a sanity check. Say history, I am the header. Go back to our chat.js component, and then here, control spacebar, auto import, save, and it's there. I'm the header. Okay. This is VS Code for anyone wondering. So we can get rid of this one and we can say I'm the header. So we know that's there now, right? So what we can do now is we can click into our chat header component. And then here, let's go ahead and build this out a little bit. So we have two sections. We have the chat header left and we have the chat header right. So the chat header left is this bit and the chat header right is all of this stuff. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and create that now. So I'm going to say div chat header underscore left. And I'm going to do another one. So I'm going to say div chat header underscore right, like so. Chat header left is going to consist of a few things. It's going to have a H3. The H3 inside of it will be where we have the chat name. So all of this stuff, this is the H3 that we're talking about. And here I'm going to, again, what we did before, I'm going to span with a class name of chat header hash. So I can style it afterwards. So what that did, to make this very clear for you guys, is you can see it like it spanned that. Okay, so now we've got a hashtag and I can target this hashtag. Right now for the channel name, so here again I'm going to do a test channel name, so test channel name, but what we'll do is we'll be using props soon and that will actually go ahead and help you out. So let's go ahead and do that. So you can see it says test channel name. We'll style that in just a sec, and then on the right side what we're going to have is firstly we're going to have three icons. So I'm going to have pop them in here. So I'm going to have three icons: notification icon, the edit icon, and so forth. And I'm going to go ahead and pop those in right now. Save, and you should be able to see those three pop in. Okay, so oops. And so then you can see these are the three icons here. So we're going to style that in a sec. And then what I'm going to have is I'm going to have the search field. So here I'm going to create a div for this. I'm going to say chat header underscore search, like this. And then here I'm going to have an input. And this input is all by default is type text. So I'm going to say placeholder should just say search. Okay. Tommy GN, yes, this is good actually. Have you ever tried using .module.css? Yes, that's actually very good. So that's a really good comment. The only reason I didn't do it today is because people are used to using just the typical BEM, but that's really good, dude. And I will be starting to use that. I just didn't want to kind of overload everyone with Redux and that, because if you notice when you start this up, it actually by default does .module. So really good point. Okay, now we're gonna go ahead and do placeholder. Oops, this is not right. Placeholder search, like this. And then we're gonna go ahead and do a search rounded icon. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop that in here. And obviously when we use that, we're gonna need to import it. So search rounded icon, let's go ahead and import it at the top, save, and you'll see there. And then outside this div, I'm gonna go ahead and add two more icons. So like such. So these are gonna be these two. So now we have to import those as well. Oops. So I'm gonna go ahead and import those at the top over here, like that. And then we can see now we have everything we need now. So I'm gonna make this I'm going to make this, sorry, all of this nastiness look like this, right? So this is where the magic happens. This is where all the sort of like, it comes together. It looks really, really clean. So what we're going to do first is I'm going to go ahead and do this because I think this helped you out a lot when I pop this underneath like this. Also, we're nearly at 800 likes, guys, so come on, let's keep pushing that number up. If you're enjoying this and you haven't already, smash the thumbs up button and it will help this video get out to as many people as it possibly can, and that will help a lot more people get value from this video. Okay, so we're gonna go here, we're gonna say chat header, and I'm gonna actually pop this up. I love having this on the screen, so I'm gonna go ahead and delete the I am a header. You don't need to say that. So here I'm going to say chat header, and then here I'm going to say display flex, and then I'm going to say justify content space between, right? Then I'm going to say align item center. I'm going to say color is gray, and then I'm going to say padding of 10 pixels, right? So we can do that. Boom. See, it already starts to look a bit different. Then I'm going to target that hash, remember? So the hash that we talked about before. I'm going to go ahead and pop this in there. So this is the hash. This one over here. So now the hashtag is a bit bigger. Now you can see that it changed it a bit. So I need to target the H3 and I need to make it like fall into line with this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here and say chat header left. So the left section, which was this bit. I'm going to say display flex, align the item centrally. So the span tag as well. Save it and boom. So the color is white, but that's fine for now because I'm going to go ahead and make the background color of that actually changed to something else. So in a second, I mean, for now, what I'll do is I'll comment this out so you can still see it. Okay, but that will be white afterwards because here we want it to be white. And then in the chat header right, so let's go ahead and target this. We're gonna say chat header right, and then here I'm gonna say display flex, align item center, flex 0.5, justify content space between. So this will actually go ahead and make it so that this takes up the rest of the remainder of the screen there. Okay, so what I need to do now is actually go down to target the icons themselves. So I'm going to go here and say chat header right, target the material UI icons, give them a padding of 5 pixels and make them a cursor pointer. So you see when I hover over it now, it's a pointer. That's always nicer as a user experience. Okay, and then we're going to go back and then we're going to go ahead and make it so that when we hover over it, it changes it to white. Okay, so it'll give it a nice user experience. Right now, obviously you can't see it, but if I was to make this red, you guys can clearly see a visual indicator as to like when I do that. Okay, so I'm going to make it white and then I'm going to change the background color after. Now for the search field, to get it looking the way we need to, first thing I'm going to do is go ahead and target the div. And I'm going to say display flex, align the item centrally. The color should be gray of the text. Background color should be a darker gray. Border radius 3 pixels, so that way it's not like a set horrible border. And then a padding of 3 pixels. So do that and you see it becomes like this. And then we're going to target the actual inner input, right? So we're going to go here and actually target the inner input. Background should be transparent. The outline width should be 0. Outline width means that when I sort of, you don't get that blue outline. But if I get rid of this line and I go here, get this horrible blue outline. So that's what we don't want. That's what that line of code does. Color white, so the text is white. Border none, so that way it just becomes this nice one big border. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to go back to chat.css, and in here I'm going to go ahead and say chat display flex direction column, and then I'm going to go ahead and say flex 0.75 because I want this to take up the remainder of the space. And then I'm going to say background color should be of a darker gray. So this is actually in chat.css if you guys are confused. And then you can see it changes it to that. So then I can go back to my chat header. I can go to the left section, uncomment out the white again. So now you can see all the highlighting works as we wanted it to. Okay. And then we go back to this chat.css. And the final thing I'm going to do is make this actually 100 view height. So there we go. That'll be handy for later. I'll explain where that comes into play in a bit. Okay, so dope. We have the thank you so much, Flickshot. He goes, it's 3 a.m. He'll be working this hot piece tomorrow morning. You're like an angel in disguise. Thank for the beginner React developers. Appreciate that, dude. And as if anyone else is interested in watching it afterwards, remember it's going to be recorded. Okay. Sehan says, I don't know Redux. Should I continue watching? Hell yes. Continue watching and it will make sense. So don't worry. This is completely beginner friendly. If you haven't used Redux before, it's fine. Don't worry. Pattern recognition. Okay. Somebody says, why are you not using Bootstrap? Trust me, when you get into professional environments, Bootstrap is not the way that you always want to go. So learn how to do it, and yeah, that will help you out. Good night, Princhu. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to go to the next section, which is, so it's actually starting to look very similar now. Okay, we're going to go ahead and create the chat. So let's go into inside of our chat.js. And we're going to actually go ahead and first right now, we're going to go ahead here and we're going to say, so we have the chat header done. The next bit is we're going to have chat messages. We're not going to build this out just yet. We're going to build that after. So chat messages. And then we're going to go ahead and say chat input. Now the input is of course the bottom part. So this input down here. Let's go ahead and build the input first. And then we can go ahead and build the chat messages afterwards. So for the input, we're going to have the add circle icon. I'm going to say it's a large size. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Oh, awesome, dude. Thank you so much for that donation. Can we have a medium clone? Of course we can have a medium clone, okay? Thank you so much, the greatest ever. Sonny still surprised me with how good he is at explaining this stuff, even to complete newbies. Appreciate that, dude. Appreciate that a lot. Okay. No, we're doing the back end as well. So it's going to be all powered up. We're using Firebase to do everything. So. And I'm using VS Code, Kevin Patel. All right, so now we're gonna go ahead and inside of chat input, I'm gonna go add circle icon. I'm gonna remove this so you guys can see it. I need to import add circle icon, so let's go ahead and do that. There we go. And then down here, I'm gonna go ahead and say, I'm gonna create a form because I wanna have it so that I can submit the form. Get rid of the action because we don't want that. And then in here, I'm going to have an input field. And this is going to be the one which says message YouTube. So here, I'm just going to say placeholder is for now. We're going to give it something basic. And we're going to say message hashtag test channel. CCR1 that was over here, message test channel. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and do button. And the button type is submit. So that way when we hit the enter key on the input field, it will submit the button. And here, I'm actually going to say send message. But we don't want to show this button. So this button isn't actually visible. So you see here, we don't actually see the send message button, but the functionality works when I hit enter, right? So there's a little trick we're going to do for that, and I'll show you how to do that. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say, set a class name for this. We're going to go ahead and give this a class name. So I'm going to say class name chat input button. Okay. And then I'm going to go and give underneath this form, I'm going to go ahead and say chat __ input icons. Okay. Love this one. Dex Code says, hey, Papa React here, saving lives since. Appreciate that, dude. And any positive impact, that's what we're aiming for. So we're gonna have 3 icons here, right? These 3 icons are gonna be these 3 icons that you see in the bottom right. So let's go ahead and drop those in, save it. I need to import those because it's screaming at me right now. So let's go ahead and pop those in. Boom. Forgetting one, which is emoji. This one. Save it. And there you go. So now obviously this doesn't look very nice. I'm going to make this look like the finished product. So let's open up our chat.css and let's drop it underneath like we like to do that. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to target chat input. So go here, and then chat input has quite a few changes that we need to make. So I'll say chat __ input, like this, input, go down here. And then what I'm going to say is I'm going to say color is light gray. Okay, so the color is light gray, display flex, boom, and everything goes into that. And say if align item center, everything pulls into the center, justify content space between, and then you see everything should push apart. And then we say padding of 15 pixels, padding of 15 pixels. Hey, check this out, dude. Just got a nice donation from Divesh Kumar. Thank you so much. He says, Lots and lots of cheers for the running project, and thanks for making people grow their confidence on their learning. Appreciate that, dude. Waiting for some challenging illustrations, Sunny. Hey. I will give you a quick illustration once we get to the trickier part, okay? But thank you so much for that donation. Awesome. So with that done, chat input is then padding 15 pixels. Now I'm going to go ahead and do border radius margin, border top, and a background color. So I'm going to paste a snippet here. Boom. Save it. And you see, we get a nice little outline. Now I'm going to target the form. So I'm going to go inside the form, inside the input, like so. Give it padding 15 pixels, make the background transparent of the form. Border none, outline width, remember that little trick. Color white, font size large. Save that. You can see it starts to look a bit nicer. We're not done just yet though. We have to make the chat input form flex 1, so it takes up the majority of that container space. If I do that, you see it does this, okay? Now, the input, we also want to make width 100%. So we want to make it take up as much room as it can, okay? Actually, in this case, let's not do that just yet. For the send message, so the actual input button, I'm going to do display none, so we don't see the button, because we don't want that button, right? Here I'm going to say width, and let's just give it 100 pixels. Let's see if that works again. Yeah, there we go. Width of 100 pixels, and that works a little bit cleaner, okay? Now, right, now what we're going to do is we're going to go to chat input form. We're going to go to flex 1, input icons, material USI. So now what I'm going to do is actually going to style the icons inside on the right, give them a little bit more padding. So let's go ahead and do that. Chat input icons, target the ones that get given, and then save it. I appreciate that, because I know the way something explains so elegantly and easily. Appreciate that, dude. So now you can see, look at that. We've got a very nice comparison, right? So this is actually looking very nice right now, okay? So this is very close to what we want. Now what we're going to do is, I want the middle bit, so the messages, to take up the remainder of the space. So whenever we have like a flex design, so especially a column design, what we actually have without realizing is, so flex column, so this is the top element, this is the bottom element. So right now we have 2 elements in this one. So right now we have 2, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the third element, so the chat.messages, and I'm going to say this should have flex 1. And now what this does, flex 1 is basically going to say, all right, you should take up as much room as you can, right? So this container should take up as much room, and it pushes the thing at the top to the top, pushes this one to the bottom. And that's why we get this nice sort of UI. So what I'm going to do now is, where we have the chat messages, if I simply go here and I say chat messages, flex 1, we get that desired outcome. So we can say flex 1, and boom, see that? It went ahead and did that. So literally I put back my drawing and it literally just did the exact same thing. That's why we get that. So now anything we put in this space right here is going to be the messages that come through, okay? And that's going to be pretty awesome, okay? I definitely agree with Sihan. He says, I think coding is kind of an art. Well done. I definitely think it's kind of an art. Like as soon as especially when you get into like a flow state, and nice, because you made my friends jealous when I made WhatsApp Mern clone today. Waiting for the Mern stack. Yeah. So shout at David. David dropped the Mern stack. Okay. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go ahead and build some of the messages. Okay. So let's go ahead and check out chat.js. Chat.js, and we're gonna go inside of here. Right. So now inside of the messages div, here we're gonna have a message. We're gonna have a message component, and we're gonna have it several times based on like if there's 10 messages, 15 messages, or something like that. Okay. Somebody says, imagine life before Flexbox. Damn, I don't even know. I remember what life was like before Flexbox. It was a headache, man. You had to do all sorts of breakpoint rubbish. I still use breakpoints, they're good, but you know, I don't use them as much. Now here I'm gonna say the message is gonna take 3 things. It's gonna take a timestamp, a message, and a user, but for now, we're just gonna make it a simple message. So it says message is not defined. So let's go ahead and do message.js. So message.js, boom, RFCE, save it. And then here I'm gonna say class name equals message, and then I'm going to do import message .css, save it, go ahead, create that message.css, go back, get rid of that. And then here, what we're gonna say is very simply, so inside of message, we have a few things, right? We have an avatar, and I actually imported that from Material UI. That's gonna have some kind of source, and then we're gonna have the message info. So this will be like the username, the message, the timestamp, and all that sort of stuff. So the stuff that you see over here, right? So over here we have the message info. So we're gonna say message __ info, right? Oops, info. And then here I'm gonna say h4 inside of that, and then it's gonna say this one's gonna be, let's just say like my username. So this is SSSSanga. If you're not following me again, go follow me. And then we're gonna span a timestamp in here. So I'm gonna give this a class name of message timestamp. And then here I'm gonna go ahead and say this is a timestamp, and we'll replace that with an actual timestamp in a bit. And over here I'm gonna say a p tag, which is the actual message. So this is a message. Okay. Also, awesome stuff, man. Calvin Commander said, thank you so much for the $5 Canadian donation. All I gotta say is God bless you guys for this value. Also, is there a way to make these clones mobile responsive? Because I'd like to use them with friends. Yeah, so we try and build it with a good balance. Firstly, thank you so much. I'll keep that up on the screen for a little sec. Thank you so much, dude. And also, yes, so we try and make it as much as responsive as possible from the perspective of how long the builds last and how how much we can fit inside of a live stream. But we can definitely focus more sessions on pure sort of responsive design. I'm definitely down for that. But again, we have React Native stuff coming, we have Redux coming. We're just, we're trying to get out as much as we possibly can. But I appreciate that, Calvin. Always good to see you, man. Okay, so let's go back and let's go to our message. Let's see how it looks. So let's go back to our chat.js. Go ahead and do our little control spacebar trick, auto import, save it, and then you can see this is the message. So if I go ahead and let's do 3 messages down here. We want this to look like this, okay? So now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go inside my message, inside message.css, pull this down underneath, pull this down underneath. Then I'm gonna go into my message.css, and I'm gonna say .message. And the first thing I'm gonna do is display flex, align item center, boom, and we should see that. Then we're gonna say padding at 20 pixels because we don't want it that close to the end. And I'm gonna say color is white. Okay, color of white. And then we're gonna say the message info should have a margin left of 20 pixels. Okay, and then you see it spaces it away a little bit. And then we're gonna say message timestamp. And this one is going to be color gray. Oops. Go ahead and say color gray. And I'm going to say margin left of 20 pixels. Okay. Save it. And then we're going to say font size of extra small. So this one should be like an extra. So right now the timestamp shouldn't be the same size. It just looks a bit strange. It should be a bit smaller. So I'm going to go back here and I'm going to say font size of 20, extra small, sorry, extra small. So these are the predefined sort of browser ones. There we go. Okay, so that looks pretty good right now. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to get a picture. But you know, for now, we'll use this one and we'll sort of plug in our values afterwards. So at this point, this is kind of cool, right? We have things working pretty nice, but we can do better, right? Firstly, we're at 850 likes. Smash that thumbs up button if you're still watching and you haven't already. And yeah, we're gonna hit 1,000 likes today, guys. Just go ahead and keep pushing it to bring up the energy for the future builds. But with that said, what we're gonna do now is go ahead and I think at this point we can actually go ahead and maybe start introducing some Firebase stuff. So let's do that. Actually, that'll be fun. So what we're gonna do now is go over to our Firebase. Then we're gonna go to Cloud Firestore. Okay. Hey, I love this. Sanjar, you Because it's already 1:21 a.m. here, but I'm awake because you're super tutorial Sunny. And on next tutorial, please do an admin panel. Yeah, we'll work on an admin panel soon. I'll work on an admin panel soon. So Cloud Firestore, you want to click create database, and then we're going to say start in test mode, click next. Any location's fine, click enable. You need to do this to get everything up and running, okay? Okay, so almost at 900 likes, guys. Almost at 900 likes. Appreciate each and every one of you watching. We still have 300 people watching across Facebook and YouTube, so that is insane. Thank you, guys. And I'm sure we're gonna get that momentum back up and flying again. Okay, so there you go. We have that up and running. Then we're gonna go into authentication, and we're gonna go sign in method. And here I'm gonna enable Google sign in. Okay, so you need to do this. Here I'm just gonna enable an email, click save. And you need to do this for the logging in step, okay? Somebody says, love your programming, would love you to have you as a programming mentor. I do mentoring. Drop me a message on my Instagram and I'll be happy to have a chat. Okay, so, somebody says, this is a good question actually. Somebody says, after 30 days, it comes to Cloud Firestore database will be expiring soon. To fix that problem, go into your Cloud Firestore, go to rules, and then go here and then basically get rid of this line. Right, get rid of this and just do a semicolon, allow read and write. Publish it, and that's it. You'll never get that annoying message again. Okay, that'll save you a bit of headache. Okay, so with that said, now let's go back to our code. And oh yeah, so what we wanted to do actually is go to this little cog. Right, remember we saved the config earlier, but we're going to grab this config again. We're going to grab that config, and then we're going to go back to our code. We're going to do command B, and then we're going to basically create a file called firebase.js, and then we're going to paste it inside of there. Okay, so now we have this. The next thing I want you guys to do is pull up a terminal, say npm I firebase. So we need to install the Firebase dependencies so that we can go ahead and do everything inside of that we need to do with Firebase. The next step is we go to the top of the file and we say import Firebase from Firebase, because it'll be installed, right? And then what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say get a Firebase app and initialize the app with the Firebase config. So this one right here, that's the first thing. That'll basically like set the app up and connect everything that we need. The next bit, we're going to go ahead and grab the database. So we're going to go ahead and grab Firestore and store it in this variable. And then we're going to do the same for authentication. And then the final thing, this is where we have the special Google login functionality, is we say const provider equals new firebase.auth.google auth provider. Okay, so that's going to be very important for the next bit. And then we're going to go ahead and export the authentication and provider as explicit imports. Okay, and then we're going to export a default export, which is the database, because we use the DB more than we use these two. So I'd like to make that the default. And if you don't know the difference between explicit and implicit, then I'd recommend go ahead and check it out. But at this point, it's not that important. Okay, so with that said, almost at 900 likes, crazy stuff. Okay, so with that said, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna let's create the login maybe. Okay, so right now we have this right here, right? But I want to have some login functionality, and then I actually want to set up Redux and get Redux up and running. So right now it created Redux for us, like the sort of back end of Redux. Okay, now today I'm going to be showing you how to use Redux from the tutorial. You can actually add other, so Nagesh says, can we add in other authentications like Facebook or anything else? Yes, there's Facebook, GitHub, loads of different ones that you can add. So if you go to authentication, you can see on the sign-in method, all of these ones you can go ahead and add. They just have different implementations. But we're going to use Google today. So here now, what I'm going to say is I'm going to rename this to become this one. I'm going to say rename it to the user reducer, because we're going to basically have one area of our data layer which is permanently for only the user stuff. So we need to go to our counter slice, rename this file to be user slice. And I'll explain all this in a sec. User slice. And then what we're going to do is we're going to click update imports. I'm going to click no, so I'm going to show you guys where we actually need to update it. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and change everything in here that says counter to user. So it's user slice now. Yeah. So it's going to say const user slice equals create slice, and we're going to have the name user. Here we're going to have initial state of user. This is going to be no. And again, this is the stuff where you can pretty much just go ahead and copy along, and pattern recognition in this case. I'll explain a bit of what Redux is doing, but you don't actually need to know fully at this point as to what it is. We just need to know how to use it, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and get rid of these. I'm going to say create a function called set user for when we actually log in. Or let's just call it login. Yeah, let's call it login. And then I'm going to say this will take a state and an action, right? And then we're going to create another one, which is going to be called logout. And then this will go ahead, take the state as an argument, and then it will, when we log out, we basically just want to go ahead and set the user to no again, okay? Whereas when we log in, we're going to get rid of this stuff. When we log in, what we will do is we'll set the user to whatever the action was plus, let me go ahead and double check. We're going to say whatever the action.payload was. So whatever the payload was, whatever we pass through as an action, this will make sense in a bit, guys. And then we don't need these three. We're going to go ahead and say log out, log in, sorry, log out. So we're going to export these as actions so that way we can use it throughout the app. Now we don't need this stuff. We can go ahead and delete that. And then we don't need the comment here, but a selector is basically how we can go ahead and grab this information once it's done, okay? So we can go ahead and do this. So a slice is a store. No, so the store is like so I'll show you in a sec, I'll do a little drawing. But here we're gonna say select user, right? State.user.user, because it's the user slice and it's the user piece of state, okay? And use slash reader, okay? So I'm gonna do a quick drawing for you guys to visualize this, okay? So we have an app. Right, we have an app. So freeze whiteboard. Okay, so we have our application. So let's just go ahead and say Discord clone. Right, so we have this app. Go ahead and do it here. Discord clone. Right, now when you have an app, you have a few components inside of your app. Right, so you have like your app.js at the top. So this one will be like app.js, and then you have a few apps underneath, things underneath. So you have like the chat. Right, so you have the chat.js. So I'm just gonna say chat. You have like the header component underneath. Oops. You have the header component, right? And then you basically have this tree that starts to grow, right? So you have this, and this goes to this, and then like for example, the chat has like a message component, and so forth. Okay. Now, what we can do is, so you have this kind of tree, and then the header would also have its own components. So like, I was just gonna say ... So this would be like another component, okay? Now the point is that say for example we had a login component, okay? So let's say we have a login component over here, right? And app.js connects to that login component. Now imagine we had a user here, right? So imagine we had a piece of state where the user is here, and we set the user over here. So imagine when I log in, you basically go ahead and get the user's information. Now, if I want to get the user, like if I need the user whenever I do a message down here, then what I need to then do is basically pass the user over here, and then I need to pass it to chat component as a prop, and I need to pass it down to message as a prop, and it kind of gets really messy. What if I need it down here as well? Then I need to basically go ahead and pass it to the header, and then pass it to this component. And now already it's getting messy, right? We don't want this. This is a headache, right? So what we do instead is we kind of say, forget all this stuff. And what we do is we introduce something like a data layer. So imagine like an onion, right? It's like, imagine like it's like an onion. And this is what we call like our data layer, right? So I like to refer to it as a data layer, or in this case, it's going to be Redux, okay? Now the data layer in this case, it has multiple slices inside of it. So just like an onion, right? You have different slices in your onion. So we're going to have something like called the user, right? So the user slice, and this will have all the information about a user. And then we're also going to have something like the app slice. So this will have information which is generic information about the app. So which channel are you in? So we could call it channel slice, but in this case, I'm just going to say app slice, right? Now, the benefit here is when we get the user at the login, what we can do is we can actually just go ahead and push it into this data layer. So in this case, I would push it into the user slice, right? So let's go ahead and just move it over here. So imagine I have the user slice. Because remember, just like an onion has different layers. We have the app layer, the user layer. So in this case, we have the user slice. So I push the user into the user slice, and then wherever I need it, I can go ahead and just pull it out because the layer is surrounding the entire app. So here, I can actually just go ahead and get the user from the slice that we pushed into. So we can push in at this point, grab it at this point. If I need it over here, I can do the same thing. I can just pull it from the data layer. So if I need the user at this point, and you see, it doesn't matter where we pull it from, but I can go ahead and use it. So this is going to be really, really handy. I'm just checking the comments. So nice. This week I've already took leave for 3 days from office just to learn React.js from Sunny. Damn, dude, thank you so much. That's awesome to hear that. I love this stuff. Okay, yeah, so this is essentially Redux in a nutshell. Okay, so we have like different layers of the onion. So like, and the reason for this is because you don't want all of your data in one place, right? We want to have sort of a place where it's all the generic information, a place where it's the user's information only, and it makes the app easier to maintain. So with that said, we're basically going ahead and created the user slice first. So the name of the slice is user and so forth. So we go back to our store.js, and here, this is where we configure the store. So the store is essentially this layer. So essentially this onion peel thing, right? And this consists of like the user slice, but we're also going to create an app slice. So I'm going to create that right now. And the reducer is just something which listens to action. So an action is what we do here. So imagine when we log in, we push the user in at this point through a login action. And then if we log out, we can push the user in as a logout action. So it basically clears the user state. And then everything listening re-renders based on if it's listening or not. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go ahead and I can delete these two, delete the counter and counter slice. And we're going to go ahead and create app slice.js. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy everything from user slice. I'm going to rename everything to app. And we're just going to go through and make a few changes. So app slice, create slice. The name of the slice is called app. Here, we're going to basically, we don't need this. This is just going to be blank for now, but we're going to have two pieces of information here. We're going to have the channel ID. So this will be the ID that of the channel that you're in. So in the beginning, it starts off as no, and we're also going to have the channel name. And in the beginning, that's no, right? Now in here, we're going to have something called set channel ID. And then this will actually go ahead and set sort of some information. We don't need this one. And this one will say set channel ID. Oops, set channel ID. And then here where we have select app, it's not going to be this, it's going to be select. I'm going to have two. I'm going to have select channel ID and select channel name, because we have two selectors here that go ahead and get us the channel ID and the channel name. So you see it goes inside that global onion layer, and it goes inside the app layer of it. So the store, the state, and it goes into the app layer and goes and gets the channel ID, goes into the app layer and gets the channel name. And then we're exporting it. So we save that, go into store.js, and then we go ahead and import it like so. We basically go ahead and we just go ahead and change this to app slice. There we go. And it's literally that easy to connect it, right? Now you see the app isn't freaking out. Everything's good. Now, if I go ahead and inspect it, so if you go ahead and grab the Redux Dev Tools, you can actually go ahead and check the state. So let's go into the state now. You can see, look, the user state set up. So inside the user slice, remember, like I said, we have these two app slice and user slice. So we have the app slice and the user slice. So the app slice has the channel ID, channel name. The user slice has the user, right? So this is going to be really, really handy to go ahead and do it. And this will actually handle the sort of persistence, all that stuff, and it'll do everything for us. So with that said, now what we're going to do is we're going to have it so that, so we now have our store essentially set up, okay? But what I need to do now is create a login, okay? So a login. So what I want to do is I actually need to pull the user at this point. So just like we said here, I'm going to pull it in at app.js. So I'm going to basically go ahead and say, give me the user at this point. Okay, so give me the user. Now, how do we do that? We go into app.js and we basically go ahead and we do the following. We say const user equals use selector. So this is a special hook, and we can import that from React Redux. And then basically what we do is we go ahead And remember in the user slice, we created the select user hook, selector it's called. And this basically goes into that piece of state and goes ahead and grabs it, okay? So we basically go ahead and we can go ahead and say import the select user selector from, features user slice, like that, okay? And then what we do is we just pop it in here. So we pop it in there, and that will actually give us the user, believe it or not, okay? So, and then what we're gonna say is, if there's a user now, okay? So if there is a user, so for example, if you're logged in, then only then do we render the actual app. So we need to, if we do this, it freaks out, right? It actually freaks, because it says passing elements must be in a wrapped in an enclosing tag. So in order to get around that, what you can do is you can go ahead and do a fragment or a div, whatever you want to do. But this will go ahead and do that. And then we have a ternary here, so we can go ahead, or tertiary ternary operator. So the Redux, what would be the difference from the context? So the slices is one thing. Also, the dev tools, it's much more maintainable. Plus, you can have things like middleware and things like that. So it's a lot more production. You can add a lot more to Redux. It's been around for a lot longer. It's the reason why it's not around for a lot longer. And if we don't have it, we're going to say you need to log in, right? You need to log in and save. So see, right now we don't have a user, so we need to log in. Okay, so right now if we check the state, so let's go to our Redux, and then we go to our state. User is no, so that's why it's rendering. You need to log in. Okay, and I understand that it could be difficult in the beginning, but don't worry. I remember when I first saw Redux, I was like, ooh, but it makes sense. Trust me, just keep practicing it. Like anything, you get used to this stuff and it makes a lot of sense. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a login component now. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to create a new component. So tomorrow's build, we might use Redux. Yeah, let's go ahead and do Redux in tomorrow's build as well. I mean, Redux in tomorrow's build may not be as necessary, but I think we'll do that, yeah. So login.js, right? RFCE, import login.css. Boom, go here. Class name equals login. Go down here. H2, I am the login page. Save it. Let's go back to our app. And rather than rendering this, I'm going to render the login page. I'm going to go ahead and do control login. Boom. Somebody says, Melissa says, just keep following the pattern with Redux. Yes, exactly. So I would recommend you learn the React Context API. The pattern, you then pick up on the sort of reducers and what the heck is a reducer and action and all that sort of stuff. But to give you a quick breakdown again, remember we have the apps and they follow sort of like a tree-like structure, okay? Now, this prevents a problem called prop drilling when we introduce something like a data layer or like Redux. You don't want to have prop drilling, okay? That's where you basically pass your props from one component to another. You don't want this, okay? So you don't want that. So what we can do then is we introduce something like Redux, and then you have different slices inside. So you have the app slice, the user slice. This will contain generic information about the app. The user slice will only contain information about the user. If you had like an e-commerce app, you would basically have stuff like the basket slice and things like that, you know? And what you can do is that any component you can push in via an action into that slice, right? And then in any component, you can use a selector to go ahead and grab information from the slice, right? So that's what we're doing. So here, now inside login.js, it says cannot resolve login CSS. So I'm going to go ahead and create login.css. Boom, save it. And here we go. It says I'm login page. So good. Everything's good at that point. So I'm going to go ahead and remove the comment for now. And then what we want to do inside of our login component, what I'm going to do, this is going to be very simple, the login component. We're going to have a div which says login logo. And this div is basically just going to have an image tag inside of it, right? Now I have the Discord logo image here. So I'm just going to go ahead and paste that in. So it's just a simple one I got from Google. And then I have a button, right? And the button is simple. It's just going to be a button. It's going to be a material UI button. So that's why we use capital B. And then it's going to have an on click. Oops. And it's going to say sign in, sorry. And then here it's going to have an on click, which is called sign in, right? So we need to create that function. And then we're going to go ahead and say const sign in, and this takes an event. But I mean, at this point, we don't really care about the event because it's just one button click. So we don't even need that. And then here we can actually go ahead and do the sort of do clever Google login cheers. Right? So this is where all the magic sort of happens, okay? Oops, I didn't get rid of that comment. Okay. Thank you so much, Ritik Singh. Love you, bro. Appreciate that, dude. So now what we're going to do is we go ahead and import the button. So material UI, just like that. Import the button. Then we have the button here. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and style this to make this look a bit better before we go ahead any further. So let's go ahead and go to our login.css. Right. So login.css. And then here, what I'm going to do is go to login.css and I'm going to drop this underneath like we do before because it's always easier for you guys to see this. And here I'm going to say login. Okay. Now for the login, I'm going to say display grid. Sorry, not display. Yeah, it's display grid. It's a very neat trick, by the way. Say place items center. It's a very, very nice trick. Save it. And there you go. Okay. Then I'm going to say height of 100 view height and width of 100%. 100%. And this will actually go ahead and center everything in the middle of the page. So it does a neat little trick. Okay. And then what we're going to do is we're going to target the button. And I'm going to say target the button and say width of 300 pixels. The background color is Discord color. The color is white. The font weight is 80. Yeah, but you see when I hover over it, it comes to default white, which we don't really want that. Okay. It's going to be super confusing. I'm just going to make myself smaller for you guys to see that a bit easier because I think I'm getting in the way. There we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure when we hover over it, it inverts in some way. So I'm going to say when we hover over the button, change the background color to black and then the button to that text. So you see, and then it goes like this, which is a bit more of a nicer user experience. You change that to whatever color you want, really, to be honest. Okay, then what I'm going to say is I'm going to go ahead and target the inner div, which is the login logo, display flex direction column, and then I'm going to target the inner div image. We don't actually need that line. Yeah. Image, I'm going to say object fit contain, which basically keeps the aspect ratio, right? And then we're going to go ahead and say height of 150 pixels. So now we get this beautiful design, okay? Now that's the styling bit done, okay? So smash the thumbs up button if you're enjoying this because I'm about to teach you guys how we introduce Google login, okay? Oh man, you get well thirsty when you're talking at that speed. All right, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and do the following. So yeah, now what we're gonna say is I need to import auth. So let's go back. Yeah, I'm gonna import auth, but I'm not gonna import it like this, right? I'm gonna import it from my local Firebase, right? So I'm going to go here and I'm going to go ahead and say import auth from local Firebase. And then, because we already set everything up for that. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and say auth dot sign in with pop-up. Sign in with pop-up. And here we need to import the provider as well. So I exported that earlier. So I'm going to say import the provider, sign in with the provider. Okay. And then all I need to do here is just say catch, right? I don't care about when it succeeds, and I'll show you why. Yeah, I'm going to say catch the error if there is an error, and do an alert. And I'm going to say show me the error message if there is an error message, right? Now that might seem like whoa, like something can't be that easy, man. Like it just can't be that easy. But if I click sign in, whoa, check this out. Everything loads, dude. So you need to make sure that you actually went ahead and enabled it in here. Otherwise it would freak out at this point. But for example, I'm going to show you guys an error. So if I click another sign in box, or if I close it early, you see it says the operation has been cancelled due to another conflicting open window. The pop-up has been closed by the user before finalizing the operation. So you see it caught the error and it just showed the alert, right? Which is what I wanted. But if I go ahead and sign in, say if I sign in, it will redirect back to my app, and you see nothing happened, right? But I'm going to show you guys a little trick now, okay? So this is where the sort of really nice kind of listening, persistence, and all that stuff comes in. So if we go back to app.js, okay, so let's go back to app.js, and let's go here. And now what I'm going to do is inside of app.js, I'm going to use a user effect hook. So a user effect hook is a piece of code that runs once when the component loads, if you do this. Otherwise, it will run with any sort of dependency here. So if I put user in here, every time the user changed, it would fire this code off again. But if I don't add anything here, it just runs once. You need to have this here though. Otherwise, it kind of goes in an infinite loop. Okay. Then what we're going to say is, again, I'm going to import auth. So auth, auto import from my local Firebase. And I'm going to say auth.onAuth state changed. So this is like a listener, right? So what this does is it says every time the user logs in, it will basically go ahead and get the user. So anytime the authentication state changes, we just want to listen to it. And we say if there's a user, then what we say is we want to log the user in, right? So then we'll say the user is logged in, right? Else, the user is logged out, right? Now, previously, what we did inside of our Redux source, if we go to the app slice, the user slice, we created a login and a logout action, right? The first one went ahead and set the user to whatever the user payload was, and the second one just resets the user to no, so that way it resembles that the user is not logged in. But what we can do now is we can actually go back to our app.js. We can pull in those values, okay? So what we need is first we need a dispatch. So dispatch allows us to do the following. It allows us to shoot things into the data layer, right? So we need to get the dispatch, and what we say is const dispatch equals use dispatch. We use a special hook called use dispatch. We need to import this from React Redux, okay? So that gives us the dispatch, the sort of gun to shoot into the data layer. And then what we're gonna say is, what if there's an authentication user? So I'm just gonna prove to you guys that I'm not lying, right? So I'm gonna say user is, and I'm gonna say auth user. And if I go ahead and inspect, right? Let's go to our console, make this a bit bigger because I can't see anything. So then you see it says the user is, right? And it actually has all my details. It says user is Sunny Sanger and things like that. So everything comes up, okay? Now, if I was to log out, for example, or things like that, I'll show you guys how we do that. But now you see it's persisting. So even if I refresh, as soon as I come back, the user's logged in, right? So the user's still there, right? So how do we push this into our Redux store so that way we can use it and determine like what to render on the screen? So here what I say is I say dispatch, and then what I need to do is I say dispatch login action, and the payload for the login action, all I'm going to do here is I'm just going to set some of the user details. So I'm going to set a user ID, and this is going to be the auth user dot, and then you can see here we've actually got all the stuff here. So the UID is this one here. So I'm going to say auth user dot UID. I'm going to get the photo. So auth user dot photo URL. And then I'm also going to get the email, which is auth user dot email. So as you can see it's here. And then this is another good reason about console logging things out, okay? Hey, my girlfriend's back in the chat. There she is. Go ahead and follow her, guys. And then what we're going to do is we have the display name, right? So display name is the auth user dot display name, okay? Save it. And now what's going to happen is, where's it freaking out? 920. Login, yes. So my action, we didn't actually import any actions, okay? So I need to go ahead and go here and I need to say import login action and the set user action. Sorry, not I mean the login action and the logout action from features / user slice, okay? And you can see now it stops freaking out. Hey, look at that. So as soon as I log in, what it does is it checks if I'm logged in, and then it dispatched the login. So to check that this actually worked, oops, I've got that stuck on the screen. Hey, she's Mama React now. That's it, dude. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna inspect, right? And like those, I'm gonna go to the dev tools, so Redux, And now you guys can see, look, the user slice login action was fired. And then you can see the difference is that it changed the user, right? So if we go to our state, we go inside the user, now I can see that we've got this information about the user, right? So again, I'm in the way. So I'm gonna go ahead and just move myself over here. So you can see now I've got the user ID, the photo, the email, and the display name. So what we can do is we can pull this in at any other component and use it as we need to, okay? Which makes it super, super useful in what we need to do. So what we do now is we can, and then what I actually think is really cool is you can check the action payload to see what was fired off, right? So in case something's not working, it's actually a really, really powerful debugging tool, okay? So, you can also rewind your app, guys. So this is insane. So like, say if I go back here and I click on skip, see that? So now if I skip that action and the user wasn't logged in, and if I basically, this is what happened when the user wasn't logged in. And if I don't skip it, the user's logged in. So it shows you like things like to that level, which is really good, right? Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna go ahead and say, if the user wasn't there, right? So if we basically like, if for any reason they logged out, then I'm gonna say dispatch a logout action, right? And that's pretty much what we need to do, literally that, right? And then inside of the app slice, again, user slice, you can see the logout basically just sets the user to no, okay? But how do we log out, right? You're probably thinking it's gonna be crazy. So Nagesh says the port has been set to 3002. I had two other programs running, that's why. Otherwise for you guys, it'll be 3000, so don't worry. Going back to this, what we're gonna do is we're gonna go back to our app, because this is actually this one here, yeah? And then what I'm gonna say is, we do actually need to introduce, so inside of our app.js, right? If I go ahead and check our terminal, this one, it says, you've forgotten the dispatch dependency, okay? So here I need to include the dispatch because dispatch is a dependency here, and there we go, everything's green. So don't ignore those messages, guys. They actually are there for a reason. What I need to now do is basically go ahead and I'm gonna have it so when I click this picture over here, it should log me out. All right, so let's go ahead and do it. Let's go to sidebar. And I'm gonna go to the avatar. So avatar is down here. And firstly, guys, I want to use my actual avatar information. So I'm gonna go to sidebar. I'm gonna go ahead and use a selector to pull the information from the data layer. So just like this, we're gonna go ahead. We pushed in at this point when we logged in. And then, so we pushed in at this point, oops, when we logged in. And I'm gonna go ahead and pull in at the sidebar. So wherever the sidebar is, okay? So here, I'm gonna go ahead and say, const use select, oops, use selector, import from React Redux, like this. I'm gonna import select user as well from the features user slice, save it, go back. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm also gonna get the, no, we're good. So now what I'm gonna do is go back to our avatar and I'm gonna say the source is the user.photo. Okay, so here we should see, so that this is the one I set manually, and then my Google picture should come up now. So if I go here and I say user.photo and we save it, boom, it went ahead and grabbed my actual Google picture. Okay, so that's pretty sick. Everything works as we expected it to. Now I also want to have my display name come up. So right now we've got the manual Instagram tag over here and we've got my ID. So instead of this, I'm going to go ahead and use my actual user ID. So I'm going to go ahead and say user.displayName. User.displayName. Save it. And we should see Sunny Sangha comes up now, okay? And then also for the ID, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say user.uid. So that's the user ID. And then I only want the first, I'm going to make a substring of it. So if I use the full user ID, it's kind of long, right? You get this huge one. So I'm just going to say substring. Because I saw like in Discord, you get like, I want to say grab the 0 to the 5th element. And then boom, we get that. And if I go ahead and add a hashtag in front of it, now it's looking a bit Discord-y. Right, so that's going to be unique for you and it's going to work. Okay, so we're going to substring it to 5 characters. And now for the on click, so for the avatar, this is how simple it is, guys, to go ahead and log out. Right, so I'm going to go ahead and do it anonymous function and I'm going to say auth, and then remember we need to import the auth, so I'm going to auto import it from my local Firebase. And I'm going to go back down here and I'm going to say, when I do it, I'm going to say auth.sign out, right? And that's it. And now what this will do is this will sign you out on Google side, right? And then it will trigger off the listener that we have listening over here. So I don't need the console log. And then if there isn't, so there wouldn't be a user anymore. So it will dispatch the logout, which means that Redux will go ahead and basically cancel out the user inside of our user slice, right? So let's go ahead and save it, refresh. And if I click this, boom, logged out. And it actually logged me out, right? So if I go ahead and check my Redux DevTools, go down here. Now you can see, look, I logged in and logged out. Set the user back to none, okay? So let's go back and click sign in. And I want you guys to pay close attention to this part over here, okay? So over here, sorry. So as soon as I click Sunny, watch how it dispatches the login action. Hey, and then it basically, then the front end reacted because of it. So that's dope, okay? That works really nice and everything's good, okay? The next thing I'm gonna do is actually add the channel functionality. So now we have all this working, so I'm gonna add the channel functionality. So I'm gonna go to sidebar.js, and here, what I'm gonna do now is go to sidebar.js, and what I'm gonna do is right now, I'm gonna create a piece of state, right? And we're gonna assume that we have, oh guys, we're at 933 likes. Let's make it 1,000 likes. That'll be a banger start to these videos again. So I'm gonna create a piece of state called channels, and this is gonna be set channels. And I'm gonna say use state, so we're using the use state hook, auto import from React. And this is gonna be an array by default. So it's gonna start with an empty array. I'm gonna have a use effect, which fires off when the component loads, okay? And this will fire off once. And the main purpose of this use effect, make sure you import the use effect as well. So this runs once, hence the empty dependencies, okay? I'm gonna basically go into my DB. So I need to go ahead and import my DB. So remember, this is a default export. And then I'm gonna go ahead and say db.collection. I'm gonna go to the channels collection inside my database. So right now inside my database, I have nothing, but I'm gonna eventually have this. So this is my finished product, which I had before. So we have the channels collection, all the different channels. So in this case, we have 5 channels, so which is why you can see it before, 5 channels. And then inside of each channel, I have a message collection with all the messages. And if I click that, you have the message. Are you guys ready to build a Discord clone? See, you guys ready to build a Discord clone with the user's information over here, right? So we're gonna go ahead and build that right now. And exactly, yeah, don't rush, guys, honestly. So I really like this comment, don't rush, you're gonna be a dope developer. Yes, you guys are gonna be amazing developers. This is all recorded, so you can pretty much go at your own pace, slow it down, pause, you know, like you can do all of that stuff at your own pace. Do not freak out if it's going fast, okay? Don't freak out, that's why it's recorded. So you guys can pretty much play it at your own pace. So let's go back and check it out. So go back to our database, which is empty. But I'm gonna go ahead and say that there was a channels collection. Then on snapshot means that if anything ever changes, so if we ever added a channel in or something like that, it in real time, right? So real time, like no joke, real time, it's gonna pretty much go ahead and update it, right? So this is actually like crazy stuff which happens when it does this. So I'm gonna go ahead and do set channels. Now this is a bit of a mouthful, this piece, right? So we're gonna update the state whenever the database channels changes. So if we add a channel at any point, it goes ahead and updates all of this stuff. So to do that, we say snapshot.docs, and I would recommend you watch some of the other builds if you don't understand this bit of code. We also have a YouTube video which explains the snapshot functionality, so go ahead and check that out. But here I'm gonna basically go ahead and say for each doc, I'm gonna go ahead and return an object, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and return an object. Now this object is gonna have an ID, which is gonna be the document ID. So the document ID is this ID over here. So this one over here. So you see these document IDs, right? And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say the channel is gonna come back and it's gonna be the document data. And the document data for the channel would be the channel name. Okay, so this is the data, this is the document ID, right? So we're basically just getting it back. And this means that if we add stuff inside, we'll basically go ahead and pull it as appropriate, right? So with that said, what we can do now is we can go back to our code and we can pretty much render right now we're rendering. Right now we're rendering the sidebar channels. We're rendering 4 over here by default. Okay, I want to have it so that we say channels.map, map through every single channel, and return the sidebar channel over here. Right. So if we have none, it will show none. Okay, awesome. That's good. Right. So now it should only show things which are in the DB. So right now there should be none, but we're gonna add something. Right. So I'm gonna have it so that whenever I click this button, this plus button, so when I click the on click on the plus button, I want to basically do handle add channel. I'm going to fire off a function called handle add channel. So I'm going to go down here and say const handle add channel. It's going to be a arrow function. Here we're going to say const channel name. So I'm going to get the channel name by prompting the user, right? So I'm going to say enter a new channel name. Save it. And then if I click this now, oh, enter a new channel name. Nice. Okay. And then I'm going to say if the user did enter a channel name, because we want to protect against undefined error, then I'm going to say go inside the DB, go inside the channels collection, right? And just add the channel, right? So add an object where the channel name is the channel name that we passed in here. And there's also an ESX shorthand for this. You could do that, but I'm not going to do that today because it might confuse some people, okay? Also, we're at 950 likes. Let's go, guys. Push it to 1,000. Come on. And handle add channel. Right. So with that said, now we've hooked everything up. So what we should be doing is when I click that button, after I enter some stuff in here, I'm going to click cancel for now. But if I click OK, it should push into the channels DB collection. That means that it will fire off the user effect listener over here, right? So this is set up to listen so that whenever the channels changes, it'll fire off a snapshot and it updates the channels, right? So that means that the channel should come up here straight away afterwards. So if I go ahead and do YouTube, I think if this works, you should smash the thumbs up button. Okay, so tense shit. So I'm gonna go ahead and click on YouTube and it should pop up here, okay? Hey, look at that. Everything worked as you expected it to. So that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick, right? So everything worked really nice. Let's go ahead and do another one. Let's go ahead and say Discord. Well, let's just say CP Discord. Boom. Oh, okay. But you see, so it added it, but remember, it's not being passed through with the correct name, right? So YouTube is like a hard-coded name. Now that makes sense because we didn't actually change that down here. Okay, so if we go down here to where we actually render it out, sidebar channel, here we need to actually pass it down, right? So here what I'm going to do is the channel breaks down. I'm going to destructure it and say get the ID in the channel at this point. Okay, get the ID in channel at this point, and then yes, I can see the numbers getting nearer to 1,000. Let's go, guys. And then I'm going to say make the key for this the ID, also pass the ID as a prop, and also pass the channel as a prop. I'm not going to pass the entire. I'm going to pass the channel name as a prop. I'm going to say the channel dot channel name, because remember inside of our DB it's channel dot channel name. Save it. And now what I can do is inside the sidebar channel, we get the channel name and the ID, right? The key is for rendering performance. And then what I can do here is I can say, instead of rendering YouTube every time, render the channel name. Click it and boom, CP Discord. That's dope, right? Thank you so much for the kind words, Aliyu Kimilu. He goes, you guys are really trying. Thank you for all the, we appreciate all your effort. Amazing stuff, dude. And thank you for the greatest ever. So amazing stuff, right? And what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go ahead and do, okay, so now we're gonna go ahead and make it so that when I click this, right, I want to update the Redux store, so the inside the app slice, I want to basically keep track of which one we're in. So that way, say if I click this, you see it changes which room I'm in, and then this triggers off like the correct loading for everything, right? Awesome, man. Thank you so much, Calvin, again, dude. He goes, coming in hot with the $5 donation. He says, yay, by the way, how do I get those sound effects that you guys use there? Cool. So I actually use something called a Rodecaster Pro. It's like this big device. I'll take a picture on my Snapchat, but I've got all these hotkeys on there, so I can pretty much go ahead and, like, if you want to get real tense, I could be like, oh shit, you know, like it can get really tense, right? Like really quick. And then if you want to get like really sentimental, you can go ahead and do that if you need to. Or if you want to get hyped up, you can go ahead and do that, right? Like you can do loads of stuff with this thing, and I've got like the volume levels and stuff here. So that's actually how I do that. It's through a Rodecaster Pro. But yeah, you can do it in different ways, but right now I pretty much have this queued up when I listen to music. But yeah, that's how I do that. Ooh, almost at 1,000 likes. Let's go, guys. So now we pretty much get this bit up and running, right? So we want it, so when I click this, it changes the store, right? So what I'm going to do now is inside of sidebar channel, I'm going to go ahead and pull in my dispatch because I need to update Redux. So I'm going to go ahead and say const dispatch equals use dispatch. Go ahead and pull that in from React Redux. There we go. And then what I'm going to say is on click of the div. So here, on click, I'm going to go ahead and say set channel ID. So I'm going to import that action from AppSlice. Because remember in AppSlice, what I did is I had an action over here, and we're going to update what this actually does in a sec. But actually, let's do it now. So here, I'm not going to have this, but instead I'm going to have the following. So I'm actually going to pass in two things. I'm going to change, it's not actually set channel ID, it's set channel info. And I'm going to say state.channel ID equals action.payload.channel ID, state.channel name equals action.payload.channel name. Okay. And the way that we do that is we go back to the thing that I was in. So where was I? I was inside of this sidebar. Starting to go crazy. Right. I'm inside the sidebar. No, I'm inside the sidebar channel. Here we go. And then what I'm going to do is, it's not set sidebar channel, it's set sidebar info now. Right. So it's this one. And then I'm going to save it. And now it says it's not exported from AppSlice. So let's go back into AppSlice. Oh yeah, we need to change this to set channel info. And we'll go back to sidebar channel. Here we go. And on click, it's going to fire off an arrow function. And this one is going to go ahead and say, it's going to dispatch set channel info. And as the payload, I'm going to pass in the channel ID, right, with the key ID, with that key channel ID, sorry, the value ID. And then I'm going to go ahead and say channel name is the channel name that we passed in as a prop. So if we go ahead and do that now, if I go ahead and check my Redux inspector, go over here, go to Redux. Now we should be able to see if I click this, set channel info. You see that it set the info to that channel ID and CP Discord. If I click this one, it set it to YouTube and it changed the channel ID to that one. Now these channel IDs line up to the ones that are in the DB, so it knows which messages to then pull. And we can also use these values in rendering the correct things, okay? So that's dope. So now what I can do is go into AppSlice, and I've got the selectors appropriate. So I can use those, for example, here. So let's go into the header component, and rather than test channel name, thank you so much, Nicholas on Facebook. He says, this is awesome, Sonny. Appreciate that, dude. Nagesh goes, only 16 left for the 1K, whereas it deserves I think it's 1 million or 1 trillion likes. Thank you so much, dude. Or only a K, nice. My motivation as idea of going back to my old work. I think that's a good thing. But let's carry on, guys. So right now, rather than the test channel name, what I'm going to go ahead and do is pull up my chat header over here, and I'm going to basically go ahead and where do we render chat header? It's inside of the chat.js, right? So inside of chat.js, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull the channel ID, the user, and the channel name, right? So I'm going to do it in order so it's not as confusing. So here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to import the use selector from React Redux. And I'm going to import the selectors. So select channel ID, import this one. And then I'm going to go ahead, it says select user. I'm going to import that as well. There we go. And now I have this information inside of here. Inside of chat header, I'm going to pass the channel name as a prop. So channel name as a prop. And then inside of chat header, what I can do now is I can accept that as a prop. So I can say get the channel name, destructure it. And then here I can say render the channel name. And now if we go ahead and click CP Discord, YouTube, damn, it works, huh? Nice, awesome stuff. All right. Hey, bow down to Papa React. Thank you, dude. And then G says, I love you for your job. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. 7 likes away from 1,000 likes. Damn, guys. Appreciate you guys so much. Okay. So next, now what we're going to go ahead and do is, you see, like that works now. Okay. We can add the channels. We can sort of change the room. Now, what I want to do is I want to make this a bit more smart. So the next thing that we need to do is go into our chat.js. And this is where I need to basically go ahead and make it. So firstly, we need to collect the input. So I need to be able to collect this stuff. So in order to do that, let's go into chat.js. Oh God, why am I printing? I need to go into chat.js and I'm going to create a piece of state called input. Right, so it's going to be called input, and I'm going to say set input use state, and by default this is going to be a blank string. Okay, now to hook this up to the input field down below, I'm going to go ahead and say value equals oh guys, we just hit 1,000 likes. Let's go, guys. That is dope. Thank you so much, guys, for watching this. We're not finished yet. But thank you so much for 1,000 likes on this video. The energy has been insane from you guys today. Let's keep going strong. That's awesome, guys. 1,000 likes. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. So, and we have a compile error. So, you know, you win and you lose. But let's go ahead and carry on. So at this point, we're going to go ahead and import use state. Let's jump back in. So I'm going to import use state. And so here I'm going to map it to the input. And I'm going to say on change. Every time I type in, go ahead and capture. So it fires off an event and set the input to e.target.value, which basically goes ahead and gets the value that you're typing in. So that means now we have this. Ooh, God, not that one. It's value. Shit. There you go. And then as I type in now, boom, it's stored in the state as well. Okay. So the goal here is that when I type in, right, and we also want to disable this if there is no messages. I want to say disabled if you haven't selected a room. So I don't want you to be able to enter in things if you haven't selected a room. So disabled if you have, let's go ahead and say disabled if there is no channel ID. There we go. That should fix it. And also do that for the button, just in case. Right. So that means if you haven't selected something, you see that I can't actually type anything in, but as soon as I select the channel, I can type something in. Dope. And also for the input field, the message here, I can actually now go ahead and use the actual channel name. So I can say channel name. And then you see where it says test channel. Now it says no, but if I click something, CP Discord, there we go. Okay. Now for the messages, we render out 3 dead messages here. We don't want that, right? We want to have some messages. So I'm going to say const messages, set messages equals use state. And I'm going to make it an array. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is here, I'm going to go ahead and say messages dot map. So for every single message, I want to render out a message component. Right. So now we should see no messages, which is actually correct. Right. But I want to populate this stuff. So I want to say use effect. And the use effect gets fired off. It gets fired off once because we're going to have a listener. And then we're going to say DB auto import from our local Firebase. I say db.collection, And what I want to do is go into the channels, right? But this is where we got to be particular, right? So I want to go into the document, which is this channel ID, because remember we have the channel ID stored in Redux. I'm going to go into the collection of messages inside of that room, inside of that channel, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and say dot, and I'm going to say order by, because we're going to add a timestamp, order by timestamp, and then we're going to say descending, because I want the most recent things to come to the top. And I'm going to say get a snapshot. So again, row time. I'm going to say when we get that snapshot, go ahead and do the following. We'll say set messages to snapshot.docs.map for every single doc inside. I just want the doc data. I don't really care about anything else. So I'm going to say doc data, right? So then we get this nice little kind of thing. But you see, it freaks out. So we need to say if there's a channel ID, then we do this. Otherwise, protect, right? So we're kind of protecting against ourselves here. Because we're monsters. So that's it. Boom, works. Right. So at this point, everything's pretty good. We pretty much have everything working. Well, kind of. Like we basically have this pulling in the messages, but we can't see that it's actually doing anything, right? So I want to go ahead and say const send messages, const send message equals e. Because we want to do an e.prevent default, because when we submit that form, we don't want it to refresh the page. And basically, I need to connect this to that button. So when we send the message, remember, like I said, it's inside a form. So when I hit enter on this field, see right now it refreshes. We don't want that. So I'm going to say on click, and I'm going to say send message. But now we do e.prevent default. So if I do it now, type in enter. See, it doesn't actually refresh, which is good. And then here, what I'm going to say is db.collection message channels. And then we go in again inside the room. So we say channel ID, and then we say again, go into the collection of messages. And all we do here, guys, is we just add. So we add an object inside. And then here we say add a timestamp. So firstly, we'll add the timestamp after, but we say the message is the input, right? So it's the input of what you added. I hate when it overlays it. There we go. Message is the input. And then we can say the user is our user that we pull in from our store. Okay, the one that we logged in with. And then I need a timestamp as well, so I know when the user entered. Now for the timestamp, what we do is we import Firebase from the actual Firebase. Oops, from not the local, we say from Firebase, the one that's on the npm module. And we do that. And then what we do is we go down here, we say timestamp. Oops, timestamp. And this one is Firebase.firestore. And then we say dot field value dot server timestamp, because we want to use a server's timestamp, because that's going to be the same regardless if I'm in London, if I'm in America, or if I'm in anywhere else, right? It doesn't matter, right? So that will go ahead and do that. Now, with that said, we need to actually add a dependency here for this use effect. The channel ID is the dependency here because we use it here. So we need to add that in. That's very important. Don't forget that. And then also here for the, we need to set the input to blank after you submit. So we don't want to have this some text here, okay? So with that said, if I go into CP Discord and I say, yo, what's up guys? Enter. You see, I added the message, but again, right? So now it's actually there, but now our message needs to actually take in the correct props when we render it out. So what we can do at this point is we can actually pass in the message stuff that we need. So we're going to pass in 3 props, and they're going to be as follows: message timestamp, message, and the message user. And this is based on the values we put in here. Okay. So we jump into our message, we receive the props here, so we can destructure them, and we can get the timestamp, the user, and the message. Save it. And now if we go into our message, right? Now what we can do is the avatar source can be the user.photo, right? So this will be the user's photo from that value. So if I go into CB Discord, now it's got my correct picture. It's not my one, it's the one that we actually sent the message with. So if it doesn't matter what I'm logged in as, I will be showing that one. Now the here should be the user.display name. And then here, this is a timestamp. So this is where the interesting bit comes in. So this one's a bit more tricky, right? We're going to say new date, capital D, and we're going to say timestamp dot, right? And we say timestamp could be there, might not be there, to date, and then we say to UTC string, right? So this will basically go ahead and pass the weird timestamp we get back into the correct one. So we go to CP Discord and it says this is a message, but the timestamp's correct, the name is correct, but the message is the final part here. I just say message. And now CP Discord, boom. And if I go ahead and say boom, this just works. Look at that, guys, real time. Yeah. And if I say, wow, this is dope. So that's pretty cool, right? That works really, really nice. And I'm going to deploy this in a second. Even if we're going to this channel and say the YouTube channel, works. Is this? I'm gonna let you guys respond to that. Let me see. All right, but I think that's pretty dope. All right, so with that said, I think that's the majority of the app done, right? So most of the app's done, so we can pretty much log in. So I'm gonna actually go ahead and log into a separate account. So I've got a different account here. So I'm gonna log into, I've got Kazi's account here. So I'm just gonna log in under his account. And now it should say I've logged in as Rafe Kazi. There we go. And I can say, yo, Sonny. So I'm gonna pretend that we're someone else now, so you can see yo Sonny and say what's up guys, what's up guys. There we go. See that works in a different account as well. It pulls his information and say this is insane. It's all real time, guys. Like if I refresh, it's gonna persist. It logs me back in. Go back to CP Discord. Boom, logs in. All right. So I'm gonna go back to Sonny. And I think with that said, what we're gonna do now is deploy. Right. We're gonna go ahead and deploy. So now what we're gonna do is we have everything up and running. This is insane. I mean, I think this is pretty cool. I think this is pretty cool stuff. So now what we're gonna do is I'm gonna go ahead and deploy. So I'm gonna first make sure I'm logged into the correct Firebase. So let me go ahead and just change your screen for a sec, because I think I'm in a work one. So Firebase log out. And yeah, that was in the work one. So I'm going to go into my terminal. So let's go back into my terminal. And then first I'm going to do Firebase login. And I made this on my personal one. So if I go here and just say, this is fine. And it's going to log me. So I'm going to continue. I don't know, on this account. Oops. Do it on this account. Allow. There we go. And it logged me in. So Firebase login is the first command you want to do. Then you want to do Firebase init. Okay. So right now we're deploying, guys, so it's gonna be awesome. So then I'm gonna go ahead and go down to hosting, hit enter, hit the space bar, hit enter key. Okay, so I'm gonna make this a bit bigger for you guys so you guys can see that. And then here it says use an existing project. So I have tons of projects. Let's go ahead and find the one. Discord clone YouTube, right? Enter. And then this bit's very important, okay? So Bill Balgo says, shouldn't the newest text be at the bottom? Yeah, you can do that, and you can make it auto scroll to the bottom if you want. I didn't do that. I just done it for simplicity. It will come to the top. But here it's very important to write build, okay? You have to write build, guys. Don't write anything else. It has to be build. And then what you want to do is enter. And then here you want to do yes, because every single React app is a single page app. That's dope. And then what we're going to do is npm run build. And what this will do is it will build the entire app into a build folder up here. All right, so remember we set the deployment folder to build, okay? And it will actually go ahead and build everything into that folder. So right now it strips out all the sort of heavy crap, so all the heavy sort of stuff that we don't need, and it will actually go ahead and put it into a very optimized production build. So this is the one, okay? And then what we're gonna do is bear with me while it creates the optimized production build. And there you go. So it built everything out. So now we can check inside the build folder and we got all this jargon, right? So you don't want to touch anything inside the build folder. But it basically made it into a very fast production ready, I guess, setup, okay? Then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say Firebase deploy. And that's it. I'm gonna hit this button and we're about to deploy, guys. And I want you guys to all log on to this once I deploy it and check it out. All right. Now, who's ready? Who is ready to deploy this app, guys? Let me know in the comments right now, because we're gonna end this with a bang. And I'm gonna go ahead and share the link for you guys. And I want everyone to come in, clutch, and literally just go ahead and have a chat. Keep it clean, but have a chat inside the Discord clone to see that I'm not lying when I built this, right? So let me know in the comments right now if you're ready for this, and I will hit the deploy button as soon as we get enough heat right now, okay? So let's go ahead and see how many people drop a comment on this. We're already past 1,000 likes. We have 220 people still watching, so that's insane. Let's go ahead and do this. So David Mason says, you are awesome. Thank you so much, dude. And with that said, I'm gonna give it one more second. Hey, there it goes. That's it. So here we go. It goes. Christopher Sidal says, let's see it deploying the gestures. Yeah, hey, hard, dude. Everyone's saying, let's go, drop it, let's go. All right, let's do it, dude. Let's go. All right, so I'm going to hit deploy. So hitting deploy now. And deploying, hosting, beginning deploy, found the items in the build. This is good. This is good. This is good. And hey, there we go. There's the build right there. So I'm gonna go ahead, copy this, and drop this in the chat. There you go. And let's go ahead, open out. I'm gonna open out here and do this. And now you guys should be able to see it. Go ahead and check it out. Go ahead and do sunny.sanga@gmail.com. Log in. Check it out. Hey, we got people here already. Nice. Yo, what's up, guys? David Mason's here. Dope. Oh, we actually have a bug. All right, so I'm going to show you guys how to fix this right now. Okay. So I'm going to show you how to fix this right now, and then we'll redeploy. So check this out, right? So this is actually a good debugging issue, okay? So you see, we haven't got over scroll right now, okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to chat, and then over here, well, I'll show you how to very quickly fix this. So as the messages come in, we can fix this. So inside of chat messages over here, so I'm going to open up chat.css, boom, go down here. And this is pretty cool as we're coding over there, it comes down. And I'm gonna go into chat.css, and you guys will see how fast it is to do this stuff, right? So inside the chat messages, I'm gonna go overflow scroll, and then I'm gonna add this in. So I'm gonna add this WebKit scroll bar in. So over here, boom, and I'm gonna go ahead and say this. So these two lines here hide the scroll bar, but they implement the scroll functionality. Then I'm gonna go ahead and do npm run build, and I'm gonna chain the Firebase deploy command. And boom, just like that, I'm literally pushing, and I'm pushing a bug fix. So once this bug fix goes ahead and gets deployed, you guys are gonna see it. So Michael Pluta literally is gonna fix that issue. So it just created the build, and then we're gonna go ahead and do it again. So now it's deploying again. So let's go ahead and see it out. Omka says, don't you pee? My girlfriend agrees. Yeah, honestly, I don't know, man. Like I can hold it together. But look at that. We have this issue. But if I refresh now, it shouldn't be cached, hopefully. So let's go ahead and see. Let's go ahead and do this. Hey, look at that. Fixed it. Nice. That's how you do it, guys. That's how you fix a bug live. So go ahead and refresh and you'll see it. The bug is fixed. Look at that. That was pretty cool, I think. I think that deserves a hit. Smash that thumbs up on. I think that was pretty cool. We just debugged it that quick and we deployed it. So that shows you just how fast it is to go ahead and deploy. Okay, so that's pretty sick. With that said, that's all, like, you know it's coming to an end when we drop that. But you guys can pretty much see that we have, like, look, we have some new chat channels being opened up here. It's pretty dope. Right. So Nicholas Hale, thank you so much. This guy Sonny is awesome. Learned so much. We should try this React.js code later. Definitely go check it out, dude. And yeah, we've got loads of things coming in. So we've got Legend, Papa React, subscribe to Clever Programmer. Hey, love this. Good. You're superhuman, hats off. Papa React, fix the bug. Yeah, oh yeah, dude. Subscribe fast, bet chats, best chat ever. Sunny knows Pedro, what's up, dude? Man, it works. Okay, this is insane. Awesome, Sunny fans. Nice. All right. So, with that said, guys. I hope you enjoyed the build. We had Redux. We had everything inside this build. We had the Discord clone. We had Redux. We had selectors. We ran through the entire build process, like that. I showed you pretty much the entire Redux flow, how different slices like the app slice, the user slice are built. We had all of that stuff inside today's build. We had, man, crazy stuff. Somebody says, okay, there's still a bug. Yeah, I mean, I think it's also on the sidebar, but you know, you guys saw it, you know, I had to go ahead and fix that. Hey, my girlfriend's coming in. Love you too. But yeah, guys, that was an awesome, fun build. Hope you guys found value in that. We pretty much showed a responsive design. We showed how you can pretty much go ahead and clone. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking around. We still have literally 230 people sticking around, so this is awesome. We hit over 1,000 likes already in today's build. And as always, guys, your energy is insane. I'm glad to be back. And we can pretty much go ahead, and I want all of you guys to go ahead and literally go ahead and build this. I know which bug you're talking about, guys. You're talking about the sidebar. You literally do the same thing. You do overflow scroll, and then you do that little trick that I showed you to go ahead and fix it. But with that said, tomorrow we drop an iMessage clone. So we don't stop here. We've got an iMessage clone happening tomorrow. So literally the stuff that happens on your phone is going to be happening on the browser tomorrow. I'm going to build that for you guys tomorrow. With that said, make sure you go to the link in the description, sign up to the free training. Do not miss that, guys, because it's completely free. So I don't know why you'd want to miss it, but this is the free training that you can get access to. Me and Kasi pretty much go ahead and show you guys how to build the next fix clone and use everything behind that build. So Yasha says, what's that shiny thing behind you? These are the lights that my girlfriend bought me. So they're pretty cool lights, dude. They're called Nano Leaf, and they react to my voice. So as soon as I talk, it pretty much comes up. So thank you so much, guys. And it's Papa React, aka Sunny, signing off. Make sure, if you don't already, follow me on Instagram. So go ahead, follow me, shoot a story if you're watching this live, and I'd love to have a chat. With that said, it's your boy. I'll see you tomorrow. Peace, guys. Bye. Sunny, what's up, guys? How's it going?
Oh man, I have hidden you, my friend. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to show you. There we go.
How's it going, guys? My name's Sunny. I'm a React developer, and I'm pumped for today.
Damn.
Let's go, Kazi.
Yeah, this is gonna be awesome, guys. We are hoping that we are perfectly live everywhere, but this is going to be us building a to-do app with React and Firebase from scratch. We're gonna be doing it live. This is going to be completely beginner friendly. So if this is your first time learning about React or Firebase or whatever, you are fine. If you're more intermediate or advanced and you want to learn Firebase and React, you're also in the right place. We got 92 concurrent viewers right now. Damn.
Oh, nice.
120. Let's go.
Let's go. Holy crap.
You should actually tell Jacob to send viewers too.
He did. He sent the messenger out. Nice.
Awesome. So we're up to 160. Guys, this is amazing. Once we get started, we're just going to straight up keep going until it's completely built and live. So what I will tell you to do is, in the meantime, we're just going to wait a little bit to make sure everybody's here and live. And then it's up to you whether you want to build this app live with us or you want to just sit here and watch it.
That's right.
Nice. Okay. So we are live on all platforms. That is sick. Let's see if we can, maybe we can show some of these people's
the messages. Let's go.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. How is everybody doing here? Oh, nice. Kiska is on here. Awesome.
Abdullah, what's up, Abdullah?
Miro says, let's go. Awesome. Abdullah is here. Says, hey.
Amanath, what's up, dude? Nice.
Yeah. Oh, you can see my screen, right, Sunny?
Yeah, I can see your screen. I've got the comments up as well, so we can see. Nice.
Nice. Christabel says, best teacher, sick.
Awesome.
Okay, guys. Oh, you guys can hear that. You can't hear that little click sound, right? I turned it off, so I think we should be good to go. Awesome. Are you guys excited to get started on this project? Drop it in the comments below. Let us know.
Damn, dude. Everyone's flooding in. How many people are we at now?
We are at 264.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That is so awesome.
This is sick. All right, guys. We're just going to get started and jump into it. What do you say, son? You want to get started?
Dude, I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay, let's do it. So I'm going to get off of, go back into Visual Studio Code. Yup, live on all platforms.
Awesome.
Dope. Okay. And here we go. Sharing the screen now and popping up the picture-in-picture. Give me 1 second, Sunny. What I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to make sure that we have we're properly nice and zoomed in.
Awesome.
Okay, right there. Okay. All right, guys. Just want to make sure that this is as smooth of an experience for all of you guys as possible. This is our first time doing a joint live event like this, so just make
That's
sure.
it. And if you guys enjoy this, we'll keep these things coming. So it'll be awesome to do.
Yeah, really, our goal is to be able to do it like every day. Honestly, like that's where we want to
Exactly.
get to. Okay,
That's it.
awesome. All right, Sonny, let's go. I think we're good.
Let's do it.
Let me take away my text overlay. Actually, I'm gonna just hide it for now. Yep.
Nice.
So,
Dope.
Is it still hiding some of the screen? You see what I'm saying?
Let me have a look. So it's hiding a little. It's cropping a tiny bit of the window right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like why it's doing that? Because
so if
now
you
it's
go
good,
back,
I think, right?
Oh, we're good actually. We're good.
Now we're good.
We're good, I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We'll also zoom this in a little bit more so it's easier for everybody to see. Is this good for you guys to see? All right, I think we're good to go. Let's just go.
Let's do it. So, Kazi, let's tell everyone what we're building today.
We're going to be building a to-do list app with React and Firebase. This is actually something I'm really excited about because you have been teaching a bunch of React recently. And
yeah, that's right.
I'm like super pumped about it because React is just so fast. And also Firebase excites me much more than freaking Amazon AWS because that just looks ugly. And so I really want to learn how to use Firestore database on Firebase and React. So I'll ask you questions kind of along the way.
Awesome. Let's do it. So for those of you who don't know what React is, it's pretty much, it's a library and it just wraps the web development languages. So web development is just HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. React is like it's a library that Facebook built, and it's widely used. It's very popular and it's super powerful. And you're going to see that today. And we're going to combine that with something that Google built, which is called Firebase. And that's going to allow us to have a complete, fully fledged app that we're going to deploy. And every single one of you guys can hop onto and play around with. Awesome. That's right. And guys, if you're wondering how we're doing this right now, this is called VS Code Live Share. So right now, me and Kazi can both code in real time on the same terminal, on the same coding platform, which is insane. And it's going to give you guys a really cool experience. And we can show you how to do this if we get enough time at the end as well.
We're even sharing the same terminal and the same local host.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Awesome. Right. So how do you want to begin?
Okay, so let's get started. So now where should we start? What's the first best place to start? Should we set up our Firebase, or should we just set up our front end first and then set up our Firebase? What would you recommend?
So The first thing that I usually do whenever we start a React project is pretty much use something called Create React App. And what that is basically Facebook built this starter package, which all you need to do is run one command in the terminal, and that's going to start everything up for you and give you a starter template. So the way we're going to do that is if you just go into your terminal now.
Yep.
Yep, and let's type in npx space create React app with dashes between them. And what should we call our app?
Okay, can we just put it here?
No, so you actually just put the name here.
Okay.
So here you just put to do app. So we could call this one
The only
Firebase
reason I
to
was
do app or
saying
something
that is
like that.
because the folder is already
Right.
called.
So we're inside of React to do right now. Yeah, no, we're good here. If we just don't have a space. So yeah, React to do app.
Cool. So, like this, or do you want me to still write the next thing?
Yeah, so I want you to put the name next to it like this. So we'll have something like this. So to do app.
Got it.
That's what we typically do. Yeah. So guys, npx is something called node package executor, and it's just going to basically go and find this package, the one that Facebook created called create React app, and then if Kazi just hits enter on the keyboard, and what this is going to do now is inside of this folder, it's going to set up everything that we need to get our first React project started, which is a really, really handy thing. It installs all of the packages that we need to get started with it. It actually gives us a really nice starting template. And then from there, we can start coding. For many of you guys that don't know what React is or have never used it before, it was really, really cool to go and look at something called component-based design. And that's something which we're going to show you today. And I think everyone's going to enjoy that because it's really, really powerful. And it means that you only have to write a small amount of code to get a lot out of it. Yeah, so while that's starting up, Kazi, let's go ahead and set up Firebase.
Cool. I think I just zoomed in somehow again, so I'm going to have to zoom out and then zoom. Yep. Cool.
Dope.
All right. So I'm on firebase.com.
Yeah, so what you want to do now is, I think I can see the overlays on the screen right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you want to just move those. It says camera effects and things like that. Okay, no, we're good. Yep. So if you go to console.
Yep. So those are going to show
Yep.
to us, Sunny, like we can see it, but like nobody can actually see that.
Got you. Okay, nice. So now what we need to do, guys, all you need to set up Firebase is completely free. So don't stress about having to put your credit card details in and everything like that. Firebase is a free service. You just need to have a Gmail account. Come over to where we are right now, and then you just want to click on Add Project.
Okay, dope. So I'm going to click this right here.
Yep. We're going to throw in a name for our project.
All right. What do you want to call it? We're going to call it To Do App CP.
Yep, perfect. Let's do that.
And enable Google Analytics for this project.
We can do. Yeah, let's leave it on.
Okay.
Nice. And you just want to select your default account. There we go.
Okay.
And just like that, it's going to start creating the project. And guys, Firebase is not just like a backend. So it's not just something like a database. It's like a suite of tools. So not only can you have a database where you can host your information, your user information, it handles things like authentication. You can deploy your website, and it's super easy to do that. And on top of that, you can do some crazy stuff like machine learning. It's really, really insane what you can do here. So let's just click on continue.
Okay.
Awesome. And now what we're going to do,
by the way, Carlos
is
just said, I'm stuck with Python. It's okay, because even if you're using Python and you learn what we're about to do today, you can do the same exact setup. Well, actually, that's not true, right? You told me yesterday we were talking. You said you cannot use Firebase with Python, right?
I think you can actually use Firebase with Python. Yeah, you can. If you've got a Python app, so let's say you've got a Python app, which is a backend service, you can definitely connect to Firebase from that. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You can.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. So, so if you guys are using Python, you learn what we're doing today, you can actually combine Firebase and maybe even React with your Python apps and like just make them, make the front end amazing and even the back end amazing.
Exactly.
Sayuri says, I enrolled into PWJ. Good vibes. Nice.
Awesome. Nice.
Okay, so what's next?
Right, so next what we want to do is go over to that little cog icon on the top left. So the
Got
little
it right
settings
here.
icon. There we go. And then project settings.
Uh-huh.
And all we need here is we need like a key, right? Which is going to tell our app how to connect to Firebase. So right now you see where it says at the bottom, it says there are no apps in your project.
Yep.
You want to click on the one which has a symbol for web dev. So it's the third one on the right.
This one.
So not, that's right. Yeah. And then you want to give it a name here. This name doesn't matter too much. It can be anything you want.
And should I do also set up Firebase hosting or just do register?
Yes. Yeah, let's set up Firebase hosting. And that's really important because that's going to allow us to actually be able to deploy so that everyone can use this once we're done.
Okay. And
so then click on register app.
Great.
Yeah. And then that will set that up for us. And the next one, so this one we can actually ignore. So this is how you include all of the Firebase code into your project. But because we're using React, React uses something called node modules. So they're basically like pre-packaged bundles of code, and we install them with something called npm. So we don't actually need to do this step. And I'll show you how we do that inside of our code afterwards. So we can click next on this step.
Got it.
So this one's important right now. So here what you want to do is you want to click the copy command. You want to open up your terminal. So you can either do this in VS Code or you can do it in a separate terminal. And what you're going to do is just paste that command and install that. And what this says is whenever you have npm install with that little -g, it means install this package across your entire computer. So it doesn't matter if we're inside of this project. It doesn't matter if we're inside of a different project. We're always going to have access to Firebase tools right now. Yep. And we need Firebase tools. Oh, okay. So in this case, you need to write sudo. Yeah, so you need to have sudo in the beginning because when you do things like this, you need admin privileges. Yeah.
Yep. And some people are asking, so Mark Johnson asks, how long is the PWJ course, and is this something I can do at my own pace and time? Mark, yes. So PWJ course, you can definitely do it at your own pace and time. It's now we have turned it into a membership, so you know as long as you're a member, you can just go at it at your own pace. And Ajay asked, is it React or React Native, Sunny?
So that's a really good question. It's React what we're doing now, but once you learn this, you can use React Native. So to tell you guys what the two are, React is for when you're doing web development. So any website is going to be using React if you're using the library. But if you want to then deploy, say, for example, to iOS or Android apps, then you would use something called React Native. But right now, we're just doing pure React.
Man, this thing keeps doing this weird zoom thing. Like, it keeps messing up the zoom. And so maybe we just want to do show entire screen and then zoom in. And I think then this should be good to go. Now, wherever I go, it should be good. Okay, awesome. Great.
Yeah, nice.
So we installed this. Let's go next.
Yeah, so we installed that. And then next, we need to actually log into our Firebase hosting. So let's go back to the command line. Let's do Firebase login. And then let's type in Y.
Okay.
So that Y for yes. And then this will pop up a little window. Just need to sign into your account. So they actually take all the headache out of it. So this is literally as simple as it gets to set things up. And then you go. There you go. So we've logged into our account. We'll do the rest of the steps afterwards because this is going to be deploying the website. Yeah, so we can carry on with this once we've actually got the site built.
Got it.
So let's click continue to console.
Great.
So here's the magic. So you see where it says Firebase SDK snippet. We want to click on config. Yeah. And this object is basically the magic which connects our React app to our Firebase backend. So this is going to be crucial right now for this config. And what we want to do now is now that we have access to this, we can actually go back to the app and then we can implement this afterwards. But we should have got everything set up. So let's go over to our folders right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in the command line, what we want to do is, because we ran create React app, we just want to go into the folder that it created the project in. So if we type in ls in the terminal, we should be able to see there's an app. So you can see it says to do app. So if you just want to go inside of to do app.
Yep.
Nice. And then what you want to do is, guys, whenever you set up a React project, it's so easy to get it started. All you need to do is write npm start. and it will spin the app up. It will get everything running. So now let's start the app by running npm start.
Nice. We got 345 people live right now.
Awesome. That is insane. Nice. So yeah, a few people said please zoom out a bit. Someone said please zoom in a bit. I think what we'll do is we'll zoom in on the code because I think that it might be a little small, but we can double check that.
Yeah.
There you go. So this is the React template that we get started off with. So if you guys have made it to this point, awesome.
Okay. And by the way, yeah, they're asking, yeah, you can watch this later. It'll be recorded. We'll leave it up. So yeah, you can watch it live or record it. But I mean, we would want you to watch it live, and the reason is like you can actually like engage and ask questions, and we can answer those questions. That's a huge plus. But if you have to go to sleep or whatever, and you have to wake up tomorrow and do it, that's fine too.
Yeah, exactly. So this will be up for you guys to go at your own pace with, and you can keep pausing the video and carry on. So now what we're going to do is we're going to actually look at the files. So if you go to the left where it says Open Editor,
left.
So you see on the top left, yep, you want to click on that drop down. Actually, let's click on React Firebase To Do App.
Cool.
So and then let's open up To Do App. So now this is our sort of folder structure. So we can delete index.js outside because that was something we made before. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is going to be all the code. So let's just set some base rules so that nobody breaks the project and just knows where to go from here. So never touch node modules is a safe way of thinking of it. The only way we're going to touch that is if we do commands in the terminal. But right now, the one that we're interested in is all of the things we're interested in is inside of source.
Okay.
So let's click into SRC. And what I like to do is we just saw that it created that app, right, with the spinning React logo.
Yep.
I like to clean things up so it becomes a fresh template. And what we do here is let's delete the test.js file.
So
because we're not going to be running any tests right now.
Okay.
So let's delete that. Let's delete the setup test.js file. Yep. Let's delete the logo.svg, which is that little React logo.
Oh man, I love that logo. Okay.
We can keep it if you want. And then let's go to app.js.
Oh, okay. Not deleting that one, right?
No, we're not deleting that. And then what you want to do now is because we've deleted the app, we need to basically, what I do is I get rid of everything inside of the div. So everything inside of the outside div, let's just get rid of that. Yeah. And then I'll put a h1 tag and I'll just say hello world. So hello world. And then you see on line 2, we need to get rid of that because we deleted the logo file. Awesome.
All right, what?
And on line 2 now, you see in the terminal it says no such file logo.svg. Yep. So we have to get rid of that. Yeah. And there we go. So right now we have a warning, but let's ignore that for now. It's because we're using an emoji. But there we go. That's our starting point for the app. I usually clear the CSS files as well, but we can do that afterwards. Because right now it keeps everything centered, which is easier to see. Okay, dope. So let's get started on actually building the to-do app. Right?
Yep.
Give me 1 sec. Let's go to app.js. Okay. So what we need is a few things. And what I like to do here is I just like to sort of frame the app first. So we have a rough outline of what the app looks like and what it's going to do. And then we're basically going to power it up with Firebase and make it super powerful. So the first thing we're going to do is add an input field. So we want to have an input field. So let's do this. An input field is self-closing. So let's do it like this. So you have an input field. And the second thing we're going to have is a button. And that button is going to be simple. It's just going to say something like add to do, right? And now if we check our app, so let's have a look at the app. We can now see if we refresh, should come up.
No buttons on here.
No? Okay, let's go to app.css.
Maybe you didn't save. Now it's here.
Oh, there we go. Nice. There we go. Yeah, so now we have like a little frame for our app, right?
It's broken.
It's centered.
It's broken.
God damn it.
All right, here we go.
So now what we want to do is we want to basically make this. So we've got the UI at a very basic level done. right? Let's see, Kazi, do you want to make this look really pretty with Material UI first,
Yeah,
or should we
yeah,
get
yeah.
it
I
functionally
mean,
working?
let me actually think. Let's add basic functionality to it because that's what I like to do. Sometimes I'll add in, like right now I'm just telling you what my gut feels, and at this exact moment I would be just looking to add in, like literally if I can just create a UL or those LI, like a regular bullet point list to show up, then I would want to switch it
Yep.
over to Material UI.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, let's just start with that. So then the first thing we need to do is we need to understand. So what we kind of want to do is let's just do another baseline for the app. So we're going to have let's say a unordered list. And then inside that unordered list, we're going to have a bunch of list elements, right?
Yeah.
So this one could be like take dogs for a walk. And then we can have another one, which is going to be like take the rubbish out. Take. Nice. And then if we save that and run that, so you have to save it on your machine, otherwise it won't take effect.
Okay, save. Got it.
Yeah, save, and let's have a look.
Okay, let me ask you, hold on. If I do this,
Yep. Yep, I can hear you.
oh, that is interesting because I'm on my Yeti, so I'm muting it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So the mic is muted right now.
So probably you can hear me from Skype because it's probably picking up my computer sound, but like probably cannot hear me on the live stream actually. So let me actually just take a look, and let me pop open the audio. No, not that one. That one.
Tell me. Oh. Yeah, so Sina Shorat says, Kazi, your voice is so low. So I think it is. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
It's gone a bit low right now.
Yep. So this is a nice comment that Amanath put. Let's see if we can add it. It says the real power of the React.js is we can create a full stack application with just, oh, I can actually move his comment up.
Oh, nice.
With just React and Firebase without anything else like the backend and blah, blah, blah.
That's right.
That's awesome.
And guys, yeah.
I was just gonna say, Sunny, is that because with Firebase you just speak through API endpoints instead of like, either having a ORM or like SQL and stuff like that?
So Firebase, think of it this way. So like they took all of the complexity. So where we traditionally would need an API to talk from our front end to our back end,
Yeah.
they took all of that and they basically just made it so that all you need to do now is install a package, a node module package called Firebase into your project.
Yep.
And then you just import that. So you say import Firebase from Firebase in the top, and then you can actually just like communicate from the front end directly to the back end through your front end code, which usually wasn't the case before. You would have to do a request to the back end to push data in. You'd have to do a request to then refetch. But they've taken all of that complexity out, and on top of that, they made it real time. So you get real time information, which is insane.
All real time. Actually, I just got a great idea. So what I'm gonna do is, as you are speaking, I'm going to write out some of the stuff you're saying, and then we can actually just publish it as an article afterwards.
Nice. Yeah, let's do it. So how to produce that with Firebase. Awesome. So let's see. Everyone says, hey, Kazi. Hey, Sunny. Sam. What's up, Sam? Now the audio is good. Can you set the syntax to JavaScript React for JSS syntax on auto completion? Yes, you can. Visual Studio Code is actually really clever at picking up what language you're doing. So usually when you do create React app, everything gets set up for you. So you don't have to worry about a lot of that.
Okay.
Nice.
Dope. So this is where we'll take notes as we go along so everybody can visually see the notes with us. I think this just makes it very easy for everybody.
This is awesome. Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Nice.
My audio should be good to go now, I think. But okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So what I was going to say is in that list, it would be really handy underneath of React to just do a little bullet point saying we used create React app, because that's the fundamental starting point to get the app running.
Okay.
Yeah. So we'll add that into the list afterwards. Okay. So nice. Let's get started. So what we want now is we want it to be basically when we type in the input field and then we click the add to do button, we want it to push into that list, right?
Yep.
And the way we do that in React is React has two fundamentals that we just need to learn about. So one is called state and the other one is called props. We'll touch on props in a second, but state is really where the magic kind of happens. And when we say state, what we can think about is pretty much like a short-term memory. So if we refresh the page, the state is cleared. So it's non-persistent, which means that if we are going to click refresh, the state gets cleared. So you need to remember that. That's one of the important things. Somebody just said React hooks. Yes, React hooks is this new implementation in React where they're basically pushing for this very like nice, concise code. So we will be using React hooks in this. So the state gets cleared after refreshed. Props we'll touch on afterwards.
Hey,
so let's go back to the code.
Nice.
Let's jump back to the code.
Uh-huh.
And what we're going to do now is we're going to set up a piece of state. And the way we do that is you can see, guys, so right now, imagine in React, everything is component based, right? So a quick run through of what is actually happening here is the app component, which is basically referring to the entire component that you're seeing on the page. It returns some HTML, but this is special HTML, guys. This is called JSX, which means that if we want to actually run some JavaScript here, we can do that by simply adding these curly braces.
Nice.
And in these curly braces, you can actually run some JavaScript, which is really powerful.
Okay, how about just show us like 1 + 1? Like show us the result of that with Java, like adding it in there.
Okay. So let's do const, let's do sum, and let's just do equal 1 + 1. And let's say, hello, clever programmers, and then we want to pop out the sum.
Yeah.
Sum.
And we can
Yeah.
also just do
So
the math in there, right? We could even type in 1 + 1 right there.
Yeah, we
Let's
could do that.
Okay, let's do that. Cool. And
So let's save that and let's check it.
Uh-huh.
So there we go.
Nice. Sick. Okay.
Nice.
Beautiful.
So we can actually run dynamic JavaScript with JSX, which is really powerful. And right now, what we're going to do is we are going to create some, so run dynamic JavaScript with JSX. And JSX, whenever you see that, just think of it as like JavaScript, and the cross is like a hybrid with HTML. So you've got this wicked little hybrid right now.
Cool.
Nice. And what we're going to do now is we're going to basically set up some state. So remember, state is like short-term memory, and it's component specific. So right now, when we add state to the app component, it's going to be short-term memory for the app component. So what we're going to do now is we're going to set that up. And here is the syntax to set up a piece of state. So we write const, which is basically setting up a variable. And the syntax for how we do it is we're going to say, let's call it to-dos. So here we have our list of to-dos, which is going to be an array.
Yep.
And whenever we use a use state hook, it's called, we need to basically have our to-do variable, so the to-dos variable, and then we need something that we can call that is going to allow us to change that variable. And the reason why we need this is because React is very clever in how it re-renders the app. So we call this, usually the standard of doing this is usually have set, and then you have to-dos. So you set with your variable name, camel cased. And then you say use state like this. And what we're going to do is we need to basically say use state, and then we basically have the initial value, which is an empty array. So our to-dos is going to start off with an empty array here. And because we're using this use state hook, so this is basically something that React gives us, which is basically that one little function called use state is going to set up that short-term memory for us. So to actually bring that into our code, we just need to go to the top here and we just need to import it. So like that. So now we've actually set up some short-term memory for the app, so it's literally that simple. And what we can do now is we can actually test this. So we can go over to our list elements.
One second, hold on. So here we added this here, right? The to-dos?
Yeah.
Okay, and then, so only few things that we have added is use state and then this over here.
Yeah, exactly. Just two things that we've added to set up the short-term memory.
And so to-dos variable is an array.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool. And this will basically add things to it kind of like live or within the short-term memory. Because it's a state.
So this will be like our little record in the short-term memory of what the to-dos are.
Got it. Okay. cool.
Nice. And what we're going to do now is, where previously we had these things hard coded, like take dogs for a walk, take the rubbish out.
Yeah.
Now what we're going to do is we're going to basically cut this and we're going to put it inside of our array as a string. So that's one of the tasks. And this one we're going to have here
Nice.
as a second task.
Ah, I see what you're doing.
Like
Okay.
that.
So like
Yeah.
so right now, to-dos basically starts with, do I have my app screen brush on this computer? I don't. Okay. But like this variable to-dos is an array that starts off with this, right? Take dogs for a walk, take the rubbish out, or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then what we can do is, using the set to-dos variable, like we can keep appending things to this array, like, but kind of on the fly.
Exactly.
Without even having to refresh.
So whenever we want to change to-dos, we have to use set to-dos.
Got
Yeah.
it. So yeah, we can add things to the array without hitting refresh. That is sick, because then that allows me to like do everything super fast, right? Instead of having to like send it to my backend and then hit refresh and all of that.
Exactly.
Got
But
it.
remember, it's short term. So if we do append something, as soon as we hit refresh,
It's gone.
the state is going to go back. Exactly.
Got it. So
we
it's
gotta
only
go back to the
storing
start.
it in like the front end, but it's not. Well, as soon as you hit refresh, that array is going to be gone forever. Got it. So probably
Exactly.
during that time, what I would need to do is send it back to my database in that time.
Yes.
Got it.
Exactly
Okay.
that.
Cool.
Yeah.
So then
So
when
the next step now,
go
yeah.
on, keep going. Keep
Go.
going. Keep going.
So the next step now is basically we have this list, right? We have this list of to-dos. We just want to basically run a small little loop, right? Which is going to go through the list of items inside of the to-dos array, and it's going to populate this list just like we saw it before. So right now, what we're going to do is we're going to use that JSX power that we talked about before. So these curly braces, and we're going to say to-dos, and then there's a very powerful ES6 function, like a looping function called map. And map basically goes through that array, and it basically goes through the array, gives you the element of the first element of the array. So in this case, take dogs for a walk, and then you can do some stuff with that, right? And you can return like a little element. So in our case, we're going to return the first list item, so this one, and then it's going to go through it again, get the second one, so take the rubbish out, and then we can return the second list item. So how do we do that? We say to-dos.map, and then we do something here called an arrow function. So the way we write an arrow function is, when we go through the to-dos array, we want to get every single to-do, so singular. So bear in mind that this is the array, and this is each item in the array. So that's why we have to-do. Yeah. And then we have an arrow, and then we have a normal parentheses. So we have this, and this means that we're going to return some HTML. And all we're going to do here is we're actually going to say list. So we're going to return a list item.
Yeah.
And then inside of here, we're going to have JSX, and we're going to just put the to-do.
Nice.
So now what this little piece of code is doing is it's going through the array, so the to-dos array. Mm-hmm. It gets the first one, so take dogs for a walk.
Yep.
And then it pops it in here, and then it pushes this element out. So then we would at this point have the first element, and then it would loop through, get the second one, pop out a list element, and we'll get the second one.
Got it.
So
Sunny,
let's save that.
Can you do me a favor real quick?
Yeah.
Can you speak to them just about the overall what we're doing? And I'm gonna download an app real quickly, so then I can actually annotate over the screen, so then they can get visual aid as they're watching. Okay.
Yeah, sure, dude. Yeah,
okay.
let's go.
Cool. So I see now just the screen.
For those of you guys who are new right now, or you just want a little refresher on what we're doing, we are using Firebase and React. So React is a front-end library. And we're using it. It's built by Facebook. It basically, think of it this way: web development consists of 3 languages: HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And what we're doing with that is we are essentially just making it so that we are wrapping that inside of a library called React. And React is going to allow us to build a really, really powerful to-do list app. And not just a to-do list app, guys. Instagram, Tinder, Uber all have amazing applications. Facebook, the entire Facebook app is being rewritten with React right now. All of that is done in React. So it's a very, very powerful library. And what we're going to do once we have that working is connect that app to Firebase, which is a service provided by Google, and it allows us to do a bunch of powerful things like host our applications, our React app online. It allows us to have a database. It allows us to have authentication, so you can log in, you can do a bunch of things like that, and it's all real time. And the real time part is the really nice part when we're using React and when we're using Firebase. So imagine we had the to-dos in our app, and let's say some of the users. So once we deploy this, you guys can actually try this out yourself. But when we deploy this live, we are going to actually have it so that whenever somebody adds a to-do, it's going to pop in onto your screen, and there's no more additional code that you need to do in order to get that working. So let's go through some of the comments and let's see what everyone's saying. So we've got, let's have a look. What is React hooks? So React hooks is something which is provided by, so React hooks are relatively new, guys. And what they do is they're basically small snippets of code, which basically look like, honestly don't look like, you don't have to write much code for a React hook to work. So one of the ones that we just used was something called use state. And it basically behind the scenes is going to set up the state. It's going to do a bunch of stuff for us. But before we had React hooks, we had to use like class-based components and a lot more complicated logic. But then the guys over at Facebook said, hang on, this is too complicated. Let's make it simple. And they came up with React hooks. And now React hooks are my best friend. I love React hooks. You can even write your own React hooks, and it becomes quite powerful. So you see, you can need, okay. So Akash G says, you need to use a Django REST framework to create an API and then use React to communicate between the API. So this is something which I get a lot in the coaching calls. A lot of people, so just to clear this up, React is a front end. React, when we talk about React, we're talking about the front end, okay? Django, when we talk about Django, we're talking about a back end, so like a sort of service on the back end, right? Now, what we tend to do previously is have a React front end and then a Django backend, or you can have a Node.js JavaScript backend, and then you would have an API which allows you to talk between them, right? But with Firebase, we actually don't even need the backend. We just have this front end, and then we basically connect that to Firebase, and they take away all of the headache for us. So that's what they wanted to do by introducing Firebase. They wanted it to be a super easy and fast solution to getting around all of that headache.
There, we're good to go now. I can easily annotate on the screen. Awesome. So let's go.
Nice. So what we just did now is we added our first piece of state called the to-dos at the top, and then we map through them to get each of the to-dos. So take dogs out for a walk,
that's one.
take the rubbish out. It's going to go through that. So now if we save this and we load it, we should be able to see what we previously saw before. Nice. And just to prove that this is actually true, Kazi, let's go ahead and add another string inside of our state.
Okay. So I'll add it here. Kazi wants to live stream today.
Awesome.
Oh, that was fast.
Hey, look at that. Nice.
Okay.
So now what we what we
want
to do is we want to basically,
that's how it's showing it. Yeah.
What was that?
I just want to emphasize, guys, that like we're not hard coding anything. It's like actually looping through our array and then writing each one of these out from that like loop that we wrote.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice. So now what we want to do is have it so that he doesn't have to hard code it every time, but when we type in the input field and click the button or we click the enter key, we want it to basically push and append into that array, right?
Yeah.
So the first step in React is, again, we need some kind of short-term memory to remember what we actually type into the input. So if we just scroll up a little bit and we go to line 6, and now what we're going to do is we're going to add another piece of short-term memory. And this is going to, the pure purpose of this piece of state is going to be to remember what they type in the input. So here I'm going to say input, and I'm going to say set input, which is the convention that we use when we're writing a hook. And then we say use state. So this is exactly the same what we did for the first scenario, guys, with the to-dos. But this time we're initializing input with an empty string, because when you first land on the page, it should be empty, right?
Yep.
So we do that. And now we have our input set up.
Just to be clear, when you say input, you're talking about this over here. So this should be empty.
Exactly.
Cool. Because right now this is not working, right? If I hit add to do, that doesn't do anything yet.
Exactly. It doesn't do anything, and we want it to basically push into that list and then re-render everything dynamically.
Okay.
So this is the bit where everyone, like, if you're rewatching this afterwards, just pause it, make sure you get this bit correct, because this is where everyone tends to go a little bit wrong.
Yep.
But what we need to do now is we need to connect the input to our piece of state, right? And ES6 JavaScript allows us to do this really, really nicely. And the way we do that is we say, this input should have a value of our input state. So we're saying right at this point that we're mapping our input in the state to this input field, right? Now, if you save this, Kazi, and you go back and try and type in, what happens?
So let me save and then go here and type.
Right.
I can't type.
So nothing's happening, right?
I literally
Nothing's
cannot
happening because what we so nothing's happening here. So like even if you type, nothing's going to get pushed in there. So the reason why that's actually happening now, if we go back to the code,
Yeah.
that's because we're setting the value here to be the value in our state, which is at this point we're saying it's always blank. So that's why no matter what you type, it will stay blank.
Got it. Okay.
Right?
Oh, it keeps making it blank. Okay.
Yeah. So that's the sort of that's step one that we need to do. And the second step is every time you type, what I need to do is update the state to tell React, hang on, you just changed the input, so we need to keep track of that.
Got it.
Right?
Yeah.
So here what we do, we go to our input and we use something called onChange. And onChange is a function which is part of an input and basically allows us to basically capture the event that gets fired off every time you press a key inside of the input, right? And